So forget the financial aspects. Some young people are saying, let's focus on survival. So there's this careful balance between survival versus sustainability. So it'd be very interesting to listen to the thoughts of other panel members who are very much in touch with industry and in touch with chefs, of the thoughts at this time as we hopefully come out of the pandemic. When that will be, none of us will really know. We have the vaccine, it's being rolled out now. I think we're in England, we're about nearly at 10 million people have been vaccinated. Still got a long way to go, but we could be out of this by the autumn, partly in the spring, but fully out of it by autumn, and certainly by this time next year. So this is the bounce back year, and it's how we refocus, as a lot of people are saying, refocus not just on survival, but on sustainability. So it'd be very interesting to hear other panel members what they have to say about survival versus sustainability. Over to you, Rupinder.
Right. So let us start with Chef Gary McLean. So if you could, tell us about your views on what Professor Foskett has so, nicely put together. He's talking about that this year is going to be the bounce back year.
Yeah, no, I definitely think so. And I'm a kind of half glass full kind of guy. And I think we definitely will be back. The way I kind of look at sustainability, even when you're thinking there's young students here, and it's definitely on the agenda for younger people, because the reality is it's going to affect them in the long term. But we've got to think about our own kids, our own grandkids going forward. And the hospitality industry, I think we have, unlike a lot of industries and a lot of employees, we have got the ability to actually make fundamental change. We have got the ability to make an impact. Hospitality industry is one of the biggest employers in the world, and the amount that our industry consumes, in cleaning disposables and washing laundry and chemicals and buying food and using energy, we should be leading the light. We have got the ability, the technology, the knowledge, the infrastructure is already there for us to make those changes. And I think it's up to all of us, taking the pandemic aside, I think, and obviously that's the focus, but there's also that opportunity, certainly in some countries that have been totally shut down, is to have that reset. And it's not only the reset on sustainability, it's also the reset on, looking after staff and making your business more viable. I think what we do is it's been sadly missed, but I think we've got that opportunity to go back in refreshed, and there's a lot of really big name companies and chefs that have actually said that. Why are we doing what we do? We should just cut it back a little bit, really focus on it, look after staff, and actually charge more money. But I think as an industry, we have got an amazing chance. In Glasgow in November, there's a huge climate conference called COP26, and I just want to point that in the direction of your students. COP26, they're bringing 50 world leaders together in Glasgow to really push our climate change and try and get countries signed up to zero carbon. And I think we've now got the Americans are now on board with the change of administration there, and I think there's a real opportunity, or it's been billed as the last chance. It's to try and push the Paris Agreement through and get more people involved. So particularly for my hometown, 2021 is more than a bounce back. It's a last chance on sustainability.
Right. Thank you so much, Chef Gary. I'll move over to Mr. Aditya Malla for his views.
So, very good afternoon from me here in Pune. Uh, Thank you for a wonderful, opening to the discussion. Professor Foskett couldn't have been more relevant, and Chef McLean, excellent, points that you brought up. And I pretty much echo the sentiment. And, while sustainability has always been a very, very relevant and pertinent topic in our discussions over the years, as an industry that not just has a fair amount of a, carbon footprint, but also the propensity to correct that. We've been discussing about sustainability in various aspects of our business over the years, but I think what this pandemic has done is that it has given us the opportunity to set up a new order. Uh, and this is where the whole survival phrase is something I, as a general manager, as a business leader, kind of differ with. I think instead of focusing on the survive part, we need to focus on the thrive part. And when you think in that direction, you actually will look at sustainability in a completely new light, because it's not just about the next year and the next P&L and the next performance award. It's about rebooting, resetting the practices of your business, and not just in the cost front, because we all will agree today that one aspect of this disruption, as I call it, has been that we have discovered new baselines for costs. We have discovered that there were opportunities to cut waste beyond what we could earlier think of. We have discovered that staffing ratios need to be revisited. On the same note, I think we need to also very seriously think about how the whole new world, the new order, can be set up on sustainable practices. It's not an either or situation. It is the way forward, and it is the way forward towards thriving. So I, as the general manager of a hotel, would urge all my fellow hoteliers, all our stakeholders, to not look at survival, but look at thriving in the new era that lies ahead of us. And for that, sustainability is an absolutely non-negotiable aspect of the business. Uh, Professor Foskett also, very pertinently pointed out that when you look at travel trends today, the younger generation is far more conscious, far more concerned about climate change. And that's where, again, as some of our businesses have discovered, that sustainability practices can be interwoven into the whole business plan. And actually, a USP can be set up to create a niche travel opportunity where there is a connect between purpose and travel. So giving a huge opportunity for young travelers to grow the market for us, to come and contribute to environmental causes, something which is very close to their heart. Climate change is very close to their heart. I mean, I know of resorts in the Maldives who premium resorts who actually have guests contributing to the replenishment of the coral. I mean, there are these examples which are there in bits and pieces across our business across the globe, and it's not that we don't realize it, but I think the time has now come to consolidate it, make it as part of the only way forward instead of one of the ways forward.
Thank you, Mr. Malla. In fact, historically, whenever we have been, sort of exposed to pandemics, such as which we are undergoing currently, or any other natural disaster, industry and academia both are pushed to respond very drastically. All right. And generally, it ends up changing the course of our daily life. We need to innovate and, evolve with new practices and quickly respond to shifts into the different culture, because there are so many changes which have come in over the last 1 year, which we may not have seen for the last 10 years possibly. All right. So in that case, what would be your view, Mr. Mike Burtett? I would like to bring you into the conversation as well.
Yes, good morning, everybody, from dawn breaking here in England. I'm so pleased that I've been invited to attend this auspicious panel. Everybody who knows me, sustainability has been at my heart since 1988 within the seafood industry. And, the wise words of Professor David Foskett in terms of what and where the industry is at the moment are not lost on me. I'm an ex-chef originally. But if I can be succinct and as brief as I can, I'm going to recognize a few things here. First of all, the leadership that IIHM display is outstanding, The sustainability competition that you had at last year's Olympiad was outstanding. And I would encourage that competition in perpetuity, because let's remind ourselves that every year there are new chefs and managers being trained for this industry. So please, let's not let that drop. But, I'm going to be maybe a little bit controversial here, but it has to be said that retailers have done all of the heavy lifting here in terms of sustainability. And, restaurant groups, hotel groups, if I look at the global landscape, they would really benefit tremendously from engaging in sustainability of fish and seafood, in social welfare, in their supply chains, in the environmental issues in their supply chains, and in food safety. And retail is, like if it was a 100-mile dash, retail are within a mile of the end here in the UK and in the States and in places like Japan. But I do feel that food service is at the 50-mile marker. In March, I'm pulling together a sustainable webinar because I really do. I do think that the industry needs to see that difference in scale of where food service is and where retail is, because there's a big gap and there needn't be. And I think that gap is kind of lack of information flowing into food service. I don't think that, people like me have done a good enough job in terms of, showing the milestones that can be met very easily. And, raising the profile of sustainability within the hotel group boardroom. We have the Dow Jones Sustainability Index. We have the Seafood Sustainability Index. Hotel groups are nowhere to be seen on some of these indexes. Restaurant groups are nowhere to be seen on these indexes. And for so many years, these groups have had a policy, they've written the policy and they've put the policy in the drawer. And it happened in retail. So retail did exactly the same thing. They wrote their policies, they put it in the drawer, they didn't police it, they didn't walk the talk. And then in 2012, they discovered, to their cost, their reputational damage, that they were exposed on so many fronts: social, children peeling prawns in Thailand, effluent issues in their, Pangasius supply chain, things like that. And they changed overnight and very quickly. So, I would like to propose that IIHM, help facilitate a international webinar on sustainability with help from Professor David Foskett and the team here on this panel. And let's get this show on the road. I do accept what David says, that you know, the chefs are finding it very, very difficult to concentrate at the moment, and so would I. You know, quite frankly, you know, it's desperate. But, you know, this is an opportunity to take an hour of the time available now to, you know, let's put this webinar together. I really think it's one of a lack of knowledge and a lack of just let's get this show on the road in terms of sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mike Berthet. I would like to bring in Professor David Foskett back into the conversation. He's heard out all the panelists, and I would like him to take over from here. Professor Foskett, if you could unmute, please.
I think all what has been said is totally relevant. We are, as we all know, in difficult times, and Mike said it's desperate out there for chefs. It is desperate. They find it very difficult to focus other than trying to get back to work and get their operations open again. With regard to sustainability and the next generation and the generations to come, it is important, and that's why this year I said we want not a PowerPoint presentation, we want a competition that is a poster. So we've asked the competitors to produce a poster. So a poster is, first of all, got to be eye-catching and get across the message in a dynamic way, yeah, to focus companies and to reset, and this is key word, reset the agenda. And survival and sustainability have to go hand in hand for the benefit of all of us. I think that retail has done some good things, but I don't think we're there with retail. I mean, I detest, absolutely detest plastic bags. I have done for many years. And I went into a store a few months ago and they said, do you want a bag? I said, well, of course I want a bag. Yeah. So they then produced a plastic bag and wanted to charge me, I think it's 10p, whatever. I said, no, I don't want a plastic bag. I don't mind paying, but I don't want a plastic bag. I want a paper bag. I want a biodegradable bag. And I said, well, can't you find one? Eventually, I said, a huge chain store like you should be producing paper bags, strong paper bag. Anyway, I've actually got a paper carrier bag, they found one, having insisted on that. And I think we have to insist, I think it's the consumer, it will be the consumer eventually that will say, you know, where is this fish coming from? Where is this sustainable? I'm not going to buy products that are exploiting labor across the world. You know, I mean, there's certain shops I will not go to. There's certain shops or online I certainly will not buy from, because I know there is a lot of child labor, and there is people on very, very low wages. So I just don't buy. I think we've got to pay more. We've actually got to pay a bit more for them. There was a campaign recently from Bangladesh where it was called Lost Stock, because all the factories had closed in Bangladesh, clothing factories, and there was a charity that basically set up a website where you could buy the lost stock at a reasonable but not cheap rate to buy so that keep these people actually in food, basically in food and clothing, because the factories had closed in Bangladesh. I think sustainability is about sustaining the world. Yeah. And lots of discussions are about the pandemic. None of us are safe until we're all safe. And I think also none of us are sustainable until we're all sustainable. And we all move together. I think the pandemic has taught us a lot. It certainly taught me a lot. How much we take for granted, how much we have to be thankful for, and how much we depend on one another. And that's important, that we do have a reset after this, and we do rethink. And survival will be through, as some people say, through sustainability. We're all in this together. And I think the pandemic has taught us a lot. But coming back to what hoteliers and restaurateurs are saying, that we have to concentrate on survival. But survival is also about cutting costs. And we have to look at costs. We're all been told to buy electric cars. Yeah, but electric cars are double, treble the price of a petrol car. So we've got to get these costs down. Yeah, we've actually got to get more recharging hubs across the country. And that's a focus that governments have to really get behind this. Governments, as well as, and the politicians, as well as the large retailers, because the retailers, corporate companies, because the consumer, and we've seen all the marches, we've seen the protests about climate change. But having a protest on the street is not going to help climate change. You may have a protest. It's actually the politicians that have got to, and the large corporate companies that have got to move forward on this, because eventually it is the consumer. And it has to be high up on the agenda. It must be high up on the agenda. It is in schools. And I thought last year, the PowerPoint presentations, what they were doing in some of these colleges was way ahead of the thinking of politicians. I thought Bhutan, who won the PowerPoint presentation, what they were doing was fantastic work. And these young people are doing this. So I'm looking forward to seeing the posters this year of these dynamic posters which really get the message across. And hopefully the message will come across that none of us will survive unless we're sustainable. Yeah, sustainability is also about survival and survival of our businesses. And that's a careful balance we have to take into account. And again, as Mike said, it's very difficult for chefs and people to focus at the moment because they want to get back to work. They want to start trading again. Yeah. The lockdown has meant that, as I said before, many businesses will not reopen, sadly. And that's across the country. But other businesses will emerge. Other businesses will start to emerge. Other businesses will be resurrected. And other businesses will bounce back. So it's a very careful balance, but we cannot not focus on sustainability. And I think all of us have to do more than ever before with regard to the sustainable efforts. And before the pandemic, companies were working towards a more sustainable future, perhaps not doing enough, but it was gathering momentum. It was high on the agenda. It's certainly high on the educational agenda. Yeah, very much high on the educational agenda throughout universities, that sustainability is something we all should focus on. Every curriculum has to have focus on a sustainability. Every subject in the practical world focuses on sustainability. And I think, to be honest with you, in hospitality education, we have done a lot, perhaps not enough, but we will carry on with the sustainable Certainly looking also, I think we have to look at air miles. I think air miles are really something. Do we really need to bring strawberries halfway across the world? I remember going into the supermarket a couple of years ago in July, late June, July, and picking up strawberries that came from the other side of the world where we had British strawberries available. I think we have to look at things like this. And we have to look at seasonality more as in hospitality. Definitely look at seasonality. And really start to rethink and reset the agenda for the future, particularly for young people. So sustainability versus survival, they go hand in hand. Yeah, they go hand in hand. Survival and sustainability are very much associated with the long-term strategic agenda that we all have to face as we move out of this pandemic. And I think that's very important. And we all depend on one another. That's the key thing. We all depend on one another. Every country depends on one another. And none of us are safe until we're all safe. None of us are sustainable until we're all sustainable.
Right. Thank you so much, Professor Foskett. If anybody else would like to add in anything before we go for questions, so we have opened the chat box for people to ask questions. So in the meantime, if anybody would like to add anything.
Mike's raised his hand.
Yeah, I think I would just throw this out there that, David's right. There's a lot of education going on in universities and campuses and colleges, but, are we going to be tarred with the same brush that, the wider environment gets tarred with, which is, are we showing leadership? Are we leaving it to the youngsters to come through and, do the job? Because that would be, asleep at the wheel. We have to show leadership, and I think that may be the bit that's missing at the moment, the leadership from the top, from the bridge. Because if the message doesn't come from the bridge, then it's very hard to push the message up. And I would, again, just say that we need some leaders out there to embrace this and show that, we are doing something. And let's not leave it to the youngsters coming through to show us, what should have been done.
Can I just say, I think you've raised a very important point, Mike. I think we have a real problem in this country with leadership and management. I think one of the big problems we have is, and politicians as well, we appoint people as leaders and managers without any training in leadership and management. Yeah, that's a real issue. Someone said to me, who's in the School of Government at Oxford University, just gone to the School of Government, and she said to me, our politicians, many of them are not leaders. She said, they don't train for the job. You trained for your job. I trained for my job, but they're not leaders. And I think that this is a real problem in our society, particularly in the UK, that many of our leaders are not trained to do the job. And they're not good leaders and managers.
Yeah, I think India could show us the way. With this organization, Dr. Suborno Bose Ahmed and, Rupinder, they know all of the leaders of the hotel and restaurant groups in India and Southeast Asia. I think this could be the nucleus to get this thing rolling. We have Aditya from the hotel group. Why don't we do the first webinar with the leaders of the hotel and restaurant groups in Southeast Asia that we have contacts with? I'm happy to present sustainability and how it works in retail, how it works in the rest of the world. You know, what a fantastic opportunity, because, you know, IIHM shows leadership. You know, it just is. And I would love to work with Aditya and the rest of the hotel and restaurant leaders in Southeast Asia. This, guys, is pre-competitive work, okay? There's no advantage first to market. This is pre-competitive. This is how we've done it here in Europe. This is how we've done it in the States. We meet, all of the leaders meet. It's got nothing to do with being competitive, because everybody should be on the same page. And I think India, and Dr. Suborno Bose and I have discussed this, India could lead the rest of the world in hospitality, in showing that leadership, and that's what this thing needs.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Mike. And you know, Rupinder, I think that's a great lead for us to pursue in terms of you know, leadership can be at the micro level, right? We can start. You know, we are both members of our hotel association here in Pune, which has almost about 90 plus members, and across branded hotel chains and the standalone ones. Rupinder, we could actually start talking about sustainability in our forums and have a webinar at our, you know, where we have the maximum influence. Let's start somewhere. I think that's a great point. Thank you, Mike.
I totally agree. Absolutely. So that's a wonderful idea. And would you like to add anything? Anybody else? Would you like to add anything? Yes.
I'd like to say that regarding what I've seen in hospitality in Asia, and it's ahead of Europe in many ways. When I was in Hong Kong, sometimes a few years ago, they were talking about the West and the Western culture. And I said to them, why do you assume that the West is always right? They were taking a lot of examples from that. I said, you've got some wonderful examples here of moving forward. And I think that Asia is ahead of the game in many ways, you know, and what you're doing in India is phenomenal. And I think we could learn a lot from you, to be honest, and particularly the leadership and management of IIHM. I've experienced in my time in universities and colleges some very, very, very poor leadership. They have a master's degree or doctorate in philosophy or sociology, and they become a leader. Yeah. Quite frankly, they couldn't run a bath, let alone a university. And I've seen that but they've not been taught leadership and management. And we need good leaders. We need very, very good leaders. And the problem in Europe at the moment, it doesn't have good leaders. That's the big problem. Yeah. If you look at the mistakes that the British government have made with the pandemic, they may have got the vaccine rollout right, but they've made colossal mistakes leading up to getting the vaccine right. And there is also, in leadership, a lack of common sense. Yeah, but common sense is not common practice. People say it's common sense, but common sense is not common practice. There is an ability that gives you this common sense of reality of how to put things right and how to lead. And I think that we do lack real good leadership and management. And I think we have a lot to learn from Asia, a lot to learn. Yeah. And that, as I say, we learn from one another, but we have to particularly learn from Asia in terms of hospitality and leadership.
Thank you, Professor Foskett. In fact, that's good news for all of us in Asia, in India in particular. All right. I would like to summarize what we have discussed so far. All right. So we started off with Professor Foskett, and uh, his primary point that he made was that, really we need to, gain our focus. Uh, we have lost focus, and we need to bring it back so that, we can get to, start off our businesses. In fact, that's what the requirement is. We have rolled out the vaccine, but then right now the need of the hour is that we need to, bring back our focus and get our business up and running. So uh, Chef Gary, he was talking about hospitality being, the biggest employer, in fact. So we need to get ourselves to reset and ensure that there is a proper balance between sustainability. And we need to be looking after our staff members and make sure that our businesses are viable. Uh, no, there are many examples which he was giving, and we need to, ensure that, we participate in zero carbon emission. All right. And you're giving that example about 50 leaders getting together, and that's a great thing that we have done. Mr. Malla, he spoke about, the carbon footprint as well, and how we go about correcting it, the propensity to correct it. And the pandemic, the requirement right now is, as per Mr. Malla, that instead of just focusing on surviving, we need to focus on thriving. All right. So we need to reboot our activities, and the younger generation needs to be more involved on this in this particular aspect, and we need to, really bring it from there. And Mike, you were talking about the leadership at IIHM, the sustainability campaign that we had last year at the YCO, which you said was something that we should be doing more often. And so that's something which we really need to look into. And you've talked about the sort of disbalance between the, vendors, the retailers, and the food service people. So you need that to be corrected, and the industry needs to see that happening ASAP. So we've got, indexes, which sort of reflect about various aspects, but we don't have anything which reflects this. So you are talking about a webinar that can be arranged on sustainability. All right. So that's what we are talking about, survival versus sustainability. Are we in our hospitality industry ready for this aspect to kick in? All right. So, it is essential that, the hospitality and tourism industry and academia, to respond properly and overcome these challenges which we are facing sustainably. And only if we do that will we be able to, get through this. So we need to get our strategies and solutions right, and we need to develop them and get them adjusted so that we can adapt and use them. And that is how the things are going to be moving forward. All right. So on that note, we did not have much questions on our chat box. So if anybody is interested in asking any question, if you could just put that down in the chat box. So there was just one question which is being asked from Ahmedabad. Are there possibilities of deeper loss of sustainability if we start any new initiatives in the starting of post-COVID era? That's the question which has been raised. So I request anyone to take that. Yes, Chef Gary.
I personally don't think so. I actually have seen a change in the attitude of of people. And at the end of the day, people in business, whether it's a retailer, whether it's a producer, whether it's a hotel or restaurant, we're guided by our customers' needs. We're guided by what's going to buy, what's going to sell, what's going to make us more profitable. And just like Professor Foskett was talking about a plastic bag, you know, the day will soon come when you can't get a plastic anything, you know. And again, the UK is pretty bad at it. When I travel, you don't seem to see it, but you know, you get 3 peppers wrapped in plastic when there's no need and stuff like that. And it's down to every one of us as not only as people in hospitality, but also as consumers of everything. You know, we have to make our voices heard. I just also want to make a note on, we're talking about education in universities and you know, it's high on the agenda. It should be high on the agenda from nursery onwards, from the minute kids are born. It should be part of that agenda, you know. And as part of that cultural change, we have to make it more positive. You know, one thing about human beings is we don't like getting told what to do. We don't like, you know, someone dictating. There's always doubt on the information. You know, the previous president put us back a long way in the world, I think, with his attitude towards it. It has to be done in such a way that it seems to benefit, and it does benefit. You know, when you look at, even if you look at your own household, when you invest in, you know, insulation and you know, fuel efficiency and LED lighting and things like that. So, you know, the green is good, and I think we have to get that across rather than it being something that we must follow. And that's all I've got to say on that at the moment. Thank you.
Right. So I'll ask to pose one question to Professor Foskett. You know, you've been in the academics yourself. So this particular year, in fact, gone by so far, has been something which has affected the academia a lot, because it's changed the entire course of education system. We had to go virtual, etc. So being a part of the industry where we are having, you know, the students right now undergoing training and then would be joining in the industry. So what would be your views on how we, you know, people who are in the academia can adapt to these changes which are, you know, sort of sweeping over us?
Well, I think that we've had blended learning, and this is just an extension of blended learning. But it's never going to replace the actual practical learning. Hospitality is a practical, applied business subject. And it's a very human subject. You have to have human interaction to be hospitable. So pure online teaching, even with YouTube videos, is never going to work. What we have to, when we look about sustainability, we have to look about sustaining the human condition. And we have to think about humanity. And what I mean by that is that much of technology dehumanizes society. We don't want to talk to one another. We go onto an online website where there's a chat room, and the chat room is a robot, yeah, with a standard set of answers. This is not customer service. This is not human customer service. And you're taking away the emotional. And hospitality requires leaders who are highly emotional intelligent. And a lot of people are fed up with this business of the chat lines. You can't get to talk to anybody. And that's a real problem. Yeah, you can't get to actually talk to a human being. And I think in years to come, the reset will be people demanding, I want to talk to somebody. Yeah, this is customer service. This is humanity. This is human. Yeah. And what the pandemic has taught us is, and really affected people in a mentally is because they can't socialize. They can't actually socialize with people. They can't hug people. They can't embrace people. This is human. This is fundamental to the human condition. This is humanity. We need to talk to one another, you know? And I was asked about, will technology take over in hospitality? No, it can't. It can assist, it can blend, it can assist in hospitality. But
I agree with you.
you can't hug a robot. You can't hug a robot. You can't embrace it. Well, you could try, but it won't show any human reaction. And I think one of the resets we've got to look at is how we apply technology. Technology is good, and it won't replace the classroom. It won't replace the seminar room. And the most important thing about colleges and universities is the social interaction of young people with one another. Because young people with one another learn from one another. They do often learn more from one another outside the classroom when they're doing their assessments together than they do in the classroom. And we have to remember that. And places of colleges and universities are a place of social activity. Yeah. They are friendship hubs. They are courtship hubs. Yeah. They're there for courtship. They're for dating. It's a very part of our human condition. So all this online can only be, as far as blended learning. It can assist us in our learning. And in hospitality, you can learn try and learn as much as you can on a YouTube with a chef demonstration, but it doesn't replace actually being there in the environment, because you're touching, you're using your senses, touch, feel, see, and that's important. Hospitality is about combining and using all your senses. So I don't think we need worry about technology taking completely over in hospitality, because it's not human. To be human is to be hospitable. To be hospitable is to be human, and that is the human condition. Touch, feel, see, embrace, emotion. And the most important thing in hospitality is not IQ, not intelligence quotient, it's emotional quotient, emotional intelligence quotient. And that's what we have to focus on. And that is underestimated and not recognized in lots of education, in academia. It is not recognized in academia. Yeah. And we need to recognize more in academia. And academia focuses on one main type of thing. There are many types of intelligence. Yeah. And I think that we're beginning to realize the importance of these different types of intelligence. Yeah. And it's about sustaining the human and promoting the human condition. And that's what we don't see.
Right, Professor Foskett. So that was really an enriching discussion. All right. So we had 4 members joining us from different parts of the world. And, I would like to thank them for, being a part of this discussion. The COVID-19 crisis, in fact, has been, one of the biggest crises that has hit us in the recent past. In fact, in our memory, most of us may not have seen the previous pandemic. All right. It has seen the hospitality reset most of its parameters, and the only focus is survival. All right. So survival of the current business climate, and that's what focus has been. And also we have to see that, the entire business environment needs to be safe and sustainable for the consumers to return and once again enjoy hospitality the way we know about it. All right. So that's the only route to survival, and it's important that we, work towards that altogether. All right. So thank you so much, Professor Foskett, Chef Gary McLean, Mr. Mike Berthet, and Mr. Aditya Malla for joining us for this symposium today. It was wonderful to hear all your views for this particular topic. So I would like to take this opportunity to sign out of this particular session, and all of you who were, who had logged in and were listening to this conversation, and people who would be logging in later, because we have this playing on the YouTube as well. So you may get back to this in case you have missed this session, because there's immense learning from this session. And when you get back, you are hearing the experts speaking to you. So over to you, Sanchari ma'am. Take over from here.
Thank you so much, Mr. Khurana. And in fact, a very big thank you to you and definitely to all the panelists. We were listening from here from the Global YCO studio. And, we are really so happy to hear all the views from the panelists. It was, in fact, a very important session, lots of takeaway for everyone. And thank you very much. I'm sure, everybody, all the viewers have really enjoyed the conversation, and they would be able to imply it in their life moving ahead. Especially the young leaders, the young, students, and definitely upcoming hoteliers. It was very, very enriching. Thank you very, very much for the session.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Sorry, Shiva, did you say something? Yes. Should we log in again at 5 minutes to 2 or 10 minutes to 2? We have another 20 minutes. We can't. Yeah, I think you can. Yeah.
Edition of IIHM International Young Chef Olympiad is back in a bigger, better and a grander avatar. A massive event in scale and magnitude, this is the only culinary contest in the world that brings together contestants from across the 4 points of the compass: East, West, North and South. A whopping 55 countries are part of this year's edition. For anyone embarking on a culinary journey, to stake a claim at the coveted title of IIHM International Young Chef Olympiad is always a dream. The reason to participate are many as well. For some, it is about raising their country's flag high. For others, it's about making new friends. For some, it's about learning from each other. But for everyone, it is mostly about being part of an endeavor that simply unites the world with a singular love for food.
This Olympiad is to bring the young people from all over the world under a single platform. So that one hand we have got a competition, which is a very tough competition. On the other hand, we have got a lot of bonding, friendship, getting united together, and they become friends for life.
The opening ceremony applauding the underlying theme of sustainability this year.
cycle, but healthier version, the cycle, much healthier.
Exactly.
That's
very, very true.
Hoping to get one of those trips soon. Oh, yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, Shiva, let us know once you're ready to go and we can start the session. Big welcome to you, Chef Andrea. So good to see you.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Very good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chef.
I would love to put the nice sunset picture behind me, but it looks really too obvious. Perfect sunset coming up.
Chef Mueller, wish you a very good afternoon. Maybe good evening.
Good afternoon.
At your place. How are you?
Chef Bali, how are you doing? All right?
I'm good. Very well. Thank
I
you.
liked your music program yesterday.
Which music program did you see?
Yesterday, your entertainment program.
Oh.
My boss came in and he said, "What are you watching? Are you watching an Indian yoga class?" I said, "Yes." Good.
Great.
Right. So, Chef Bali, I think we are ready to start. We've got an amazing panel with you. And I would like to, in fact, welcome everybody here. So good to see everybody. And in fact, today happens to be a very interesting day because we have got so many activities going on since morning. We've got, of course, expert panel speakers. We've got symposiums, with an amazing panel again. And we've got the young, of course, the young chefs cooking from their home countries, which is in fact a very interesting thing. And there's a huge audience across all the 3 channels, which is in fact happening. Thank you so much to all of you for your impeccable support, because there's so much of learning around. There's so much of, you can say, happiness, positivity around each one of us. And I think this entire 7 days period of Young Chef Olympiad, the 7th season, together with the competition running, has basically made the world come very close, including all of us. So, everybody is celebrating this, whether hearing to the conversation or listening to, the expert panels, or basically cooking, you can say the demonstrations happening. It's so much of happiness around. So I would like to welcome you to this particular symposium. This happens to be the 2nd symposium of the day. And the topic for the symposium is going to be the need for an internationally recognized accreditation scheme for culinary education across the globe. I would like to welcome my esteemed panel and my guests. I'm so happy to welcome Chef Parminder Singh Bali, Chef Andreas Muller, and Chef Zafar Ali. To start off with, I would like to talk a little bit. In fact, I would like to talk a lot about my favorites. In fact, all 3 of you happen to be my favorites. I'm so happy to have you all here. Of course, Chef Parminder Singh Bali, as everybody knows, is a corporate chef learning and development for IIHM Limited, Oberoi Hotels and Resorts, and with a fantastic career of 26 years. To talk a little bit about him, well, he's a native of Baramulla in Kashmir, dreamed of being a neurosurgeon. This was something which really fascinated me, Chef. Landed up doing mechanical engineering from Regional Engineering College, not been able to cope up with his professional studies and preparations for medical exams. He decided to join hotels as he thought he will give him more time to prepare for his medical ventures. Once he joined hotels, the passion grew so strong in him that he ventured to be the rat in Ratatouille. That is so sweet, Chef. Very, very nice. He graduated from the Institute of Hotel Management in Kolkata in the year 1993 and joined the Oberoi Center of Learning and Development to build his career in the kitchens with Oberoi Group of Hotels. He graduated from OCLD in the year 1995 with a gold medal, and his first posting was in the Oberoi, New Delhi in pastry kitchen. Chef has a great traveling experience as well, because I would like to tell everybody, I'm sure most certainly everybody knows about this. He has moved a lot of countries. He has traveled a lot. In fact, he has started up his restaurants in many countries again, and I'm sure and certain that Chef will be sharing a little bit about it also during the conversation today. But then apart from his culinary ventures, he has also got a knack of picking up languages because of course, the sense of his, traveling around. He can speak Kashmiri, Punjabi, Dogri, Bengali, Hindi and English with a fluency, and is currently pursuing his advanced diploma in Spanish. He also travels to the Spanish-speaking countries to conduct Indian cooking classes in Spanish. He has also authored 5 books, which are prescribed textbooks for catering colleges in India, Kenya, Nepal, and Malaysia. In his spare time, Chef, definitely this is beautiful. He likes to sing in karaoke, play his keyboards and classical flute music. His passion for cycling, which is again something which we all have to marvel about, and we were talking about it. Audience, you need to know, is related to his industry and profession. Good food keeps him occupied, and one day when his weighing scale showed up a 3-digit figure, this man that we have here, Chef Bali, gave a try to pedal up a beast for 30 kilometers every day on an average. His other partners in crime formed the Indirapuram Cycling Club, cycled every day with him, and soon this became an undying passion for him, who has cycled 30,000 kilometers. In the last 3 years, his longest ride has been from Vaishali to Chamkaur Sahib and back 650 kilometers in 36 hours. He's also 2 times SR and has cycled from Delhi to Jaipur, Delhi to Dehradun, and has cycled in Dubai, Italy, and from Zurich to Lucerne and back. Well, Chef, there's so many things about you, and I'm so happy to welcome you here today, Chef Bali.
Thank you so
very
much.
warm welcome. And also, we are very, very happy and prized to have him as a moderator of the session today.
Thank you.
You're most welcome, Chef. Joining Chef Bali here in this session would be, of course, Chef all the way from Hong Kong, our very, very dear Chef Andreas Muller. To talk about Chef Andreas Muller, he's from Germany, where he had spent many years in the restaurant business, initially doing his apprenticeship and then moving around the ranks of various international 5-star hotel and restaurants before coming to Asia in 1985. Since 1985 to 2007, he has worked with international hotel and properties throughout Beijing and Hong Kong. Since 2007, he has been employed as a principal instructor manager of the Western Cuisine Operations and Training at the Hospitality Industry Training and Development Center of the Vocational Training Council, Hong Kong. In collaboration with the German Chamber of Commerce, IIHK Koblenz, Andreas oversees training manager with the IIHK Koblenz, the training activities and organizes, conducts, invigilates, and certifies with the IIHK Koblenz, the German trade test system for certified cook, trainer chef, and master chef in Hong Kong. With the collaboration of the Skilled Crafts Trade of Germany, Chef Muller oversees as training manager for HWK Koblenz, the training activities, organizes and conducts, invigilates and certifies with the entire training. Since 2009, Chef has also supported and invigilated the training as an expert of trade, Hong Kong, and international for the World Skills Competition. He also serves as the board member of WACS Education and City and Guilds, and has served the Hong Kong Chefs Association as president from the year 2010 to 2013. A very, very warm welcome to you, Chef Andreas. We are so happy to have here join us for the panel.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Chef. And also, back to where I come from Bangalore, I have with me again a very dear friend, Chef, which is Chef Mir Zafar Ali. Chef, congratulations and thank you so much for being here with us today in this expert panel. And Chef Ali happens to be the executive chef of the Leela Palace, Bangalore currently. Well, he's a man of varied experiences. He hails from a family that has been into food and restaurant business, and thus has a deep understanding of food. Chef Zafar has spent most of his growing up years in Chennai, having studied at the St. Bede's School, has graduated from the Kannan School of Hotel Management, followed by a Bachelor in Business Administration from the Madras University. He has spent his early years of his career across various hotels of the Oberoi Group, such as the Oberoi Grand Kolkata, the Oberoi Mumbai, the Oberoi Uday Vilas, Raj Vilas, and the Oberoi Bangalore. Thereafter, he has been an integral part of the Leela family. He has been involved in the pre-opening of the Leela Palace Udaipur, having followed by a very successful tenure at the elegant Leela Palace New Delhi, and for the past years, since I know him, he has been with the Leela Palace Bangalore. While Chef Zafar has extensive knowledge and expertise across various verticals in the food production and cuisines, his greatest strength lies in the Western cuisine and pastry. Has worked alongside Michelin star chefs, many more internationally acclaimed chefs. He is a national winner of the Executive Chef of the Year 2018 by BW Hotelier and also the South Zone Executive Chef of the Year 2019 by IIHM. Huge welcome to you, Chef Zafar. So happy to have you here.
Pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chef Zafar. I'm delighted to have all of you here for the panel discussion today. And moving forward, I would like to welcome Chef Bali to take over the conversation. Just to remind, we have the topic to all the ladies and gentlemen who have in fact joined us right now. The topic of this conversation is going to be the need for an internationally recognized accreditation scheme for culinary education across the globe. And we've got our panel experts.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you can all hear me.
Yes, Chef, absolutely.
Okay, because certainly my video shows that you're low on bandwidth and all that. So okay. I'm worrying that, you know.
Chef, we can hear you and see you.
Okay,
well.
Great. So welcome Chef Zafar and Chef Andreas Müller on this platform. I've had the opportunity to know you all from very long time. Zafar and me go long back from the Oberoi Hotel days. And of course, Chef Andreas, I met him in 2013 in World Skill in Leipzig, where I was representing India as the World Skills professional. So Chef Andreas, you know, first of all, I would like you to, you know, tell the panelists here that when we are talking about internationally recognized accreditations, what is it all about? I mean, and what is the need of having the, you know, accreditation globally? Because I think you're also very involved with WACS, and, you know, the World Societies of Chefs also promotes this a lot.
Yes. We have to understand the difference between accreditation and recognition. This is very important. Mm-hmm. In our school, I have accreditation MOUs with universities, mm-hmm. where we need to ask the receiving university for a mapping of their programs. Is it in line with my learning outcome, and do they gonna agree with my learning standards for the students to articulate further to a higher degree? So first, we have to understand an accreditation is always independently set by each institute differently. It all depends on the name of the university and the learning outcome. You want to go from a higher diploma to a top-up degree? Do you want to go from a top-up degree to a master degree, right? So this is an articulation where definitely you need to have both needs to do a mapping of the curriculum system in order to understand what we call it the QF, the qualification framework level, where this one is here in Hong Kong from 1 to 8, in Europe is from 1 to 7. I do not know what India has, if you have one, right? So that would be an accreditation where I must say, yes, of course, I try for a long time to match an international accreditation level, but I realize because every government have a different education standard, so it is impossible to have a global international culinary accreditation on one level. Everybody is different. But if you talk about recognition of the learning outcome, that's much more easier to achieve. And there are different ways. In our way here in Hong Kong, our school has a Hong Kong, what do you call it, curriculum accreditation office, where they're gonna inspect our curriculums and they're gonna recognize our learning outcomes in a certificate or a diploma or higher diploma. As you mentioned just now, world chefs. I'm an education chairperson for World Chefs. We do have recognition programs under certain, we call it batches. A batch for a commis chef, a batch for an executive chef, up to the batch to the master chef. This is a recognition system because we are an association, okay? We are not a university, it's a World Chef Association. They recognize this one in recognition with city and guilds. And city and guilds is our accreditation body who will review the mapping, what we are doing, and the learning outcome. And then World Chef will recognize you with accredited certificate from city and guilds as well, that you have passed this batch as a certification for either commis chef, for executive chef, for master chef. This is all evidence-based online. So there is a difference, right? I do my certification, my accreditation in practical, in doing, whereby a recognition sometimes or even accreditation with another body can be on online base, on evidence base as well. That is a different. Chef Bali, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. It's showing me a message that my bandwidth is low, and I don't know why.
Yeah, your picture's a little bit shaking.
Yes.
Yeah. So what I'll do is, for time being, I'll just pause my video. Yeah. Is that better now?
That is better, Chef. We can hear you now clearly.
Yeah. Okay, great. Wonderful. So I'll pause my video for some time. Yes, Chef, carry on.
So, of course, we always like to see an accreditation, but it all depends on different level status. Do you gonna have an accreditation with a college? Do you gonna have an accreditation with a renowned culinary education?
Right.
For instance, I have an accreditation with Johnson & Wales. I have an accreditation with City University Birmingham. But we also have recognition programs as well. So there is a different whatever everybody wants to have.
Chef, my another thing I wanted to ask you was, and I'm sure that it will just benefit a lot of students and people who are as well here. And I would urge students to also type in their questions, which we are going to take in the last from these eminent panel of chefs. Chef, I wanted to ask, most of these accreditations, what's in it for the students really, or is it just used as a marketing tool to get more students into the college?
I mean, if you look under a proper accreditation, we are government subsidized school under the education department. We do not advertise school students come to us and get an accreditation with this university or recognition. I'm working as education chairperson for World Chef. I realized that some of the education institute do enroll for the culinary education for the schools, mainly in regards to get their logo on their website for advertisement to boost the enrollment rate. That is not what we are looking for. We are looking for to give another articulation pathway to the students. That's most important. At the end of the course, we need to identify, does this student is ready for pre-employment? I do only pre-employment and in-service training. Or is this student interested to further articulate to a higher degree?
Thank you, Chef Andreas. I will come back to you with certain more questions. I would like to now ask my friend, Chef Zafar. So Zafar, you know that, India's growing food culture can only mature when we have more of these chefs emerging from top culinary schools or other places. Do you think the accreditations with such is going to help India develop the talent?
See, if you actually look at the structure of the culinary education in India, you would actually see there's no, you don't become a graduate. You become a graduate in hotel management, but you do not become a graduate in culinary science. The amount of time that you actually spend in a kitchen in your 3 years of hotel management is barely a couple of months. So when you actually leave the industry, leave your institute, you aren't actually industry ready as such. Now, when you have bodies which emphasize on the core, which is the culinary itself, where you are, you probably accredited or you're recognized by an institute, then you at least know what the structure is in terms of what the curriculum is. And as employers, we exactly know if a person comes from a particular institute and is accredited by a particular institute internationally, he would come with a set amount of skills. We know what the syllabuses are. We know exactly what in terms of his knowledge per se is, and the time invested for him or her to actually get into a productive role is much lesser because we exactly know what the syllabus. So I personally feel that's being accredited to a international body really helps. As an end user, really helps us because we exactly know what the skill set of the students are, depending on the institute which actually has given them the accreditation as such.
Correct. Thank you, Zafar. So what I can gather from you is you're saying that international culinary academies, they offer more than just degrees or kitchen skills. They provide access to regional cuisines, famous restaurants, acclaimed chefs, and also culturally flavored food knowledge, if I must say, at the source. So I wanted to also ask that how would an international student use that when they come back to their country?
Well, when you're talking about regional cuisine as such, like for example, now if an institute, I'm just talking in terms of an institute. Now, if you were probably in Hong Kong or London, where you were studying as a student, and if they were to teach you Indian cuisine, you probably want some sort of an a feel that there is a kind of a background of an Indian institute which kind of tells them that, listen, these are real good recipes, these are real standards, a kind of a set structure itself, so that the students, when they're learning that, likewise, if you're probably learning French patisserie or you're learning something, if it's accredited by a kind of a French school, or something, you're doing some Italian food, is accredited by an Italian institute, more likely that the kind of inputs that you would probably, or the student would be getting, or at least the direction in which the students would be guided when you are in India, would be much more, I would say, much more structured. And I think it would be much more in terms of productive when the person is actually out in the market when he wants to start his career off.
Great. Thank you, Zafar. I'll come back to you. And now I would like to ask Chef Andreas again. That Chef, despite the growing number of people who want to take up cooking as a career, restaurants, both in hotels and standalone, they continue to face a talent crunch. In India, for definitely, and I think even in Southeast Asia, I'm sure even in Hong Kong and other places, you all have the same challenges. Do you feel accreditation schemes will bridge this gap? And if yes, how?
That's a very good question, Chef Bali. You have to understand everybody has a different need what to do afterwards. Some students wants to go directly into the industry to work, to earn the money, to support their family. Some students finish their course, want to take a break, may want to accreditate to another level for either two purposes. There are people who wants to collect certificates certificate in Asia is very important. Sometimes for them it's more important to gain certificate. They will study until they are 35. I have seen many chefs who have many certificates, but their practical skills is very poor because they kept on studying. Their academic skills is very strong. But I have seen the opposite as well, where a student or a graduate student has the ability to further educate his pathway. He rather prefer to go into the industry and take his job, but he is not motivated enough to further upgrade himself. So he is stuck somewhere in one way. What we have seen here in Hong Kong, and we are because Hong Kong is very dense and very small, we have over 30,000 international restaurants. My courses here are for pre-employment. I have to guarantee the government a 95% job placement of my students. The industry requires 95% of my job placement of students. I do have students who want to articulate, from my students, on about 10 to 15% articulate further to further education. That is now the question. We have opportunities, various opportunities for them. Where do they want to go? They want to be assigned to Europe, to Australia. They want to go to America. So it is really always an individual situation where we have to mentor the students and give him advice. With your GPAs of 3.5 or 3.8, you are able to articulate to another university much better than rather looking for employment. In this situation at the moment with COVID-19, it is a new norm. What happened is the companies have or must have laid part of their staff off. They have changed the new contract. So it's in a lower range of salary with the contract. But on the other side, it helps them to regain the manpower for the industry without any further. You see, there is a circle. Back in 2015, the industry say, oh, we need chefs who are on the higher articulation, we need managers. Now, when we have a situation like this, suddenly it is no more important. We need now manpower. We need the machine to work in the kitchen. So it is a cycle always going around according to the industry and to the market needs.
Yes, thank you, Chef Andreas. And I also had one more question for you, which is that, I have always read and seen that United States have almost 580 accredited cooking schools that churn out more than 30,000 graduates annually and maybe more. But India has barely 6 or 7 accredited schools which are completely devoted to cooking. So I wanted to ask you, what is the scenario like in Southeast of Asia?
You mean here in Asia for accreditation prospectus?
Can I be heard? No, in terms of accreditations, like how many colleges are having the accreditations from various universities?
I can tell you there is a different market niche. America is very focused on accreditation. University, go to university, get a higher accreditation. Southeast Asia has a more way on workforce, go into the industry. They don't really want to articulate in culinary to become a master or a professor for, in America, they have many commercial companies where you have an easier way to raise up your ladder. In Southeast Asia, we do not have this. In Southeast Asia, you might have some universities, culinary universities, very famous Taylor University in Malaysia. but other culinary schools have adapted a course, a module jointly offered by Johnson and Wales or by CIA America at their campus. Singapore has also some very good culinary schools, some universities. Malaysia, Korea is very famous with culinary universities in Wusong in South Korea. Japan is a little bit more quieter on this. So you do have a little bit of a variety. You have Dusitani University College in Thailand. There is opportunities there. But of course, it's a mindset of us South Asian here. We only see what is most important. Let's go to either UK, let's go to America, or maybe visit another university in Australia under TAFE.
Right.
So there is a lot of possibility available. It only depends on everybody has a different niche market. America has many universities for articulation. However, I have tried many of them for our articulation and I've been denied. This is only for their own students who have graduated, who can come back for articulation purpose, or only for specific students from certain university. So not everybody in America is open with full arms to international students.
Right. Yeah, so thank you, Chef Andreas. And Zafar, taking on from there what Chef Muller said again, you know, it's the same thing even in India. You know, a lot of students are, you know, always lured by going to study abroad or, you know, study in an international culinary college. So studying in international culinary schools and investing such huge amount of money, do you think will anybody come back to India to work in the industry? You know, and then we talk about talent crunch and demand for trained culinary professionals.
It is.
You know, how will these accreditations help?
That's a very difficult subject to identify what is everybody's individual preference. If you would have accreditation for Indian market with America, with UK, you're very welcome. But I can tell you, because of the lifestyle, because of the job employment possibilities, they would rather stay where they are for the accreditation or rather come back. If they would come back, they might come back to open their own business. We have seen the same here. I have sent almost 70 of my students to overseas, and I'm sorry, they're not coming back. They stay over there. So they have better opportunities afterwards. So some countries are really looking for accreditation, but themselves, they are not really ready enough to welcome back these students to open up opportunities for them. And that's why we have in World Chefs, we have free of charge application for a commis chef online course to at least get recognized, to help these students who are from a poorer family or from a disadvantaged country to gain their accreditation, to gain their recognition, to further their education for this.
Chef Bali, are you able to hear us?
Yes. Just to add to Chef Andre Muller, in fact, if you'd actually see the number of students, a practical thing, you know, number of students who have actually gone abroad, I completely agree with Chef Andres, where not many are actually coming back. Even if they come back, it's after a couple of years, you know, and they come here to, you know, then to open their own restaurants, but they aren't coming to work here anymore. Again, for a fact that, you know, this probably it's the way things work abroad. It's probably the lifestyle or something that probably that they've used to for the, for so many years, and then to kind of compromise. And then also in India, you'll have to also agree, we'll all have to agree, the salary structure also doesn't map the international standards as well. So why would anybody come back also? So, that is also something as an industry, representing the industry, we should also look at those prospects as well. If you're looking for talent to come, you probably have to pay them as well. Yes, completely agree with Chef Andres on that front.
But
Okay,
I
great.
must tell,
Yes, please, Chef. You were saying something?
but I must tell him he was right what he mentioned before. It is also a matter of policy from the university to take students from other courses for articulation pathway. I have recently realized our students need around about 2,100 training hours to be a professional chef. This is only a 2-year program, and that is a diploma program. And after this, they can articulate to a university for top-up. But on the other side, I have seen schools who offer the same diploma with only 220 hours. So there is a big gap. So the university also wants to make money, and different universities have different articulation agreements or standards. So here it is sometimes very misleading that you have students who sign up to a shorter course, maybe it costs more, but it's had less of the learning outcome, and then being lured over for an articulation of an honorary degree in culinary arts for 1 year, whereby my students undergo 2 years of training with 2,000 hours, and they need to have another 1 year. You know what I mean? So that is where first we have to establish a balance on what is now acceptable and what is not acceptable.
Great. Thank you, Chef Andreas, and thank you, Zafar, for your inputs. So what I've gathered from this entire conversation is that, everybody has their own different unique needs. Every student has its own unique needs, but definitely a need for an internationally recognized accreditation scheme for culinary education across the globe. I think it's very important for us to bridge the gap and learn internationally the best practices that people are, conducting at their own countries. And and in food and beverage, you travel a lot. I mean, all of the chefs are not at one place, and we all are traveling, and all the guests that we get are from different parts of the world. Though because of this lockdown now, we see a lot of domestic clientele, giving us more business, which we have realized that some of our hotels are not used to our own domestic clientele. So we are really having some challenges in certain SOPs that have to now change. But yes, I mean, when we are serving international customers, they expect the same standards. So I think that way, an internationally recognized accreditation where, people are learning from each other and learning the best practices, and, we all talk the same language. I think that is important. But I think, again, with the students, I think it is their own unique need, as you rightly said. And every country has their own need. Like in Hong Kong, you said in your particular college, it's more about workforce development, and for some students it's just collection of certificates. So thank you so much. If anybody has to share any of thoughts, is there any questions from the students, the chefs will be very happy to answer.
Right, Chef. In fact, I was listening to the conversations, and and of course, the insight from all of you here, and it definitely makes a lot of sense, and definitely a lot of approach has been also been put in for the educators, across. So, talking about India itself, having understood exactly how this works, I have a question for of course, expert panel, and that would be, the biggest hurdle that we have seen so far, when it goes to the international accreditation, is also about the governance. And we've got so many different kind of varied state policies that it becomes sometimes extremely, complicated for the entire uniformity in the education system. So how do we address it? What policies do you think can be, our strategies do you think can possibly be met for us to, go ahead and of course, win over this, crisis that actually happens in international accreditations? Over to you.
Chef Andreas, would you like to answer that question?
Yeah, it is very clear. First, in order to overcome this hurdle of accepting accreditation policies, I think both countries have to first understand and respect their own culture and heritage of their cuisine and how much is it welcomed or not. So if I had these issues before with America, where I've directly been told, oh, but your chefs are all cooking Chinese food. Oh my God, what do we want to do with Chinese food here, So I said, look, I am an expert in Chinese food and you are an expert in Western food. Why don't we come together? You send me your students who wants to learn Asian cuisine, and I send you my students who want, you know what I mean? This is a basic of give and take. But if each country says, oh, no, I don't want to have tourists, I don't want to have young kids, I want to charge more money, what kind of passport he has, or he has a German passport, we charge him more than the Singapore passport. That's where everything starts. It's an acceptance of a basic needs and wants to understand for the next generation, how can we educate students, give him the best opportunity, in a driven field, not only theoretical, academical, but also practical. Yeah. And that is where every country has to come together. I am working very well. Hong Kong is very open with the German market. I have many accreditation. I even send students over to exchange programs with Michelin restaurants. They are very welcome. But if you do that with America, oh my God, you're coming from Hong Kong? No. We don't want, we only take China people. I say, but we are also China, yeah? So it is an aspect of understanding and the concept of, look, take the political away. I'm working with city and guilds. It's the same thing. The UK standard is different than the Hong Kong. The worst one, I'm sorry, is the Australian one. They change every 3 years, from 3 years to 4 years to 2 years. As long as we don't have settled the basic yet, it's very difficult to come to a country to say, look, let's establish an international accreditation system.
Thank you. Zafar, any views of yours on this?
If you'd actually see, I'm again talking in terms of an industry kind of a thing. Now, I would talk about recognition. I'll keep the accreditation part of it, but I'll talk about recognition here. We would want students who are recognized by, institutes which are well known, as a recruiter, as a person who represents a hotel. We want people who are recognized by a particular institute. Now, imagine if I was opening an Italian restaurant, I probably want somebody who's got that background. So, so yes, recognition works for me. And then in terms of, accreditation, for sure, because it just adds value to a student. And, there's no end to learning. That's exactly what it is. You're just moving. And as you keep moving, if you're just adding more feathers with more accreditation, it just kind of helps the student, get to the part of success real fast as well.
And that's, again, what I mentioned, that is much more easier to achieve. A recognition versus an accreditation.
Yeah.
I can do much more by recognizing other students than giving actually an accreditation. Accreditation is a nightmare sometimes. But if I come up with a program and I give that program to another school and say, look, if you follow that program, I set it up for you, I will make sure your students will be recognized in this module. Right? And accreditation is for the entire program, but you can have mix and match on modules. You can be recognized in this module. Up to you what you want to learn. Is it a language? Is it a cuisine? Is it an F&B, right? And is at your own pace whenever you are available to do this.
Great. Thank you. That was a wonderful insight.
Also, Chef Bali, to comment the entire thing, I think so beautifully Chef Andreas and of course Chef Zafar has mentioned about it. I think, talking about that to get hold of the policymakers, it is us basically, a part of the IHC committee and definitely the Young Chef Olympiad Forum. Here where all of us are together, 50 nations coming together as a part of Global Connect. I think this would be a great approach for us to basically take ahead, unite, because that happens to be the vision. At the end of the day, that's a vision of the Young Chef Olympiad, to have, the education and definitely, the cross exchange of culture, food. And that is what has united us. And I think through this, we'll be able to stir the governance and definitely make a lot of changes and enhancement in the policies and take it ahead with them and definitely make a change in the traditions as well. And that is what I thought I would be basically, talking about as well as an educator, Chef Bali.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Lovely. So Chef Bali, I would like to, of course, thank all three of you for your expert views. And I trust, we have our studio now, our YCO Global Studio is waiting for all of us. And I can see Mr. Rupinder and definitely Ritu there on the hot seat waiting for us. And I'm certain they'll be also wanting to interact with all of you and ask some expert questions.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Sanchari. And hello, everyone. Hello, Chef Bali, Chef Muller, and Chef Ali. This was a very interesting, really, discussion that we had over here on recognition. And as Chef Andreas Muller just said, that yes, recognition is ever so important if we need to move ahead. Yeah, so
100%.
It was really quite interesting, really, here.
No, I quite like what Chef Muller was talking about when he mentioned that it need not be necessarily the entire accreditation. It could be, certain things which
is far more complicated.
Yes, really. yes. So that was really interesting. In fact, do we have any further questions from anyone who would like to add any aspects?
I think there aren't any questions from, of course, here, but then definitely what we'll be doing is, in case the questions would be coming up, because I'm certain all the students across different channels, because as I was just sharing with, Chef Bali also before this, a lot of details has in fact come in, and people are across the different channels watching the show today, and they would be sending across the questions, which we can always share with Chef Bali, Chef Andreas, and Chef Zafar. In the meantime, I do
have one question.
Yes,
I saw one question come up.
Yes, and this is by one of our students, Jeffrey, who in fact is asking, which is more important for a chef or a food and beverage professional, revenue generating knowledge with skills in food, in just F&B academic or F&B, and also with practical skills. Chef, I leave it to you.
Let me tell you, interesting question in the first place. Let me tell you, it needs to start off with skills, and then keeping the skills on, you need to start developing on your managerial skills. You need to start adding the other feathers in the cap as you keep growing. So, it has to be skill-based. You have to be a hardcore chef, a hardcore cook before you start off, and then keep adding, the managerial part of it, the food cost part of it, the revenues part of it, all of it. And then, as you keep growing, you'll find a use for all of it. Your skills will not go anywhere. So any amount of skills that you get, hold it on and keep building it on, and then keep adding that extra bit, as you keep going.
Yeah. Sanchari, I will just add a few words here to
Chef Bali. Sure.
Because at OCLD, when we do the postgraduate program, and I think it's always a challenge where we see that, the question which is asked is what is more important? I think both the things are equally important. both the things are important. I mean, today's generation, we definitely need chefs with a mindset that can bring in business, that can talk about bottom lines, that can contribute, you know, in creative lateral thinking to get more and more business for the organization. But yes, I you know, as Zafar said, that it will always start from the first step, and that first step is cleaning your kitchen, setting your tables right, doing the mise en place, understanding how to, you know, use only a peeler for the carrot to peel and not a knife, because, you know, then you understand the yield wastage and all that. Because with the knife, you will end up peeling more wastage, and with the peeler, right kind of peeler. So even you need to know which is the right peeler. Am I going to use an asparagus peeler? I'm going to use a potato peeler, or I'm going to use a vegetable peeler. You know, so that is the in-depth knowledge that a student needs to have in terms of skills. And of course, as and when, you know, either they can be a commie for their entire lives, but that is what then will separate the men from the boys. When they start learning about the business aspect is when he starts graduating to take the ladder up to a position of executive chef and beyond. You know, so I think both are important. I cannot lay more emphasis on one over the other.
I think very well put really here, Chef Bali. That was so important. And I think that's what the Oberoi Center for Learning and Development is known for, churning out leaders, irrespective of whether in culinary or food and beverage or front of the house operations.
Absolutely, I completely agree.
All right, so Sanchari,
yes,
like from your side, like, you know, you've got such an interesting panel lined up, and what a lovely topic, right? So,
absolutely.
And some of these chefs have been, you know, working, you know, behind the scenes, you know, through the years, and seeing the Young Chef Olympiad develop. So I would like them to comment on the same before we sign off from the, you know, studios here.
Do we start with Chef Bali?
Of course, let me tell you, I'm totally intimidated by this entire YCO happening digitally. I could have never imagined in my lifetime that it is, you know, because, and I'm intimidated because understanding the hard work that has gone behind it, you know, to have countries collected on different time zones, meticulous planning. I'm sure the critical paths started almost a year back, you know, or I think you just started in April when the lockdown happened, and you immediately foresaw it that, you know, yes, that's going to come. I think that is great. The way it has been executed, you know, and you know, the thing is that it has more participation from the regular YCO in the last years. So which is absolutely good. You know, kudos to the entire team of IIHM, Dr. Suborno Bose's leadership, you know, and you guys rock. I mean, you do such a tremendous job. I'm jealous.
Thank you so much, Chef Bali. Indeed, you know, it is all great teamwork and leadership, of course, in sight of, you know, Dr. Bose and, you know, the entire, every person in the team, all our students, you know, for the last 7 years. This happens to be the 7th year running of Young Chef. And, you know, every year we have seen things growing, enhancing. And this year, in fact, you know, the best part is, you know, Chef Andreas from Hong Kong. He's been a part of the Young Chef for a very, very young, you know, you can say long time. And, you know, being a mentor here. And definitely, we would like to hear from him, you know, his experiences. He's right now sitting in Hong Kong. Had it been the regular YCO, he would have been here with us today. Definitely, you know, in Calcutta, of course, you know, towards the last finals, but then he is in Hong Kong right now. And we definitely understand that he's missing out on this so much, and, you know, only able to see us through maybe these boxes. So Chef Muller, we would like to hear about, you know, about this from you as well, your insights.
Thank you very much. Yes, I do miss to be in India. So if I look at the sun coming down, I think I'm over in Delhi at the cloudy weather, right? Cool weather, very nice. No, I can only congratulate IIHM, Dr. Bose, Dr. Foskett, all the judges, and all the competitors and mentors through the 7 years. I've been there with them now 6 years. How it unfolds in a belief where we all say, this Dr. Bose has a vision, I don't think it's gonna work off. And it worked very well, and it shows everybody you can be united with what we call the white jacket, the power of the white jacket. I have to congratulate even more for this year, as it is a new norm. We as professional chefs say, no, we cannot do any digitalization. Cooking is all about hands and taste and hear and smell. And with cancellation of face-to-face classes, we only had, the only option is online teaching. And the council-wise issue here in Hong Kong is implement 10% on digitalization on training, assessment, and teaching. So that competition so far has given really a great insight on what is available to compete international-wise with so many students, with so many mentors, with the back of the house office under your guidance, individual, and not even one glitch where we say, oh my God, we lost the competitors' markings like this, right? So it tells you maybe, yes, China is always the front runner in digitalization. We have even here with us, AR and VR and AI already implemented. Robots, we have goggles, we can dismantle a 3D, we have a 3D picture of a cow, you know. That will all slowly come into the next generation of teaching. And I think that competition has really supported this innovation for everybody. I hear many judges telling me, wow, what you can all do with technique today on bringing the taste, the future into somebody's house kitchen, into your office. I don't need to be back in the kitchen anymore. I can just sit here, right? So that is most important. It tells the world, as Dr. Bose already said, Dr. Foskett, we are back in action. We have actually never been taking a break, right? And we are there to continue, and that competition until now, wow, it's really a wow effect. Congratulations.
Wonderful. And we have another question here, Sanchari, that has just come in right now.
Yes. And that would be, of course, a very interesting question again. And this is, do we have any shortcut to being a chef? Can digitalization help being a chef for young aspirants? Chef, who would like to answer this? Very interesting question again.
Do we have any shortcut to being a chef? Can digitalization help being a chef for young aspiration?
We need your German humor in this one.
As I told you, digitalization is possible in only a certain aspect. I can give you an online course. What is normally takes 3 years, you can finish in 80 hours. It's an online course. It's an evidence course. It is all via digitalization. But of course, I cannot sit here and taste the food. That's why we implemented 3 country judges, right? They're gonna help us to identify, because the judges over there cannot smell, is it burnt, is it crispy, is it soft, is it hard? So yes, they say there is room for improvement on digitalization, but digitalization only comes in our form for one reason, for saving cost. You can have a robot system in F&B to deliver the food in order to save your manpower on cost for the F&B waiters. But you cannot, in a production kitchen, you can have robots cooking the food. It's all material inside like a computer. In a normal restaurant, I'm sorry, beside the white jacket as a chef, there's only one more in the white jacket, is a doctor. The doctor and the chef are the only one who will survive providing service for anybody, never ending. So digitalization only has a certain part, maybe 10, 15%, and the rest, it comes with passion. And passion a robot can do for you.
I will just like to add here, Sanchari. So when
Yes, Chef
it's
Bali.
an interesting question from I think a very young mind, and I must tell the person who's asking this question that being a chef is a skill. It's a skillful job, and there are no shortcuts to learning skills, because skills are something that you get better and better at. You can never say that I have learned and mastered this now. And I think that is one of the unique things of in a skill job. So definitely there are no shortcuts, but yes, what you need is a lot of perseverance, because you will only learn to be a great chef with your own experiences, because those experiences are all about failures in your life. The more you fail, the more you make mistakes, is teaches you something more that a books or anything cannot teach you. So it is your own experiences actually that teach you a lot to become a chef. And so I think that is important. And digitalization, of course, can help you be a better chef in terms of helping your processes really, getting standardized. I mean, nowadays we talk about iCloud kitchens, we talk about, McDonald's or any of these places which are absolutely, they have standardized recipes like Domino. If you go to any of such places, they use a lot of technology in terms of putting things together because of the consistent product. So definitely those things will really help. But if you say that, some digital robot will come and make you a quicker chef, no. The only shortcut then is to have a lot of cuts on your hands and fingers, which is not a good thing.
So well said, Chef. And I think this has been such an interesting enclave, and so many insights, a lot of humor as well, and definitely a lot of learning. I'm certain all students and definitely everybody who's watching here definitely has taken a lot of information, a lot of learning from this session. I'm so happy to have this very amazing, panel of Chef Bali, Chef Andreas, and definitely Zafar, who is here with us today. And Zafar, before we go ahead and take over the next session of this symposium, why don't you basically tell a little bit about yourself? You've experienced the young chef very closely at Bangalore, being a judge there, of course, observing, and of course, a little insight from your end before we go ahead and exit from the session.
To just wrap it off, I must say, you guys are like wine. You're just getting better with age, in simple words. So I've been a part of it for quite some time now. And the only thing that I've seen is that, you are just moving, I'm not even saying one step at a time. I would say, the entire, I don't know, you're just running. And it's fantastic to see that. And even in these difficult times of COVID times and all of it, it's so nice to see that it's not just been lost. People are cutting corners. People are, saying that it's not going to be work, and you still have put this together. You've still made it so successful. There's so many countries that are still come inside. All I could say is, as Chef Bali said, I envy you. That's the way it is. Exactly what it is. Proud of you guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chef Zafar. In fact, thank you so much, my expert panel. I'm so happy, to in fact host you, all three of you today. My favorites all the time, and so much of learning that I have in fact taken from this conversations that all of you have had. And I'm certain the same goes for the audience as well. And now we would basically like to head to the global studio for the next symposium to come in. Stay with us, and Chef Bali, Chef Andreas, Chef Zafar, stay with us and be a part of the closing ceremony as well. All of you are already there with the commencement of course the finales, and of course the next couple of hours as well, right? There are lots to do. Young Chef Olympiad has lots to still. So this entire day is definitely filled with a lot of symposiums. The chef's world is going on right now. All the countries are cooking some amazing stuff, and we are going to be watching that live instant time once again. So thank you so much, all of you, and to the audience, thank you for watching us and definitely taking a learning. Over to you, Rupinder.
Right. So thank you so much, Sanchari, and thank you for such a enriching discussion that we've heard. All right, and I would like to thank Chef Bali.
Thank you.
I would like to thank Chef Bali, Chef Andreas Muller, and Chef Ali for joining us for this discussion. And we would now like to inform our viewers that we are heading for another symposium in a short while from now.
Yes, and a very interesting really symposium. And before we move ahead, a very big thank you to all the three chefs for joining us here today. And thank you, Sanchari, for a wonderful session.
Thank you.
And yes, we move ahead as Rupinder, you just mentioned a very interesting session here with a very interesting panel. And it is it's going to be a discussion on entrepreneurship with two wonderful people. And we'll have Chef Enzo Oliveri, and we have CEO of Istara. Seeing if you have Mr. Krishna Kumar here, and we have Abdullah here with us. And welcome, gentlemen, to this session. Welcome, Chef Enzo. And before we begin, a very happy birthday to you, Chef.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah.
Happy birthday, Chef Enzo.
Thank you. I missed to be in India this year and having my cake, my special cake that Abdullah normally makes sure that I'm gonna have it and not just in my mouth, but all over my face. And really, I missed that. Hello, Abdullah. Hello to everybody. And I'm glad to be here with you today.
Lovely. And to take this session ahead, we'll hand it over to Mr. Abdullah Ahmad. Abdullah will be taking forward this session and would be moderating this wonderful, really interesting session. We eagerly look forward to hearing everyone's views here. Over to you, Abdullah.
All right, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. And in the beginning, wish you a very, very happy birthday, Chef Enzo. And I think today is the right day to talk about art of entrepreneurship. That is that is the topic. So welcome everybody to the Young Chef Olympiad. Welcome everybody to the world's biggest culinary Olympiad that is currently underway across the world. I can't say just India; it's happening across the world. Across 24 time zones, where 50 countries are connected and fighting out on the biggest culinary battle on planet Earth. Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the events where you've tuned in of the Young Chef Olympiad, and we are having some amazing panel discussions. And today in my panel, well, the topic is art of entrepreneurship. And we've got Chef Enzo Oliveri with us, Italian celebrity chef, all the way logging in from London. And of course, we've got Mr. Kumar Krishna, who is the CEO of Istara Co-Living. Well, both of them come with loads and loads of experiences. Both of them are entrepreneurs, and there couldn't be a better day to get them talk about the secrets of opening up your own business. So all those of you and all of the students and people in the world who are watching this live, linking onto a channel and who want to start the business, guys, don't wait. Put in your questions here in the chat box and we will take it up towards the end, because not everyday legends like Chef Enzo and Kumar Krishna join in and give us time to talk about the secrets of the business. And today we are going to have a candid chat with them, and we are going to dissect this word called entrepreneurship, how easy it is to start, difficulties that we face, and of course, what are the things that we need to keep in mind when we start our own business. It's not as easy as it looks. Making money needs some planning. Making money really needs to be with a lot of precision, and of course, it comes with a lot of passion and madness as well. Money comes in, but yes, passion, madness has to be a part of it. We all know about it, but we've never dissected this word called entrepreneurship. We all know that we can start our own businesses, but we never. We all know that we can, be successful and become Jeff Bezos, but we always stay back. And there's something that stops us back. This session, we are going to interpret this word for you, and we are going to find out what, if you start your own business, the difficulties that will come across and what you should be planning of. Welcome to both of you, Chef Enzo Oliveri and Chef Kumar Krishna, in our show today.
Thank you. Thank you, Abdullah.
Thank you.
All right, as we move forward, I will straight away go to the point and we'll get Chef Enzo Oliveri in the picture out here. Chef Enzo, art of entrepreneurship is something that is a very easy topic to understand, but it's a very difficult topic to execute. Along with the passion, madness, and the money comes losses and profits, comes the entire back end that needs to be handled. And of course, at the end of the day, if that back end does not support the money flowing in, it's not as fruitful as it is. So I think straight going to the topic, what's your feedback, or what do you think about the word called art of entrepreneurship? And any entrepreneur or any budding entrepreneur who's watching this tonight or watching this today evening, wanting to start his own business, what are the first possibly 3 points that you would rate as the most important? Over to you, Chef Enzo.
Okay, so if we really analyze the word entrepreneurship, entrepreneur, what does it mean? So if we start from this point, we can see that this is a person who set up a business and takes on financial risks and in hope to make profit. Those 2 points, risk and profit, you have to minimize the risk and make sure that you're going to get profit. Starting with this in mind, then you can understand it and go forward. One thing that I can see that nobody's born knowing that this is a businessman. You learn how to be a businessman. So you have to ask questions, you have to study, you have to look at it, you have to make the math. If you haven't got the math right, you haven't got business. So that's the 3 points. Knowing how to calculate it, minimize the risk, and really make sure that you're going to get the profit.
All right. I think risks and profit you've very rightly put in, because at the end of the day, profits are directly connected to the risks that you take. So as an entrepreneur, if I take you back 30 years when you decided to start your own business and when the first seeds of an entrepreneur came up, what was the background then that you came in from, and what were the challenges that you accomplished and, you know, crossed over?
Yeah, it was actually, I was 23 when I done my first business. Before that, I thought many years how to execute this business. Don't be cocky, don't be thinking that because you got the money, you can do business. You have to really think about it. You have to be sure that you're not going to fail. Because if you fail, the first time around, you cannot carry on because you're broken. But saying that, if you have the background, if you study it, then you have a more chance to do the first time. When I did, after I thought many years, I made sure that I had some backing, not just financially, but also support with a friend of mine. We did work for many years together, and we were sharing the risk and we were doubling the experience. That was my first approach of doing business. I went and worked hard to put the money together. And when I had the money together, me and my friend, which is a very good friend still now, he gave me we put the money together, we had the money to start with a little bit of extra money, not just to open up the door. You have to have a little bit more money than after, because you don't think that open up the door and you got a full restaurant or a full cafeteria, whatever you think you're going to be doing, you're not going to be busy on the first day. So calculate a little bit more money on the first time. Saying that, my friend, he really chicken out. He couldn't bear to lose money, because when you invest money, you can lose it. You have to just put in your mind that the money is allocated to the business. And he couldn't bear. He was thinking that he worked for many years, put the money on the side, and he will lose it. He said, Enzo, you're my friend, I trust you. I said, you can use the money, and I know you're going to give me back one day. He said, I can do it. I said, all right, fair enough. So it's understandable. I felt really also the fear in a sense. And so I could understand him. I used this money, opened up the restaurant. I worked, and in no time, because I done my calculation right, because I found the right spot, I done the right marketing, I was busy. So he came to me and he said, Enzo, I feel more comfortable now. He said, I feel that being that you got the money, I want to be in partnership with you. I said, Sergio, I had to change my strategy. I had to do on my own. It's too late now. Next time that I do business, I will ask you again. And and all the time, when I do business, I ask him till now, because he says, yeah, we do next time, we do next time. He never done it. He hasn't got in his bone to do business. And from there, I've done around 50 business now, and here I am.
Wonderful. I think you said it right, Enzo. It's all about calculation. I think that's what you've been putting and harping ever since you joined in. Calculation and risk. They are two points that go into entrepreneurship. I'll come back to you. We'll go to Mr. Kumar Krishna, who has got massive experience, about 20 years. Last year was the general manager of the Radisson Hyderabad, and now he's the CEO of Istara Co-Living. Mr. Kumar, welcome to the show. And yes, we know the story and you know the rags to riches story that you've been doing. I think we are all very mesmerized by your story, and our students and viewers would like to know, where did this idea came in from, and how did you capitalize and monetize on this idea? Because ideas is something that we all have. The person who gets successful is, how do you monetize that? So I want to hear a little more about that from you, Mr. Kumar.
Yeah. Thank you, Abdullah. Chef, a very happy birthday to you. If you are in India, we are going to give you virtual birthday bumps today.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Thank you, Abdullah. So just quickly, the journey of my entrepreneurship started in 2008. This is my second coming in entrepreneurship. So the first entrepreneurship that I had a chain of QSR restaurants for about 4 years. I failed miserably, lost a lot of money, had to work back to get into life. So it's been angling across. Experience teaches you what not to do in future more than what you have to do. So I think every failure, you come out as a better person in understanding what not to do when you do entrepreneurship again. So this time around, when we started Istara, I think it was 2016, me and my good friend were having a chat. Gilbert, who's also the co-founder and managing director of this company. So we were talking about, what do we want to do in hospitality, and do I want to wear a suit all the time and be a general manager for the rest of my life, or do I want a corporate world, or would I like to plunge back into entrepreneurship? So at that stage, we had two different sets of opinions that came, or rather converged. One was, we were seeing this massive pain point of aligning an industry or consolidating an industry, which generally was in a very unbranded segment, or very fragmented. So, that offered a great opportunity for us to build something which could basically consolidate into a structured segment. The second aspect was basically education by itself over the last 50 years has transformed very little in terms of student experience in a living place. So when we checked with various very prestigious universities, very prestigious colleges, so while the focus was always on the academics, and how are we going to keep our academics in line with today's trend? Or in a lot of good colleges like IIHM, how are we going to keep in trend with what's going to happen in the future? A lot of academic interpretations was happening, but one thing that a lot of them failed to understand was these students needed a place to stay, and where they had to stay had to mirror what the thought process of tomorrow is going to be. So we looked at these two pain points of, a young professional who's coming to a new city, into an urban city, and then a student who basically moves out of his comfort of his home for the first time, and how do we make him comfortable? So we got talking on this. So we started off in Hyderabad with about 100 beds. We said a very important note to all entrepreneurs: always test the waters. Don't plunge into the deep sea without knowing how to swim, and make sure your oxygen cylinder is on you. Without both, don't jump. So we tested our waters. We placed about 100 beds in Hyderabad. We studied the customer behavior for 3 months. We understood what the customer talked about us. We understood what the market wanted. A lot of times as entrepreneurship, it is also very easy to get carried away with our own thoughts. And sometimes that kind of takes you away from the reality of what the market needs. So very, very important to keep your ears open in terms of what the market's saying, in terms of what your product is. and is it really being accepted? So we tried it for about 6 months. We tweaked the model a little bit. We adjusted what adjustments the business model had to make, also in terms of our offering, etc., etc. So once we had 100, we said, okay, let's do 1,000 now. So, 0 to 100 is 100x. That's the big decision. 100 to 1,000 is a much easier decision. That's just 10x. So, when you've done the 100x, 10x is pretty easy. So we said, okay, let's do the 10x next. We did the 1,000. We were happy with what happened. Again, a lot of learnings. And what is really important is that every learning is recorded and every learning is basically looked at as learning. The entrepreneur's world is a very small world. You sometimes live with yourself in your own thoughts. You tend to believe a lot of what you're doing is correct. You tend to be very defensive. You tend to say like, I know what I'm doing. This is what the market needs. But then the elephant's ear syndrome starts coming in. Have a large ear and have a very short mouth. Start absorbing, start sponging what the market says. And when we did that, we went through a lot more of tweaks. We did a lot more of tweaks. So pre-COVID, we did a 6x growth from 1,000 to 6,000. So post-COVID, and what we always say is successful entrepreneurs are the ones who are able to bear the failures and be resilient. Is your business model tweaked to failures? If your business model is just focusing on successes, I think the last time I was on an IIHM panel, I was talking about a roller coaster ride. A roller coaster doesn't always go top. It always, there's a top. For you to be thrilled, there's also a slope. So if you believe it's always steep, you're mistaken. A business cycle has to have a healthy mixture of both steeps and slope. So we prepared for the steep. We wanted to make sure that we are having some very clear, tangible objectives on what we want to achieve. And I'm happy today that, we've come out of COVID, doubling our inventory before we entered COVID. So to me, COVID was a great opportunity. And that's what successful entrepreneurs do. Entrepreneurs look at how we could convert a calamity into an opportunity. And that means adaptations, that means pivoting. So the overall message that from the start I would like to give them is, never be stuck on your business. Don't take it too personal. Be ready to adapt to what the market wants you to adapt, and be prepared to make some sacrifices in terms of compromising your thoughts to what the market needs. So it's been a very interesting journey. And I think this year we are setting sights on 20,000 by December. This time it's just a 2x. So we've done the 100x, we've done the 10x. So now we are focusing on just a 2x growth. And the team are much more confident of delivering a 2x growth compared to what they've done in the past. So that's a very little about our journey so far.
Wonderful. So I think you said it right. I think it's all about planning, and that is what the general, is always the norm, that you should always have a plan. And I think I'll come to the point where you talked about, the business should be planned, keeping failures in mind. I will come on to that point. But before that, when an entrepreneur starts to plan, there is the biggest challenge. The biggest challenge that comes the financial assistance that you get. Thoughts is something that, we can still work out and try to implement it. From thoughts to implementation is a big step, but that implementation also is a very important part when it comes to financial assistance. Right. So when you started it, or possibly, let me retweak the question. If any student or anybody who's an entrepreneur has got an idea, if he wants to start, you did say that you start fresh with little, testing your feet in 100 meters of water, and then you go into the deep sea. Don't go immediately. So how would you suggest, or what is your take point on an entrepreneur who comes to you and says that, how do I start? I've got an idea, but I don't have any money. Yeah. Not everybody has got, access to investors. So how to plan that?
Yeah, so I think a couple of points that will help these students today. First is, when you're looking at what you want to start, I think sometimes the word entrepreneurship is hijacked for something very big all the time. Not necessarily. We always look at Jeff Bezos and Bill Gates, etc., etc. So entrepreneurship doesn't have to always have orientation to big names. And I think that's our fault too, that we've always oriented entrepreneurship to some very big names. When you do that, when you start orienting yourself to that level, your pressure point is very huge right from the beginning. So think of entrepreneurs. When you think of entrepreneurship, look at the guy who sells vegetable on the streets. Look at guys who basically come and deliver something at your doorstep. You know, the root level entrepreneurship is one of the most solid cases and most viable forms of entrepreneurship. So before we start dreaming how big we want, the first thing I would recommend to the students or anybody who comes to me is you start small but think big. Start small by saying, if you want to own a restaurant, you can start with a joint which costs you very little money, opposed to having a 100-cover restaurant and you've got to invest X amount in that 100-cover restaurant. So, there's quite a lot of concepts in terms of shadow kitchens now that you can do something from home. You can basically, you can reach the market through various other platforms today, opposed to having your own outlet and sinking in a lot of capital. So always think of what's the cheapest way for you to start, keeping your core idea in mind. And that kind of helps you get some reality in terms of how much of cash would you need to do for your business. So the second aspect about raising cash is, when you have a brilliant idea, always think about one thing. Your thought process, what pain point are you setting out to take off? So what pain point are you relieving from the customer? What's the pain point of the customer that you're solving? So if you are solving a pain point of a customer, the chances of your success is far greater than you coming with your idea that you want to enforce in the market. For example, I'm a fantastic pizza maker and I want to make great pizzas. Fabulous, I'm going to love pizzas. I'm sure chef on the panel would love pizzas. But are you really equipped? And is that what the market really wants today from you? Is Kumar's Pizzas going to be the next Domino's Pizzas? Maybe, maybe not. But what are the chances of that going to be there? So my point is, understand the pain point of a consumer and understand very clearly how you're going to solve the pain point. Once you've got an idea on what your idea is, and you're able to relate to people in terms of how you're going to solve that pain point for the consumer, your investments are pretty much in discussion. What is it as an investor? I mean, we have private equity funds working with us from around India and a couple from abroad. So what they always ask us is, the moment you've answered your question of your idea and the pain point you're trying to solve in the market, 80% of the questions that the investor asks you is sorted. At that stage, what you basically need to do is look at seed funding or somebody who's able to carry you in a very small way in terms of giving you a break in the market. So for budding entrepreneurs, there's a lot of forums. If you're on LinkedIn, people like me, we are a part of a lot of entrepreneurial societies who encourage, invest in youngsters, mentor youngsters in a very small way as seed capitalists. So there's quite a lot of seed capital available around if your idea is great. And individuals like me or anybody in that forum, for example, even what IIHM has done is the last time we were talking about Sahas. So there's quite a lot of these platforms that are available for you to look at seed capital. But that seed capital is given to people who have a fantastic idea to a problem that consumers have. And these two are very critical if your business plan is going to be a success.
Super. I think of the cheapest way possible and understand the pain point of consumer. these two quotes that you just said, I take it as one of the most important quotes. And I'll come back to you. We'll go back to London, to Chef Enzo. And we're going to talk about failures. You know, I've spoken to a lot of entrepreneurs, and I always talk, and it's always great to talk about the success stories, but I also want to talk about failures. Enzo, I would like you to share to our student audience who's watching this now and on the YouTube and the Facebook, where it's being live, about your failures, because it's okay to fail in life, which is my always message to students. We cannot be 100% perfect. It's all right to fail. But unfortunately, in the entrepreneurship space, we always talk about success and money and, you know, all those stories. We never talk about failures. So I'll take you to London all the way from here to Chef Enzo about what's his take on failures and some failure that you'd like to share with the students today.
Well, I would say that there is no such thing as failure, because you have to be positive. You have to have the right mindset. I think you can miscalculating. I call miscalculating and no failure to myself, because I don't want to feel that I've failed on something. Even though Krishna said, Kumar said that this is a roller coaster. Is a roller coaster. Every business is a roller coaster, and really you have to be careful when is the turn, and you have to be ready for it. You have to be prepared for it. So what has happened to me is that I miscalculated it, and well, you can say failed in a way, but you have to turn things around. You have to step back and look the business from outside and know again, no personal. Business is not something personal that is attached in your heart. You work with your heart in the business. You give everything you can in the business, but you have to be able to step back and look from outside and see how you can turn it. And changing strategy, changing format, changing model, you can turn it around. I've done before, and it can be done.
Wonderful. So what's your take on, you know, the entrepreneurs, budding entrepreneurs who are wanting to start their own business? Imagine they come to you and they say, I've got an idea. How do I start? I don't have any money. What would your guidance be to that particular student or that person?
Yeah, that's about many times this question and I say always, what is your plan? What is your model? Have you done the right math? Have you got the right idea? What is the difference of others' idea? What is the niche? Why would I invest in you? Why anybody else invest in you? You have to have something that is unique, something that is that it makes profit, because again, if you make profit, people will invest in you and will help you. But don't be afraid to ask questions. That's what I say. You have to study. You have to make sure you know where you're going. You have to have a nice business plan so you can explain. Business plan explains everything, where you come from and where you want to go. If you got that, and the people that want to invest, there is a lot of people that want to invest, and they can read in a business plan, they would invest in you.
Oh, wonderful. I think what you said resonates to what Mr. Krishna Kumar said. You talked about what is the niche and why should I invest? I think that's one question that any investor will ask. And Mr. Kumar said that understand the pain point of consumer and think of the cheapest way to invest. Well, both are very coincidentally the same meanings, meaning that you need to plan well and start in time. But going back to Hyderabad, Mr. Kumar, what's your understanding on you know, like you said, from 100x to 1000x is only 10 times than it was 100 times when you started. So what's your understanding of pushing the business once the business has started? You know, is there a formula to expand? Is there a formula that can be put in? Is there one common Jack formula that can be given to everybody, how to accelerate growth, or is it that it will differ from business to business?
I think it's definitely business by business. I think there is no standard formula that every business would grow at a certain pace if X, Y, Z actions are going to happen. So growth is a very interesting phenomenon. If you see around the world, if you look at a lot of startups, most startups have crashed, not because they were not a great idea. Most startups have crashed because they did not do the scaling right. Scaling absorbs a lot of capital. Scaling is very intensive. Scaling has a lot of quality related issues that has to be prepared for. And scaling also means that you are not doing anything by yourself anymore, but you're building a great team around you. And these are very critical aspects, whether it's capital, human capital, capital as cash, and also capital as knowledge. Because not very many people today have been successful in growing their businesses 100x or 1000x around the world. So scaling has to be done very patiently. And as I said, the road to the top of the mountain is going to happen by going through the motions of the travel. You're not going to be teleported from here to there overnight. So again, scaling comes with it with very, very different challenges opposed to what you were doing as a smaller business. As a smaller business, you as an entrepreneur had total control on the input as well as the output. And in a model where it's scaled, as an entrepreneur, you do not have a lot of control over input because your business is very, very large. To a large degree, you are also not completely in control of the output because your business is so large that there is a level of inconsistency that's going to creep in any business model. So how far have you planned to mitigate those inconsistencies? How far have you studied the market in terms of what is the maximum threshold that the market can take? And why I say that is, without naming it, I'm going to give you a supermarket chain, which unfortunately is no longer operating in the world. And what they did was, when they had the capital to expand, they went on an expansion spree. It was all great to hear. You read on Economic Times that we've opened 1,000, we've opened 2,000 stores today, we opened 3,000 stores today. So the investors are very excited when they say 3,000 stores, 4,000 stores, etc., etc. But every investor will ask you one question: that what is that store making as return on investments? So capital is not free of charge. Capital has a cost. So what's it that I'm getting back? So at some stage, the company scaled so rapidly that they failed to understand that 40% of their stores were actually competing for the same market. So X was competing with Y, and both X and Y were catering to the same market segment and the same demographic market. So what you were doing is you're throwing money to basically fight amongst two of your own brands or two of your own stores. And that's bad planning. That's very bad planning, which is why it's quite important to understand how much can the market take in terms of your product. So if you're selling ice creams, and if you're selling ice creams in a kilometer's radius, find out how many ice creams is the maximum threshold for that 1 kilometer radius. And if you can't cater through one store, then open another store. If not, take that second store, plonk it in another place where you're able to sell more ice creams. So in a nutshell, scaling comes with 3 challenges. 1, market understanding of the threshold limit of what the market can accept your product for. 2nd, capital constraints. Remember, scale requires a lot of capital. Cash, human resources capital, and knowledge as a capital. And 3, always be prepared for plan B. If your scale doesn't go to your plans, how are you going to roll back without killing the business? So I think those are the 3 key challenges of scaling. But again, if your proof of concept and your concept is great, you're solving a pain point of a customer, these should be considerably easier to scale opposed to having a business model which does not solve pain points.
I think you made a very interesting point, Mr. Kumar. iPhone killed its iPod business because they wanted to push their phones, and that's exactly what you mean. I think it's a very interesting conversation. We'll go back to London, but for all those of you who've just joined in onto our social media handles, we are in conversation with Chef Enzo Oliveri, who's an Italian celebrity chef, joined in all the way from London, and we are with Mr. Kumar Krishna, who's the CEO for Istara Co-Living from Hyderabad. We are talking about the art of entrepreneurship, and in the session before, we've chatted about the start of business and how to start. And let's moving forward, going to Chef Enzo Oliveri. Chef Enzo, I think Mr. Kumar made a very interesting point about the mistakes that the startups do on scaling up. What's your take on that, about if you wrongly scale up? You run multiple restaurants in London, you run multiple businesses across Italy and Sicily. You're making billions of dollars and pounds every year. Sorry for revealing the secrets to public, but these are, I think, facts and figures that people should know, that the rags to riches story, they should be motivated, isn't it? So over to you about your take.
I think if we start with the students of IIHM, they are very, very lucky because they've got already a base of contact, a base that they give support, a base that they can go back and ask questions. Don't be scared to ask questions, because sometimes you need an answer. And you are with professional, I think, and I'm sure you are surrounded of professional, the best professional in the market. So do ask questions if you are stuck. If you are preparing a business plan, just ask the questions and you will get the answer. Get many answers as possible, and then you make your own. Scaling is something that you have to be, again, looking from the outside. Don't be, if you have one business and you are full hands-on, you cannot concentrating on scaling. So you have to step back and rely on the team that you choose, the team that you have planned. They have to be your eyes and your hands. You have to allow a little bit of a percentage of mistakes because they are not you, but calculating that, you can be out and you can scale your business. All the precautions have to be taken. Scaling is not that easy. Yes, it's easier when you are used to do it, but if it's your first time, it's scary because you want to do the same thing as the first time, and it's not the same time. It's never the same. It's always a different situation, different clientele, different area. You will find all the same, all different problems that you never had before. So be full hands-on on the second part of it, and again, have another team to do your work. And then from the outside, then you can calculate, and you can be there to be able to intervene when it's needed. So you have to have a clear mind that the scaling is like you have a family with many babies. Where you gonna be? Are you taking one to the park when the other one needs to go to the doctor? No, you go to the doctor when there is one that needs to go to the doctor, and when on your spare time you take the other one to the park. So yeah, you have to have the right understanding when you have to intervene, and make sure you got the right team with you, because they are you. That's what I will tell them.
Well, you've talked about, I think in the first part as well, and even when we were talking to Mr. Krishna Kumar, he was talking about calculations. And I think calculation plays a very important role when you start your own business, but not everybody can calculate. So do I understand from this conversation that business is not meant for everybody? They are not everybody is as good in calculation. So possibly there are people who will never be able to start their own business, and possibly they're good in jobs only. So what's your view on that, Chef Enzo?
Of course, yeah, business is not for everybody, because not everybody wants to live a life of tension, because he is a businessman. There is always tension. That you have to live on relationship. You have to be a public eye. You have to be ready there all the time, 24 hours a day. You are working, and no everybody is prepared to do that. There is people, they decide, I want to be working for a company and not having the responsibility of financial or 24 hours on duty. So is that to understand? It's not everybody have to be a businessman. You have to be ready and prepared for the sacrifice and for the pleasure, because to me, business is a pleasure. And every success that I have in business, it makes me feel good. But there is a price for it. And are you ready to pay the price? That's what I will say to them. And don't just concentrate on profitability. Don't just concentrate on making money. Don't forget the customer service is what gives you more satisfaction. Because if you have the right customer service, the right model, the profit comes automatically if you've done the calculation right.
I think you've made a very interesting point. Ladies and gentlemen, to all those of you logged in, we are okay to take questions. You can put in your question in the chat box. We'll be happy. We're about just about 17 minutes before we finish the session, all in all. So I think, but going back to you, Chef Enzo, as people write, and we get questions from YouTube and Facebook as well onto the chat box. So if there has to be some checklist for students. Everybody wants to dream big, right? Everybody wants to be rich. Everybody wants to become a billionaire. And you rightly said, Mr. Krishna Kumar, in the beginning, that we should, go back to the roots when we talk about starting of entrepreneurship, and we should not connect entrepreneurship always with Jeff Bezos, because the pressure points are high. So what you said is right. But then everybody wants to do that. I mean, that's what you feel, that's what you think. But if I go to any class 12 student and I ask him, do you want to start your own business? Everybody will take Jeff Bezos or possibly Mr. Mukesh Ambani or Sir Richard Branson as their role models. So there has to be some checklist that needs to be given to them that, boss, you're not good in business, so please don't, think about it. Carry on with the job. So, Chef Enzo, and I'll come back to you with this question, Mr. Kumar. I'll go to London first, and I've got another friend who's logged in. I can see Chef John Wood as well. He's a entrepreneur as well, and I'll take this question to him as well. And we'll get him in the conversation, ladies and gentlemen, in just about 2 minutes from now. But the question remains the same for all three of you. And the question is that, what are the checkpoints to tell a youngster whether should he get into business or not? Chef Enzo.
Okay, thinking big is nothing wrong with it at all. It's really, you have to think big, but as Kumar said, you have to start with the basic. You have to understand small to think big. And that was the right words. And the checklist is, first of all, do I want to do the sacrifice? Am I ready for it? Do I find financial backup? Do I find the right team? Am I in the right place? Have I got the right format? Have I got the right product? Because the product that you're selling have to be different, have to be a niche, have to be unique. And you have to have all these points together to be able to do the first step. When you ask all these questions to yourself and you say, yes, I've got the very thing, then yes, put all in a business plan. The business plan, it sets all these points to be read. It's like a music that you can read on a business plan.
All right, the same question. I'll come back all the way from London to Hyderabad, Mr. Kumar.
Yeah. So I think I think Chef said it absolutely right. I think just if I would like to add on from my personal experience, and I think what really differentiates yourself from other people is your passion. You have a great idea, you want to do a lot of it, but you have the passion to basically drive to see the end of it. So most of entrepreneurs, every one of us have great ideas. In hospitality, You know, when you're a general manager, or when you're a chef, or when you're running your own F&B, you always dream of your own restaurant. You always dream of your own boutique hotel. You always dream of having a chain of hotels in terms of understanding service levels, etc., etc. But how far can the passion carry you? So, are you prepared for a longer run? Are you prepared, as Chef rightly said, to make the necessary sacrifices that goes into making a company? You know, take any successful company, and why I always related to Jeff Bezos or not wanting to do that is, it takes time, a lot of time, to build a company. So if your intention is to build a great company in 3 years and start reaping the dividends of it, it's not going to happen. I think that's the stage when you've got to tap on your head and say, hey, listen, time to wake up, and it's you know, it's time to look at something else. So be prepared for two things. One, be prepared to stay in it for as long as it takes. And if your passion is the same or more throughout the entire journey, you have a better chance of making it as a successful entrepreneur. If basically either two of these are a mismatch, that's your first checkpoint to say, no, don't do it. If your passion is not going to carry you all the way to the end, and if you basically feel that you're not in it for the long run, then there is a disconnect immediately that should tell you that that's not something you want to do. And the other most important is capital. You know, I might have great passion. I might have fantastic passion. I might say, I want to stay in it for the long run. But a lot of people do not enter entrepreneurship for the simple fact that they are not able to compromise the risks that you put yourself and sometimes your families in it, in terms of going through a patch that necessarily might not be the way you wanted it to pan out. So again, do you have enough reserves to make sure that you're planning it, and if something goes wrong, you're hitting the ground running to start fresh again? So you've got to ask yourself these questions before you make the plunge. And in a lot of places, it's quite important. As a young entrepreneur, your chances of entering entrepreneurship is a lot easier than an entrepreneur who basically starts at the age of 35 or 40, because there are various other commitments that this person has, which sometimes overtakes the need for being an entrepreneur. And that kind of relegates this whole entrepreneurship to the second role. And it's a compromise to say you don't want it. So just, you know, whether you're in for the long run, is your passion going to carry you through the entire journey? And most importantly, do you have enough capital to sustain the business and sustain yourself in this journey? And I think those three are very key points of your checklist before you make this plunge.
All right, I think there was a very interesting point that you made again here, is that to be prepared to stay in it for a long run. I think that's holds very important. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got Chef John Wood as well, who's with us, who was earlier working as an executive chef with Burj Al Arab, but now he runs a very, very successful company called Kitchen Cut in UK, and gives, you know, the software to all the chefs and trains all the chefs around the world. Welcome to the show, Chef John Wood. I saw you there, and I know you've been a very successful entrepreneur yourself, so I couldn't resist pull you in the panel without your permission. But I think our students need to know from you about the checklist that they need to think that they should have before plunging in for business. What's your take on that, Chef John Wood?
I think there's been some really good points. And I think one of the starting points, Abdullah, is what you mentioned is, you know, there's a lot of people that think, you know, at a young age, I want to be an entrepreneur, but, you know, that doesn't make you an entrepreneur. And, you know, you have to really want to sort of do this as part of a passion, as everyone's discussed, you know, and if you just want to make some money, that's not enough reason to start a business, and that's not enough reason to do it. And I had my own restaurants. I grew a restaurant group from 1 to 11 restaurants in Southeast London, and you know, it's blood, sweat, and tears. You know, the whole thing. And the only reason that kept me going and got me up at 5 o'clock in the morning when I went to bed at 3 o'clock in the morning was, you know, is I loved it. I actually had a passion for it, and if you don't have that, you will struggle to succeed. And you need capital investment, as been mentioned. You need that passion, and you know, the old saying is, you know, fail to plan and plan to fail. If you don't put structured plans in place and build out a good business plan, as Enzo mentioned earlier on, you know, you will fail. You know, and if you don't, you're just lucky. And everyone talks about, yeah, Richard Branson, look at him, he's so rich and he's so famous, you know, the rest of it. He has set up more failed businesses than successful businesses. And if you go and look at Richard Branson's businesses, there's Virgin perfume, there's Virgin footwear, there's Virgin everything, and they failed. But you have to be prepared to fail as well. But if you put all the structure and processes in place and you plan and execute it, you have far better chance of getting it. There's no guarantee on any of this. And even if you're Richard Branson, you think, or if he launches Virgin perfume, it's going to be successful. No, it wasn't. It didn't succeed at all. It was on the market for about 12 months and then got taken off. So there's no guarantee in any of it. But if you have passion, you have drive, you have commitment, you have a plan, you have financial support that can take you through that, and you don't, you know, it's good to aim big and think big, but you've got to be a realist about it. And just saying, I want to be the next Jeff Bezos, it is not going to happen if you don't have that in place. And there is only one Jeff Bezos, and you know, there are lots of people out there, but you know, there's millions of people out there who have set up technology companies and failed miserably, you know, as part of that. So you have to be able to have that drive and make sure you've got the right resources, and most importantly is make sure you've got the right team around you that are passionate as you are and as ambitious as you are and want to drive that as well, because it's hard to do these things on your own.
I think you made a very important point of having the drive and the right people around. But yes, more or less the result of the conversation comes out more or less the same way. It talks about passion. You need to be prepared to say it. You know, to stay in your business for a longer time, you need to have a drive, a commitment, and you need to be realistic. I think that's, you know, very important points that we've taken out from this conversation. It was an absolute pleasure to have you with us. We will go back to our studio now, ladies and gentlemen. For all those of you who've just joined in, there is a series of sessions that are happening across 3 channels today, and you're watching the Young Chef Olympiad, which is currently ongoing, which is the world's largest culinary Olympiad in the world, where we've got 50 countries connected across 24 time zones online, and that's just done to ensure that the best culinary battle takes place anywhere on planet Earth is on this channel called IIHM Hotel School through the YCO Global Studio. Thank you so much to the panel. Thank you so much, Chef Enzo, for taking the time out and coming over and having a chat with us. Thank you, Mr. Kumar Krishna, who is now CEO for Istara Co-Living. And thank you, my dear friend, Chef John Wood, for without bringing you into the panel without your permission. But before we go, ladies and gentlemen, we go back to the studio where we've got the dreamer, the visionary of IIHM Hotel School, Dr. Bose, who decided to walk into the studio for this special session for somebody special. Over to the studios for the special ceremony. Dr. Bose, over to you.
Very good afternoon, everybody. And I've just come here to wish a very happy birthday to our very dear friend, Chef Enzo Olivero from Italia. So from all of us and YCO and IIHM family, we like to wish him a very happy birthday. And I think we have got a lovely cake also here. If you can show off to the camera, a lovely cake which we wanted to actually paste on his face, but we cannot do.
Yeah,
digital divide.
Anybody is offering to do in the studio, he can do for me. Anybody wants to offer the face?
Smita and Jennifer are quite. So I think we have got Jennifer who can do it. But we like to actually wish you a very happy birthday, Enzo. You have been an absolute inspiration to a whole new generation of the young chefs and to all of us. So, Abdullah, would you do a happy birthday song for him?
Absolutely, everybody, please join me.
We'll all join in from here.
Join me in singing happy birthday to one of the most sweetest persons I've seen. And I'll request Dr. Bose to cut the cake as I sing. And here we go. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
May the good Lord bless you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for this, and to share with you moments like this is a great thing. I wish we were there in person, but we are still doing it. Very good. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Enzo. Thank you. Have a lovely day and a lovely year ahead.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was the birthday celebration of Chef Enzo Oliveri that was being celebrated here on our global studio, beaming live across the world. So it's all about, life is all about celebration. And once again, I'd like to thank Chef Enzo for joining in all the way from London. Thank you, Mr. Krishna Kumar, for joining all the way from Hyderabad and talking about your business and, of course, the art of entrepreneurship. That was the topic. And I believe and I hope that all the students who are watching this will take back some advice from the legends themselves who have been executing businesses and have been successful as well, that you need to be prepared to stay in your business for a long time. You need to be passionate, and remember, it's a 24/7 duty. It's only when you are in a job you can decide to log out and go back home and punch out and go back home. But when you're getting in your own business, it's a 24/7 work, ladies and gentlemen. So it's not easy, but if you're prepared, the world is waiting for you. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and for joining in. I am Abdullah Ahmed, joining in from the Global Studio, and it was an absolute pleasure to be a part of this. Back to the Global Studios for the next session that's going to start now. Over to the studio, please. Okay, fine, no problem. So thank you, everybody. We are going on towards the next session, which is now scheduled. And this particular session, again, is a very, very interactive session that is coming up. We've got sessions planned back to back today. And for all of you watching, I'll be more than happy to share that the next topic is how best to embrace new technology in the kitchen. We've got Chef John Wood, who's a Michelin star chef and founder Kitchen Cut from UK, and of course he was the one who was just talking to us in the art of entrepreneurship as well. And of course we've got Mr. Ruben Das, General Manager, Hilton Chennai. But this session starts in about 3 minutes from now, and so keep tuned in, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for logging in, thank you for watching. Please stay tuned as the new session would start immediately. Yeah, thank you, bye bye. Okay, so I will introduce you to my colleague, Mr. Samir Mehta, who would be taking forward and who would be the moderator for this. Over to you, Samir. Bye-bye and take care.
Thank you so much, Abdullah, sir. And honestly speaking, the previous session was so action-packed. There was so much of information that came through the previous session that it makes us want to listen more and more and more. And it is my opportunity, golden opportunity, that I would say, that I have been given the opportunity of taking this forward for the next session, which, trust me, boys and girls logged in all over the globe, we have got some fantastic speakers. We've got panelists who have had a wealth of experience that is probably more than most of our total ages, to be very honest. So with a panelist like that, we are going to discuss something fabulous. Let me take a moment and let me start off by wishing everybody a good evening, a good morning, or a good afternoon, wherever you are in this world, from the YCO Global Studios. My name is Samir Mehta, and I'll be your host for the next 45-50 minutes as we proceed with our series of Young Chef Olympiad Symposium 2021. Today, our panel includes some of the most prominent names from the field of hospitality and technology, mind you, which makes them the experts on what we are about to discuss next. Let me have the pleasure of introducing our panelists. Chef John Wood, who's better known for being an executive chef at the most renowned kitchens in the world, like the Burj Al Arab, the Clifton Hotel, and who has been associated with names like the Grove, Hertfordshire, legendary hotels like the Savoy, the Dorchester. Those of you who like reading, these are the hotels which we read about in novels, and chef has been associated with them. The Mount Nelson hotels. He's a Michelin-starred chef. Chef John Wood has worked for over 25 years in culinary operations and strategy. And now he is the founder, and his enterprise, the Kitchen Cut, consults in cutting-edge restaurant management, kitchen management systems across the globe. Another panelist who's already joined us is Mr. Ruben Das. Mr. Das is a proficient hotelier with over 18 years of experience in leading hotel brands like the Hyatt, Accor, and Hilton. He is currently leading the Hilton Chennai, which is the flagship property of Hilton in India, in the capacity of general manager. He has been associated with Hilton for over 4 years now, and he has won several awards during his career, including, and this is important, in the year 2012, he was just the winner of Special Projects Award conducted by AIPC Academy in Brussels. Mr. Das is considered by his team a leader who inspires with his outgoing personality and encourages them to harness innovative methods to enhance both the revenue, the guest delight, and the employee satisfaction, and something we are going to discuss in detail today, that is establishing technology in various operations. Our final panelist is Mr. Atanu Ghosh. Mr. Ghosh is an entrepreneur, an investor, and this gets interesting, he's also an educator in the field of digital marketing and transformation, data science, and artificial intelligence. He's an electrical engineer from Jadavpur University, is the founder and CEO of Blue Beak Solutions, which actually deliver these digital technology courses. And he also runs a very unique e-commerce platform, you might have heard of it, called Sword and Soap. So all of these are the panelists for today. I welcome all our audience today to listen in on this fantastic panel on the topic, which I'm going to say now, that is how to embrace new technology in kitchen. Let me repeat that, how to embrace new technology in the kitchen. In a lot of ways, this topic can actually be considered a very current affair in terms of hospitality. Technology has been the support system that has helped this Olympic world, this world during the COVID era, because everybody shifted onto the field of technology. All industries in some way or the other have increased their technological presence, and kitchens all over the world are no exceptions. So to start with, Chef John Wood, let me put this forth to you. Over the last 2 decades, you have seen the kitchens transform, I assume. So what, according to you, would be that transformational journey of the kitchens over the last 2 decades?
I think the key things that I've noticed, working both in large international hotels and restaurants as well, and in the last 10, 15 years as a consultant, working internationally across the US, Southeast Asia, Europe, and the Middle East, is where technology was always embraced front of house a lot more because of CRM systems and hotel management systems as part of that, and different POS systems, where kitchens have always been a sort of slower process. And I can say this as a chef is, typically chefs are creative individuals, and technology is not something they always embrace as part of that. So, but over the years, it's really sort of changed, not only from a from what we cook with, like ovens, and there's some incredible technology that's out there to do different things, and dehydrating food and how we cook things, and different types of grilling techniques and smoking techniques and marinating and vacuum packers, and everything that's changed hugely over the years. And now actually technology is becoming quite an integral part of lots of kitchens that work outside just that sort of culinary aspect of it, and it is looking at management of costs and wastage and allergens and nutritional data and ordering, and as part of that. And what technology is really changing from that is it's enhancing the kitchens and making them a lot more fluid and a lot more sort of process driven as part of that. And a lot of chefs would say that's dangerous. You know, what I don't want to be, you know, on my desktop or on computers. I want to be cooking, because that's why we become chefs. But actually using the right technology is actually going to get you off your computers and get you in the kitchens more, because you don't have to do that manually. There's a lot of automation in place now as well. So it's hugely changed. We've still got a long way to go in a lot of kitchen operations. And there's a lot of chefs now starting to embrace technology. And with younger generation of chefs coming in, that's also changing hugely as well.
That's so right, Chef. In fact, I'm going to pick up one point that you mentioned. A lot of chefs actually find it quite dangerous that you utilize a lot of technology, because they don't want to sit in front of a laptop the entire day. I'll bring in Mr. Ghosh here. Sir, there's a controversial understanding of the word technology. I mean, I'd like to know from you, what is the scope of this term technology before we go forward?
Okay, interesting. Yeah, so in a broader sense, technology is any machinery, anything that is kind of done by machines, and you are using those machines to improve human productivity, maybe to enhance customer satisfaction, to enhance operational efficiency. So that's what technology is. However, when today we talk about technology, we are mostly referring to digital technologies. Now, there's a reason for that. The reason is that not that other technologies are not important or they're not, you know, they're not relevant. The kind of innovation that has happened in the last few years has mostly been in the space of digital technology. Now, obviously, the question comes, then what is digital technology? And is it software? Is it something different from software? So essentially, digital technology is everything to do with software, internet, and devices, smart devices. We are talking about smart devices, interconnected devices. That is transforming, that is transformational in nature. This is different from, let's say, something like an ERP, which is probably not that much transformational. It is more of improving operational efficiency. But when you're talking about things like, you know, AI, or we're talking about things like, you know, 3D printing, which has also come into food, interestingly. So that is transforming the industry as a whole. Why it is transforming the industry? Because fundamentally it changes the cost structure, fundamentally changes the revenue structure. So the whole industry many times gets disrupted. So when today we talk about technology, in most of the cases, we are referring to this kind of technology, which are transformative in nature, which if adopted correctly, will be providing huge advantage to organization. However, if you're blind to it, if you have a blind spot towards it, it is likely that you may get disrupted. And there have been industries that have got, there were companies, large companies that have across all sectors, not just hospitality, across all sectors that have been disrupted because they could not see this technology coming and could not embrace it to their advantage. So I would say that's what the scope of technology is.
All right, so I'll bring in Mr. Das here. Mr. Das, you have been leading hotels for years now. So how has the view of kitchens changed from a hotel's perspective in the last decade? I mean, kitchen, from what I assume, would have been a cost-generating department at some time in the history, and now kitchen themselves have become a revenue model. So what has been, in your experience, the perspective of a hotel towards a kitchen? Mr. Das?
Yeah, can you hear me? Hello?
Certainly, sir.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that in the last decade or so, the size of the kitchen has really shrunk. You know, now hotel space is termed commercially. Whenever you're calculating revenue, obviously we are calculating the per square feet revenue. It's not how much a restaurant is making, but how much commercial space the restaurant occupies what is the commercial value of the rental or lease rental, and how much vis-a-vis we are making. That's how we are, judged at this time. So the size of the kitchen has shrunk, definitely for sure. And we use a lot of technology so that it helps in space reduction. The dry stores, the cold storages, refrigerators. I mean, example, I'll give you 20 years back when I started hotel industry, and I worked as a trainee in a hotel for a 234 rooms hotel. There were about 20 walk-in and 20 walk-in and about 5 deep freezers. Now the hotel I worked last in Bangalore, it was a relatively new hotel, and it had 2 walk-ins and 2 freezers. That could have been possible, only through technology. Supply chain has been, established, and the way we are procuring stuff these days, that we don't require stuff to be procured and kept for years or months. So the size of the kitchen has reduced for sure, and that has helped to save cost for the owners, which in turn help to garner greater profitability. So that's to start with. And as Chef West said, like it's not only a kitchen culinary profession is art. Okay, so it will not be. I mean, I have seen once I went to Canton Fair and I saw a robot making fried eggs. Okay, and when you actually asked me to speak about this, I thought whether I have to judge that or not. But thankfully, no. I mean, we are still an art. Chefs would definitely like to cook first and then sit in a chair and do the maths. And the technology will help chefs to be more in the front and be less in the back. So be it from ERP, be it from marketing, be it from procurement, supply chain management, complaint management, there are a lot of technological advances which are helping the hotels these days to improve the customer satisfaction as well as saving cost.
Right, Mr. Das. In fact, a lot of what you had said, and I will link this to what Mr. Ghosh had also said about technology, is that technology can actually do a lot of things, like you mentioned about supply chain. Mr. Ghosh, my next question is to you. And I'm entering a very controversial area around this. Technology is considered to be replacing manpower. Does technology actually replace manpower at any point?
Okay, yeah, this controversy has been there, not now and not for hospitality sector. It is there for quite some time, ever since I think horses were replaced by cars. And that point of time, everybody felt that horses won't have job. But what has happened is actually horses have become very precious commodities today. There are very expensive horse farms, and horses are used for training, for life skills, and a whole lot of activities. So I think it is all about reinventing human abilities. So I think Ruben was talking about, Chef Wood was also talking about automation in kitchen, and we all know that a lot of robotic automation, robotic process automation has happened in the kitchen, and a lot of food can be manufactured by robots. So so what has happened is I'm sure Chef Wood will agree that there's an art part of it, art part of food, where you are creative, where you're maybe making recipes, inventing recipes, and there's a production part of it, where you do the day-to-day stuff of producing maybe sausages for every breakfast buffet. So what is going to happen is that this day-to-day production of food, that probably will get automated, and the robots would take over. And it's good because that will free the really creative chefs and essentially push chefs to be creative, to create new culinary art. So the role of chefs in this case probably will become to create more recipes, more innovative food, give us more interesting things to enjoy, and the mundane, making omelets and making making the breads and the toast, that part can be very well done by the robots. So I don't think it will take away the work of manpower. It has never actually. What it will do is it will take out more creativity from people and essentially will get a better place to live and eat.
Right, Mr. Kushner, what we'll do is now we'll fly over to Europe, and I'm going to pose the same question to the chef on the panel. Chef Wood, what are your views on this topic?
I think technology complements manpower, and I don't think it replaces it. And I agree. The other gentleman just mentioned as well is technology is an enhancement, and we shouldn't be scared of it in hospitality. A lot of people are scared. Is it going to take away our jobs? Is it going to reduce the amount of people we need? And things are definitely changing in that aspect. And as Mr. Ghosh was saying, it's really important to use technology to take away the roles that chefs are having to do as part of that. And so where we have to do paperwork, we have to be a HR, we have to be a father or mother figure to these our chefs. All of a sudden that's just huge amounts of our time, which leaves you no time to be creative. So that is one of the toughest things, and because of that pressure that's put upon our operations, having to do all that administrational work and having to do the sort of the grunt and grind of it, a lot of a kitchen, you don't have time to be creative. And exactly as we were just saying earlier on, is now I think it's actually going to enhance that opportunity where chefs can actually be more creative and think of new ideas and be innovative. And we can see that happening in food. Innovation in food over the last 40 years that I've been involved with it is been a steady growth. But now there's been this sharp increase of innovation and creativity, and that is being put down to technology, which is absolutely brilliant that technology has allowed this opportunity for us to be innovative, either by using technology or at least giving people some breathing space to be able to do that. And chefs to be able to have headspace to be creative. You need time to be creative. And the days when I started out as an apprentice at the Savoy in London, doing 80, 100 hours a week, there's 147 chefs in the kitchen there, and everybody was working those sort of hours. And through my career, I've always been a bit mad. I've always worked, exceptionally long hours. That's because I love what I do and I don't see it as a job. But we've got to get that work-life balance back again. And, there's no need for chefs to work 80, 100 hours a week in hotels. And if you do that, you won't have any chefs working for you because they can go somewhere else and do that differently. So we need to embrace technology to allow people to have a work-life balance, to be able to do what they love, whether that's 40, 45 hours a week, and do that using technology to help them do the things that they don't really want to do, and do the stuff that they're really good at and what they're excited about doing, and to be able, having technology that can help them do that, and allow them to work at sensible working hours and allow them to have that work-life balance. So I actually think technology is brilliant on manpower, and I think it's a huge asset to hospitality, and I don't see it as a threat at all as part of that. Yes, robots cooking eggs and cooking omelets, fine. That's that can work in certain environments. That sort of technology is not cheap. So you've got to sell a lot of omelets to make that technology pay for itself, if we can give you a return on investment. But I don't see technology as a threat to manpower and to the hospitality industry. I see it as an absolute enhancement, and it complements what we're trying to do and where we're going.
Certainly, Chef, I actually agree with you. And I'm very sorry, but we would call that a lot of passion coming from you. Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, we are in conversation with Chef John Wood, Mr. Ruben Das and Mr. Atanu Ghosh on the art of embracing the new technology in the kitchen. We are having an awesome discussion right now. Chef, I will come back to you for this. Like Mr. Ghosh had said, people had usually anticipated, even you mentioned it, that software and chef usually do not go hand in hand. People have always assumed that software and the kitchens are two opposite ends of a magnet, and they usually do not mix together. You have come up with this idea of linking them both together. Can you give us a brief, an idea about what you're doing in Kitchen Cut so that we can take this discussion forward?
Yeah, so certainly, you know, having worked, you know, say, in a lot of hotel groups, you know, people like Hilton. I worked for Hilton many years ago, Hilton Park Lane in London, for Shangri-La, for Jumeirah International, and, you know, various hotel groups and as part of that. And what we've done over the years has been very sort of, you know, labor intensive and Excel spreadsheets and writing things out. And then, you know, we would do jobs 3 or 4 times. You know, I speak with chefs and they create a recipe and then they give it to F&B control to be costed. And then they give it to somebody else to create a front of house spec sheet. And, you know, it just seems like, why are we doing everything 4 times? So traveling around and particularly for the 10 years I was doing a lot of consultative work, spending far too much time on aeroplanes and sat in lounges, you know, I started to think about, you know, how we can do this better, and how do we make a piece of technology. There was things out there and there is still systems out there, but they're very clunky, they're very heavy, and they were built by tech people not very intuitively for the industry. And I just thought, you know, I don't enjoy using this you know, technology. It was very basic technology, and most of it was just glorified Excel spreadsheets anyhow, with a nice framing around it. And I just, you know, and the chefs would say to me, really, I've got to put the recipes in this system. It just takes forever. Can I not just cook? And it was just that sort of constant, you know, sort of feedback that we were getting from people. And I decided to do something about it rather than just sort of think about it. So I approached my business partners and said, look, you know, this is an idea that I want to do, and I want to make life easier. And most importantly, I want to get chefs off their computers and back in the kitchens where they love to be. And we're dragging these chefs down and having to do 6 hours of administrative work every single day, when actually, you know, they want to be cooking and teaching and training and coaching and mentoring these young chefs that are in their kitchens. So we built and you know, launched Kitchen Cut after a lot of research and speaking to a lot of businesses, and really just affirming what I already knew as part of that. And you know, Kitchen Cut was launched nearly 10 years ago, and we operate now in 56 countries, and with 5 different languages and multiple types of businesses, from, you know, individual mom and pop restaurants right the way through to, well, Hilton. We work with Hilton across Europe, Middle East and Africa, and we have a number of hotels that they use our system currently at the moment, and various big hotel groups as well. So and what we do is we just take the mundane tasks like costings and GPs and allergens and nutrition, tracking wastage, purchasing, stock management, inventory, you know, digital menus, e-commerce, all of the stuff that just takes forever to do, and just link it all up with your POS systems, your finance systems, so it just all runs together nice and smoothly and all talks to each other. And that is the whole thing about it. And a lot of people will say, I need a system that does everything. I need a system that deals with my bedrooms. I need a CRM system. I need a POS system. I need this, and I want one system that does everything. You will not find that. You know, and ultimately, it's like saying, I look at, you know, buying one piece of technology to do all of your problems. You will not find something that deals with all of that. And what you need to buy is best in class, and make them speak to each other. So the data flows through seamlessly and it feels like one system, but you've bought the best of everything that does everything together. And that is absolutely critical. And people say, you know, it's, you know, you've got to find something that does everything and does payroll and looks after HR and all of that side of it. And for me, the analogy I look at it is, you know, it's like buying a sofa bed. You know, when you buy a sofa bed, you end up with a poor sofa and a poor bed. Yeah. Buy a sofa and buy a bed. Yeah, because then you end up with a better products at the end of the day. And it's a simple analogy, but buy what is the best in class of what you want to do, and there's lots of different parts to moving parts to a hotel or a restaurant that you need to have that, and using technology just helps you enhance all of that.
Thank you so much, Chef. And I think a big takeaway from there is that we, even when there is technology, one of the reasons why technology further needs to evolve is because there's still a loophole somewhere that not a lot of technological advancements have resulted in a single platform usage of multiple solutions. In fact, in light of that, Mr. Das, I'll come to you. During this pandemic, a lot of people started discussing multi-skilling, and technology, like we have already discussed, happened to be that one support that helped people a lot in multi-skilling. So how have the career prospects changed in terms of hospitality, specifically to kitchen, in light of the pandemic and the technological advancements that people have gone
into? I cannot comment on specifically to kitchen, but multitasking is happening everywhere. Because I run a hotel, so I look after the hotel as a whole, and now we are following a one-team concept. It's no more that I work in a bakery and you work in a X restaurant and he works in accounts. Most of the hotels had been badly affected due to pandemic. Almost 50 to 60% of our workforce is idle. Rates have crashed. We are currently working on room rates which are a decade old rate. It has gone down to that level. And to sustain ourselves, everybody does everything. So what I can tell you about the future or immediate future due to pandemic is that the concept of operational efficiency has evolved in India. It was always there in developed countries like Europe and I would say Middle East to some form, or US, where you don't have labor as cheap as India. But the concept of operational efficiency tells you to do things more productively. And definitely a lot of OE has been inducted into our processes, into our trainings, and that is helping us to be more productive. And in the near future, how I see things is that we will never be determining a manpower of a hotel by the number of rooms or the restaurant. But obviously we will do it by the way the hotel is projected to do the business. So it is always going to be from now on what is going to be your top line, based on what is going to be your number of people working in it. And not ever in a manner that I have 8 restaurants and how many seaters and how many rooms, because COVID has really learned us to be mean, lean, and fighting fit in our approach towards management. So yes, technology will play a role there, already playing a role. In fact, Hilton has partnered with LinkedIn Learning. We have to clock a lot of hours of training. Even people who are on furlough have to be completely trained on aspects of hygiene, on an aspect of multitasking, and these are already in. Once they are back in the system, as in when we are getting busier, and we are getting busier now that the vaccine has arrived, we will see that more and more people will be multitasking. In smaller, or rather in other brands. I worked for Accor some time back, and we had a brand called Ibis. It's a very successful brand. And in Ibis, I remember we had a concept of everybody doing everything. So we have one team in the lobby, or the lobby and the restaurant combined. And there, the team member knows how to take a check-in, check-out, serve a coffee, take an order, handle the POS, and often can work in kitchen also, not making omelets, but, obviously chopping, peeling, cutting, etc. And we have done the same thing back in our hotels. Okay, it has come to the hotels. Nobody has the luxury of manpower anymore. Business is going to come back fast.
Other commercial businesses?
Well, I suppose firstly, I would say within the 56 countries that we operate, I would say 60 to 70% of our clients are restaurants, and either restaurants, catering businesses, or contract caterers, or as part of that. So although hotels has been the predominant part of my background, and we do have large groups that we're speaking to, like Hilton and Accor and IHG and people like that, in using our parts of our system. So I suppose the key thing is it works in any environment. So technology depends on what technology it is. But when you're looking at from a culinary perspective or a food and beverage perspective, which we cover all food and beverage, it's not just food. So we cover the whole aspect of running right across the food and beverage department. So it's with technology, whether you have a standalone restaurant or a group of restaurants as part of that, you will be doing the same things. You'll be ordering. You'll be having recipe specifications, you'll be tracking allergens, you'll possibly be looking at nutrition, you'll be counting stock. A good restaurant, you will be doing this and managing that. And I suppose where hotels were first to embrace that is it was critical. In food and beverage in hotels is extremely important. But as we'll know, and as Ruben Das will probably confirm, it's not the greatest revenue generator and profit generator, because rooms generate a higher level of profit. But food and beverage in hotels is essential in a lot of hotels, as part of that. And whether that's a small offering or a larger multiple outlet offering, it is essential to have that as part of it. So where in the past it was just a service and it was just a burden upon costs as part of that, it now has to perform in its own right. And performing in its own right is really important. I mean, a restaurant, you have to perform, otherwise you're closed. There's no other revenue coming in. There's no rooms revenue coming in as part of that. So that's why restaurants is becoming absolutely critical, because if you don't make profit, you will be closed. It's as simple as that. And with hotels, you've got the luxury as part of that, that rooms will carry food and beverage, so it can support that from a service point of view. I mean, one can't live without the other, because you've got to have breakfast and you've got to have some sort of food and beverage offering to make people stay in your hotel in the first place. So you do need both as part of that. But what hoteliers are looking at, and big groups are looking at, saying, okay, we can't keep on supporting food and beverage as a department. It needs to be a profitable center in its own right. So we need to make sure that what we're doing is right, what we're selling it for is right, the GPs are making it right and understanding that. Where 20, 30 years ago, chefs just cooked. They just cooked food and they were a nightmare to work with, including me. It was difficult to get them to understand, that this needs to make money. We can't just put things on menus and not make money out of this. So, but over the years, that's all changed. And where chefs now are not just cooks, they understand profitability, they understand floor space, and do we need all this space in kitchens? This is an opportunity where we could put extra rooms in hotels, we could expand the size of our function facilities as part of that, which generates even better profits. So chefs now have to be understanding not just how to cook a dish, they need to understand. And that's where places like IIHM are actually doing that with chefs and training that. And I've talked a lot about the courses over the years and been involved with IIHM and YCO. And what the chefs do there is they train not about just culinary abilities. It's all about that managerial understanding about profitability and menu engineering and GP analysis and how they sort of work through that. And that's why we at Kitchen Cut offer a free system to every college globally that they can train that to their students, and they can use that as part of that, because I'm obsessed with education, and future chefs need to understand that it's not just about cooking a nice dish, and that applies, you know, even more so in restaurants and hotels, because if you just cook nice dishes and it doesn't make money, you will close very quickly because you'll run out of money. With the hotels, there is that additional cushion that used to be there, but now, as Mr. Das will confirm, F&B needs to stand on its own. It needs to produce a profit, and that's why it's been looked at, you know, heavily in hotels, and that's why they're embracing technology to help that. But also restaurants, you know, absolutely need it. They need it even more than hotels need it.
Certainly, Chef Wood. In fact, we'll come back to the idea that even for Young Chef Olympiad, KitchenCut has been a pivotal technological support that we have worked on with the Young Chef Olympiad. But Mr. Das, I'll come to you for this. Technology has altered hospitality, right? Can you cite some real-life examples over the last 5 years where hospitality has changed because of technology?
Yeah, I think not only technology, our entire way of life has changed. I mean, you know, one of the, and since we are talking kitchens, I would say one of the, big breakthrough has been the third-party table booking websites. Okay, look at the deliveries business in India. On the New Year's Eve, the Zomato CEO was tweeting that they were scoring the all-time highest order value on the New Year's Eve, where, you know, the metro cities averaging 9,000 order per minute. 9,000 order per minute during a space of time from 6 o'clock till 10 o'clock, because mind you, in December 31st, most of the cities were under curfew due to COVID. Now that has really helped the business, and we were, five-star hotels were slow to adapt. You know, they were snooty. They said, you know, why should we be on Zomato and be with everybody? Why should we be on Swiggy? That's not five-star food. When the COVID started, everything was shoved in. All the ego was shoved in. All those people with egos were either sitting out or, you know, accepted and adapted to the change. And moved on. And look at that business. I mean, now when I talk about food and beverage business in hotels, typically it was walk-in and in-house. And now there is a third stream which I asked my team is deliveries, be it B2C or B2B, and how the platform has evolved. Secondly, OTAs in rooms generate a lot of business. OTAs are the online travel agents, like, for example, Booking.com or Expedia. Similarly, the table booking platforms like Zomato, like Dine Out, Easy Diner, these apps are enabling people to see what is in your menu, so to see the price point, to virtually look at the food, and also either order through delivery or go and have a meal there and also get a discount on it, and a very, very good discount on it. And that is opening up, you know, the five-star hotels to everybody. Now, you know, you'll be surprised, like in Hilton Chennai, you can have a coffee and a combo sandwich at about 350 rupees, which is like, you know, like I would say in for John West to understand, it's about £3 or £3.5. A coffee and a sandwich combo in a five-star, which was unheard of. And why it is happening? Because we want to open up to everyone. We want more footfalls. We don't want a place where it is completely empty and, you know, like you have one musician and a piano player by the corner. As you all know, it doesn't pay us any money at the end of the day, right? Aesthetics are important, and business should go hand in hand. These are tough times, and these kind of technology where the platforms of table booking, platforms for deliveries, as well as platforms for hygiene. Recently, I've been you know, approached by a firm in India, which will give you a dashboard of the hygiene. So your weekly hygiene walks, or their reports, daily kitchen storing report, hygiene manager's report, any food poisoning, any guest complaint, it's integrated in your mobile phone dashboard through an app. So you can see what is the report of the, what are the red alerts on the hygiene walk? Is the are the anomalies being closed? If there is a complaint due to hygiene, what are we doing about it? There is an escalation matrix attached, so everybody is getting notification. And these things are helping all of us, because like we are notified on time to take actions. It's no more manual. It's all made possible through technology. I remember Zomato was over for a decade. Zomato was there, and when I was a restaurant manager or a food and beverage manager, the usual Zomato guy will come and say that, sir, nobody picked up the calls, so there is a notional loss of 1 lakh rupees a month because you did not pick 40 calls. Just imagine, that's all gone. You have an app, you can order, pay, and the food goes to your home. Sitting at your home, you can say enjoy a pasta from Hilton. So, I mean, that's what happened, in the last 10 years, and it's all for good. It's amazing.
Yeah, I agree with Ruben. We launched at the beginning of the pandemic. We were building this anyhow. We launched a digital e-commerce solution within our system, and we have a number of businesses that they said to us that we've saved them. And the reason being, obviously, people can't sit inside their restaurants, and they can order click and collect or delivery or boxes. And, even you take people like Chris Galvin, who's one of the judges, his restaurants are doing deliveries through that. And they're, take the Manoir Catzazan, a 2-star Michelin restaurant, they're doing the Manoir at home, and they're doing delivery boxes of the Manoir 2-star Michelin food to your home. So actually, a lot of people say, oh, no, that's for burgers and pizza joints. So it's like, no, it's not. And actually, as you said at Hilton, and we're dealing with Hilton DT Marjan Island and Prague, and they're doing the same thing, is they're looking at opportunities where you can do click and collect, either as somebody that's staying in the hotel that thinks they're ordering from outside, from an external concept that's being dealt with inside the hotel, or somebody that's local that can click and collect and pick something up before they go home, and they can have Hilton quality food in a takeaway option, and don't have to just resort to sort of burgers or pizzas. They can actually, and if you don't do that, and you don't embrace technology and look at other revenue streams, you will be left behind. So looking at things like these e-commerce systems, if you don't do that, people say, oh, we're a 5-star hotel, we can't do that. Yes, you can. Yeah, and everybody else is doing it. And if you don't do it, you're going to be left behind, because that revenue opportunity, as you mentioned in hotels, you're either going to capture who's in your rooms and stop them going out the front door. That's the first challenge. And the second one is, how do you get somebody to come and eat in a hotel? And people typically, when they go out, they always think of restaurants when they want to go out. And nobody leaves another competitor's hotel to go for dinner in another hotel. They will go to a restaurant, and a high street restaurant. So what you need to be able to do is be able to attract and hold on to the people you've got, which is the capture ratio of residents in your hotel, but look at how you can attract other people into your restaurant. So you're not just doing a hotel restaurant, you're actually creating a concept within your restaurant that is attractive and innovative enough that you will pull in people from outside into your operation. And where you've got lack of banqueting and events and things like that for a number of months in the future, you need to look at additional revenue opportunities and look at click and collect and delivery and do that through an app. And we've been hugely successful on some of these as well. I mean, one of our local restaurants here, he has 3 restaurants, and he said, we've got a really good burger. They do a sort of Wagyu burger, and it's with brioche bun and truffle mayonnaise. And he says, I just want to do some burgers on Thursday, Friday and Saturday, and we're just going to sell these as part of it. And it's just him and his chef. They work for a few hours and they do click and collect, really good burgers, top quality gourmet burgers. And the first day he launched back in sort of April, he said, I'll give it a try and see how we go. And in 8 minutes, he sold 560 burgers online. And he was just like, oh my God. And then he had to put controls in place. So he outsells every Thursday, Friday and Saturday with 150 to 200 burgers every night of the week with one chef and one manager for 4 hours. And his profitability percentage is far higher than running his own restaurant. He said, I'm making more money on 3 days a week than I did on 7 days a week. So if you ignore this, it's at your own peril. You know, embrace that revenue opportunity and look at external revenue resources.
Chef, you raised a very interesting point when you were talking about the capture ratio. But I'll go back to Mr. Das here for this question, because one of our viewers has asked this question. Mr. Das, how would technology help in gaining guest loyalty?
In gaining guest loyalty, you mean?
Yeah.
Great. So in Hilton, we have a tie-up with an app called Kipsu. Kipsu is integrated. It's an integrated app. You can integrate it with your hotel property management system, as well as chatting platform like WeChat or WhatsApp. So now most of the guests doesn't want to be called. They are more preferred to be chatting. So just imagine the guest is coming and you got a pop-up in your WhatsApp that, good morning, so-and-so, just as you land and you are online. So you time your messages, knowing your flight details, you time your message so that, it pops up on your phone, your concierge and the driver is waiting for you. Okay, you enter the enter the car, you can digital check in your room, you bypass the front office directly, and you have a digital key to open the room. So that's what happens when technology takes over. You don't have to stand in the queue at the front desk. You don't have to stand in the queue at the airport. You come in and the Kipsu tells that, okay, would you like to order digitally? So you come and then, as soon as you enter opening the door, obviously you're checking in. So the PMS is prompting Kipsu to put up message, and the welcome message comes. Welcome, you're a VIP member, say you're a Diamond Hilton member. Your 4th floor, your access is to the executive lounge where you can have breakfast and happy hours, as well as if you would like to order, this is the digital menu. So it's all built up. There is a chat bot which is helping it to do all this. So this is amazing. Say guest is not happy with his room. Say the air conditioning is not good. So he doesn't have to call and the reception doesn't have to understand, answer, and then escalate. He just put it in Kipsu that AC not working. Okay, so the duty manager gets alert, AC not working, immediately put up a FCS, which is like an internal messaging, and all of us gets that 724 room number, AC not effective. Immediately the shift engineer goes, enters the room. So the downtime of guest handling or other guest complaint handling has gone down drastically because of this technology. Hotels which are using, Southeast Asia is using, considerably, and they are doing very well, because Southeast Asia, as you know, is a major tourist destination in APAC. India, we have just adopted it just before COVID. Some of the hotels have already adopted it, and the COVID struck. So by end of this year, we will all have that platform. I also head the quality in Hilton in India. So I understand that this is going to be a game changer for us to, understand guests better and effectively handle guest complaint, which will generate positive reviews. You should not induce guests to give a positive review that, you are happy, please rate me this, please. But I see that a lot. A guest has been pushed to the limit to, every time a guest is going to the restaurant, the waiter will come and say that, sir, my name is Pawan, please rate me 5-star in TripAdvisor, and the guest will get intimidated.
Yeah.
Rather than that, you create that experience so that, he says, wow, like, this hotel is amazing, because yes, it has flaws, but the way they are dealing with it is amazing. So it's in hotels, it's not the problem. What more important than the problem is the problem resolution. If your resolution is good, then your overall experience scores is better. And that's what this technology integrates to be. Yeah.
Mr. Das, I think one of the points that you raised which was very important, is that hotels had gone to a stage where they've started pushing guests to write reviews. I believe TripAdvisor reviews and a lot of reviews online. However, aggregators, the third-party aggregators came into picture, and they kind of brought in a lot of independence for your end user to be able to give the right feedback in terms of hospitality. That is, of course, digital technology, and by definition, which Mr. Ghosh had started off with about talking about digital technology. Mr. Ghosh, you yourself are an owner of an e-commerce platform, right? And I'd like to put this question to you. Food aggregators made a lot of money. Mr. Das gave a beautiful example, Zomato, of the number of orders that they were receiving at the year end. Now, during COVID, food aggregators honestly did fantastic business. Now we have an end in sight to this pandemic. We have an end in sight, and we are looking at going back to the previous normalcy in some fashion or the other. So at this time, do you think cloud kitchens or ghost kitchens will continue to function? Or do you think that they will come back? We will come back to, as Chef John was saying, the in-restaurant experience of dining.
See, there are obviously some behavior changing events that happen, and I think COVID is one of that. That has changed our behavior in the long run. I think people eating out or people opting to not to cook at home. See, more and more you will see that in India, this is prevalent in Southeast Asia and Japan, where people do not always cook at home. They go to a food court. It's not so much in India where people prefer to cook at home. But in the newer generation, I think this is going to change, or this is already changing, where people will be cooking less. The alternative was to go out, and this has its problems in terms of being more expensive and the time, etc. So you will not probably go out and eat very regularly, and especially in India, there is a perception that the cuisine that you eat at home and the cuisine that you eat outside, even if the same food, is different. So you typically say that don't go out and eat every day because it's not good for health. So that thing is going to change, and the cloud kitchen is, to me, the solution to this. So more and more people will start depending on these cloud kitchens and these ghost kitchens, where they don't have to cook at home, nor they have to go out and eat every day, and they will start ordering from this cloud kitchen or these ghost kitchens. What is important, however, is how you build trust. So I think most of these cloud kitchens and ghost kitchens today lack a brand. So they are either working under a surrogate brand, or they are not having a brand at all, or they're just a local brand. I think how they build the brand, and how, let's say, even the 5 stars, I think what Mr. Das was talking about, that 5 stars typically have been averse to home delivery of food. But during COVID, I have myself ordered from 5-star food at home. So how well they are going to adopt this cloud kitchen, whether they are going to adopt this and give a brand to that. Let's say, what about getting food delivered at home through a cloud kitchen branded as Hilton food. Okay, so I think that will build the trust. So I think the key to this cloud kitchen surviving is whether this brand can get established, and how the brands like the 5-star hotels or 7-star hotels are able to support this whole thing or take opportunity of this whole cloud kitchen phenomenon. But as a behavior, I think it is going to stay to a large extent. So it's up to the bigger brands to leverage this concept.
We're having a very interesting discussion here, Mr. Ghosh. The thing is, we have a paucity of time, so I will quickly go around once, and I will request all of my panelists to have this one final word of verdict towards technology in kitchens. So we'll start off with Chef John Wood. Chef, any words for our audience globally now that we're coming to a close of this session?
I think the key thing is embrace technology. Don't be scared of it. Don't look at it as a threat. Look at it as an enhancement, you know, that you can allow yourself more time to do the creative part of it. For all the students that are on the call, absolutely embrace it, understand it, because when you go out into the industry, you will be faced with it in whatever shape or form. There will be technology, whether you're going to hotels or restaurants, there will be technology used. So using technology and embrace it, and don't see it as a threat on the industry. See it as an enhancement and something that complements what we're doing and allows us to be that, give us that creative time as part of that. And you know, and for hoteliers and restaurants, as we've just been talking, embrace e-commerce. It's not going to go away. You have your digital menus that people can have those, you know, platforms. Look at it as an additional revenue stream and take that on board, because if you don't, you will be left behind.
Certainly. Mr. Das?
Well, my two piece of advice to all the students is adopt and learn. There is huge scope. You know, any field, as I said, it's a one team in a hotel now. You don't know where you'll be working. Being a chef, you can work in a different part of the hotel altogether. So be open to learning and adapt is what I feel. Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Ghosh, the closing of this session, sir, your words.
My piece of advice would be, I think education and awareness about technology. I think Chef Wood also mentioned that you are afraid of something when you are unaware of it. So if you are unaware of technology, you will have all sorts of skepticism, all sorts of fear that jobs are going away, etc. But once you learn about technology and how it applies to your industry, let's say in this case hospitality, you are more open to embrace it, and you are open to innovate on it. And I must say that again, I am also associated with IIHM in terms of delivering some of the technology courses related to hospitality. And I must say that institutes like IIHM are probably one of the first few institutes who are adopted technology in hospitality as a part of the curriculum. So that's a very, very important initiative, and I think that's what is required. That if you learn about technology, if you know about technology, you know the best use of it, and you will not be afraid of it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ghosh. Thank you to all the viewers for watching this panel. This has been a fantastic discussion, and I wish I could continue it a lot more. We would really wanted to continue it a lot more. I'd like to thank Chef John Wood for taking the time out for having this discussion with us. Mr. Ruben Das, thank you for attending this session. Thank you for the interesting points that you raised, because a hotel's perspective was very important to this discussion. And Mr. Ghosh, thank you so much for taking the time out and being a part of such an interesting panel. I can see the studio has joined in. The studio, are you there?
Yes, we are there. And we were sort of mesmerized, listening to the conversation, Samir. And thank you so much to all the panelists for such an, enlightened discussion. All right, Sanchari, wasn't it a wonderful discussion?
It was wonderful, and I think the topic was very interesting and something to learn about, because it is something which is the, in fact, the present and the future as well. And so lovely to have Chef John Wood and definitely Mr. Rupan Das and Mr. Ghosh, to speak on that particular. It was wonderful, and thank you so much for the contribution and the support. So this is how we come ahead for the closure of this amazing symposium session right now. Thank you so much, Samir. And now we are moving around to the next session, the 5th symposium of the day. And that is equally extremely interesting. And I'm sure we'll be having a great audience to learn a lot from here. So the topic of discussion happens to be the importance of nutrition and health in culinary education. And this is going to be taken care of and moderated by Ms. Reena Chaturvedi, who is the director of Jaipur IIHM. And with her would be two lovely people, Ms. Mansi Bhatia, who is of course a nutritionist and of course a faculty as well with IIHM Bangalore. And she is reporting live from none other than South Korea, Seoul. And with Mansi, we have also Chef Praveen Shetty, who is the executive chef of Conrad Bangalore. Welcome to the session, and over to you, Reena ma'am.
Thank you so much, Sanchari ma'am. Thank you so much, Mr. Khurana. And kudos to Samir, the director of IIHM Goa, for conducting such a wonderful conversation. I think, Mansi ma'am and Chef Praveen had joined in the fag end, and they'll agree with me that it was really, really very inspiring and great learning. So a very good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you who have logged in today to the third day of the one-of-its-kind culinary competition that covers different parts of the globe and 24 time zones. It's a true global connect, the 7th edition of the Young Chef Olympiad. The one thing that this competition has done is bring the world together in these difficult times and bring hope and get the world to bounce back. This pandemic has had the world become great cooks, you'll all agree, and everyone's baking, cooking, and experimenting. There was a time in June, which I believe, when London had a shortage of flour because everyone was baking, everyone was suddenly making breads and cakes and were coming out of everyone's ovens. People across the world have also become very, very conscious, you'll agree, of their health and eating right. Lifestyle changes by being more careful with what they eat and consume in their daily diet. Though eating out and calling in has now a necessity in the urban population, but more and more people are consciously looking for places to eat in where they get healthy food. So diet, nutrition, food, and health have never been discussed as much in our lives in media as it is today. And because poor health, poor dietary intake has led to many health issues, lifestyle changes, lifestyle issues that are coming up in a very, very large way. So to discuss this further, we have with us, from, like Sanchari said, from 2 different time zones on our panel, Ms. Mansi Bhartia and Chef Praveen Shetty. Welcome both. So a little introduction of both of you. So Mansi, who joins us from Seoul, South Korea, is a certified dietitian, registered member of the Indian Dietetic Association, and she has established practice as a nutritionist and a lifestyle coach. She's a firm believer in prevention is better than cure and has worked with hospitals for many, many years and has now shifted focus to healthy. She has also been associated with IIHM in Bangalore for over 9 years, and she's responsible for the Nutrition Club, which I feel is one of the most important clubs for the budding and aspiring chefs. Welcome, Mansi.
Thank you so much.
We also have on the panel a very young and dynamic executive chef of the Conrad Hilton Bangalore, Chef Praveen Shetty. He's a graduate from a premier hospitality institute in Pune, the D.Y. Patil, and he brings with him over 16 years of culinary experience, and now spearheading a very strong team of chefs in the Conrad Hilton, which boasts of a large number of outlets. Okay, he's very passionate about adapting new global culinary techniques like pan to your plate and source local and serve global. Thank you both for your time today and to talk about something that you are both so passionate about, the importance of nutrition and health in the culinary education. Both of you have been in the industry and seen the changing trends in eating. So let's start, Mansi, with your views on how important it is for chefs to understand nutrition and health, and then we move on to you. Praveen.
Thank you so much for the honor and the privilege for me to talk about health and nutrition, especially during the COVID time. And as chef would understand that there is a saying that a great chef is first a great technician. Agree, chef? So, and he has to know the trade in his hand. So let me answer this question. This question has been asked many a times by my first year students that, ma'am, why do I have to study nutrition? Because they find this as a burden, that why nutrition in hotel industry? And this has been very well answered by my students, the alumni who pass out and who join the food industry, because they can explain it very well. And they keep telling me, ma'am, is there another course of nutrition that I can join? Because then they realize the importance of nutrition. So nutrition is definitely extremely important for the health and the food industry. And I have 3 approaches to it. My first approach, very simple to all the students, that when we talk about superfood, you would have heard the word superfood. There is something called as super word. Like, for example, just let me give you a very simple example. If I walk into a pizza place and if I look at the menu, when I'm reading the menu, if I search something like a low calorie pizza or high fiber pizza or immunity booster pizza, my first choice of pizza will be that. And if you can create taste with that, then you have a repeat customer. That's very, very important. My second approach to nutrition and food is that creativity and branding. If you understand nutrition, if you understand the knowledge of nutrition and if you relate it with the food, you can actually enhance a lot of creativity and you can build in a brand. Food industry is a vast industry today. People are trying their hands in what not new things. Here in Seoul, I'm experiencing different things, different varieties of food, and of course, healthy food, a lot to talk about it. And I'm telling you, post-COVID, 80% of the world's population is following a particular diet. So you have to understand that and keep that in mind. And there are a lot of nutrition fancy words, and people have a lot of knowledge about nutrition now. I would not say knowledge, I would say information about nutrition. And I feel sometimes too much information about nutrition. So if you have to build in, enhance your creativity, if you have to build in another brand, if you want to try something new, then knowledge is extremely important. So you're fortunate that you're getting nutrition knowledge. And my third approach, which I feel is the most important approach as a nutritionist, though I'm talking about it in the end, is nutrition knowledge is extremely important for self-care. I think this knowledge should be given to everyone, because now people are just reading anything and everything and getting confused at how to take care of themselves. So I feel food industry is a very, very hardworking industry, and I'm sure chefs work for more than 12 to 15 hours. So it's extremely important that they take care of their own health before they take care of others, because their productivity and their health is extremely important. So in these 3 approaches, I would say that nutrition and food go hand in hand.
That's so true. It is very important. Like having been a student of a culinary school myself, when we had to study food science and we had to study nutrition, those were the classes which were the most bunked classes. Okay, and you only got to realize that you really missed out on the most important part of your education. Because if you don't understand the nutritional values, it was something that we just copied and pasted and in our journals, but you realize that once you start working in the industry, how important it is. So Chef, over to you for your thoughts on this, and then we'll take a few more, we'll talk about some new fads.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Team IIHM. And it's a great opportunity for me to say what I feel like and what happens in our hotel as well. So as Mansi said, it's part and parcel of the food industry. It is not that should it be or not be. It has to be. There is no other option that it can it be or not be. So apart from that, I think with this pandemic also, people have got used to what we should do before, actually, like what our parents used to do, what our grandparents used to feed us. I think that is coming now. So if I tell you about millets is back in the menus. You have so many things like ragi mudda coming back to a menu. The ragi mudda is a dish from North Karnataka, which is made with the millet called ragi, and it is like a ball. So the jowar, bajra, all the millets are back in the menus. You have healthy eating. You have nutritional facts mentioned in the menu. So just to give an insight, with FSSAI, the deadline is for next year, start of first quarter, that every menu should mention the nutrients in your dish. So see how serious the government also is. So if the question says that should it be part of any curriculum, I think it has to be part of curriculum, because even the government is serious going forward. So if the government is given deadline of a year saying that from 2022, the first quarter, any menu in any restaurant or hotel features should have nutrient mentioned in the menu. So it's a big thing. Apart from that, I think already from last year onwards, all the packaged foods, be it for FSSAI approves it, has all the nutrients, all the ingredients which goes into it, its origin, its sourcing, the manufacturer. So I think, see, that first step already is being cleared. So all now, if you see 6-7 months back, before the pandemic, there was a scarcity of a lot of ingredients coming from imports or coming from other regions because of the FSSAI policy of mentioning nutrients as well as mentioning the source. Now, before pandemic, it was sorted out and all the manufacturers, vendors got used to it. But now with hotels and restaurants, they have to get used to the new processes of mentioning nutrients in the menu. So I think it is part and parcel of food industry. And I think every chef or every hotelier has to be proud of it, of what he serves, not only taste-wise, not only hygiene-wise, but also how hygienic and how healthy food is served to the guest.
That's so true. The first time I tried something really healthy was quinoa bhel puri. Was it there on your menu in Conrad, Pune? You were part of that kitchen, yes?
Conrad, Bangalore and Pune have quinoa in the menu, but not a bhel puri, but a salad as such. Yeah.
It was a chatpata salad, which I remember having in the poolside. It was on the menu there, and I was quite amazed, and I really wanted to try it. But now you see that happening more and more. I've had quinoa pani puri, and I've had all sorts of things made of healthy food. And that's a feel-good factor that comes to you when you try eating that food. So Mansi, a little bit about the, what the chefs need to go through because of all the new fads that are coming in the diets. Things like keto, things like I think there's a Dikshit diet, and there's so many names given to it. There's so many diet fads that are coming in. How important is it for the chef to understand the guest requirements and keep up with these diets?
Sorry. So I would not call these as fads. I would call these as fancy terms given to various kinds of diet, and we have to cater to it. For example, here in Seoul, vegan diet is very popular, and it's getting popular worldwide. So we can't say that, we cannot cook that. Knowledge about vegan diet is extremely important. So in today's trend, I suppose the students who want to become chefs in future, who want to get associated with the food industry, a little knowledge about these trending diets are very important. We cannot say which is good, which is bad, because people will follow what they have to follow. That's another question, but a little knowledge and a little variety to bring in this diet is extremely important.
True that. And Chef, what are the challenges that you face, keeping up with the new trends in eating?
See, there are no challenges. I think you have to be updated by time. What happens in the market, what people are liking and not liking. So when we talk about keto, we serve keto food in the hotel as well. We have guests who prefer keto food, vegan food. So now you see all a la carte menus or buffet menus have the mentioning of what is veg, non-veg, vegan. All our banqueting menus, all our buffet menus mention the dietary requirements. Like they mention it's vegan, it contains dairy or contains gluten. Every dish mentions it in the buffet as well. So also we have customized play cards on the buffet asking for their preferences and their allergies. So definitely, it is not that, it can be an option. It has to be in the menu. It has to be. There can't be an option that, okay, we will have it or we will not have it. For example, all our banquet menus have the dietary, like nuts or dairy or gluten, or it's vegan or contains butter. So it mentioned everywhere. Plus now guests also are mostly aware. I will not say they have the complete information. They have some information, and people, they're more used to healthy lifestyle nowadays. So I think they go into a fad or a fashion. Many few people do it as a practice. Some people do it for a week or 2 or 3 weeks and then stop it. But people who do it as very seriously, I think they get results. So it's not that there are no results for that. So if you go vegan, you have that internal change in you. You feel it internally. Maybe an external person will not feel that he's a vegan or what he does, but you will feel that happiness inside you. If you go for a keto also, if you cut on the carbs and you go just on the keto diet also, you feel the difference within you. So I think as chefs, we must promote these things. So if you saw about Conrad, we have wellness menus in a hotel. We have wellness buffets, what to do. So as a part of Conrad, I run a runners club in the hotel, and I promote a lot of healthy eating in the hotel. And our menus have a lot of wellness dishes. So on the 7th of Feb, we are having an event with Sonali Swami. She is a bronze medalist in bodybuilding at the Asia level. So she and me, we both are going to do an event in Conrad where she will talk about health and lifestyle. I'm going to talk about food and how to have healthy eating. And we have a small breakfast organized, and then we'll have the sessions every 2 months just to make sure guests know what to have, not to have, and just to make sure that we as a hotel are known to promote healthy eating and healthy lifestyle. Because all these things only lead to, chronic diseases, be it heart disease or be it diabetes and be it all our diseases, all follow after this. As Mansi said in the beginning only, the chefs have to first make sure that they are fit and because of the working hours. So in our hotel, with me, we have weight checks regularly for all the chefs, and we have meal timing assigned for them. So whatever busy it is, the chefs have to go for lunch before 12:30. They have to go, because at 12:30 only the lunch operation starts. So before that, we're the first ones to have lunch in the team restaurant. Even dinner, we are the first ones. So that I make sure that, because even with me, if I miss my single meal, I have hyperactivity because of the work style. So I don't miss my meals. Irrespective of how busy it is, I go and have a meal at time. So I think that, that has to be pushed from a leader to all the team members. Because what happens when you're young in the kitchen, you tend to miss meals, you have to have food at late night, nothing happens to you. But as age progresses, you come to know the results very later on. So I think as leaders, as chefs who have worked for a long time in the industry, they should guide their team members and tell them that it is good initially when you are fresh, 20 years old, 22 years old, skipping meals, having late meals, having something what you want in the late night. But I think that builds up to a little lifestyle disorder, which is not good. So I think first internally, first self, you should be confident that what you are doing is going to help the guest. And once you experiment on yourself, then definitely all the menus will work out, be it keto, be it vegan, on those lines. Also, there is no shortage of availability. You have a lot of vegan products now. You have vegan cheese coming in, vegan butter, you have vegan cream. Everything is available right now, because Bangalore market being such open market is very cosmo, and you have a lot of people following those diets. So you get it very easily. I don't know if other states, if they get it easily, but in Bangalore itself, we get all products very easily. Even if you see the millets and all, the government of Karnataka organizes the millets festival every quarter, every 6 months, where you find farmers directly coming and selling millets to the customers. So that's by the government of Karnataka. Plus, if you see, they promote a lot of beans, fresh beans, so produced in Karnataka itself. So this is called Avrakai, which is a festival in Kiarpuram, where complete 15 days you have the fresh beans which are produced in Karnataka sold there. You find everything. You can find dried, fresh, dosa, you name it. You name a dish is made with the beans only. This is how they promote healthy eating as well. But it's up to us, up to us how we dwell ourselves and how we do it to our healthy living. And that's what the guests also will enjoy it. That's what I feel.
I just
I
want
totally
to add
agree.
one more thing to it. As Chef said, very well said. There is something called as customer fear. So when I get patients, so they say, ma'am, we are following this diet. We cannot go out and eat. We cannot go to the restaurant. So I want to approach today's generation, as Chef is doing it very well, that they need to bring out variety. So suppose if I am on a keto diet today, I can walk into any restaurant and I will get my meal. So that understanding is extremely important. If a student is able to understand what's a vegan diet, what's a keto diet, what's a GM diet, a paleo diet, there are a lot of fancy words. So if they're able to understand that basic things, then they are able to work on it, and they can build in a lot of creativity, and that removes customer fear. Once customer fear is removed, then the customer is always there, and because he becomes a repeated customer, which every hotel would want. So that's why I always say that nutrition knowledge is extremely, extremely important.
When chefs started talking, sorry.
No, now when the FSSAI has come in with the next quarter deadline to have nutrients mentioned in the menu, I think it'll add on to in a hotel we have a hygiene manager, we have a hygiene lab. So everything is tested in the hotel. Not many hotels have it, but yes, I think many premium brands definitely have a hygiene lab in the hotel. Or other hotels, they outsource it. So with this nutrient thing coming into menu, I'm pretty sure it will also be a position in the hotel as well. That's what I feel in future. Maybe a cluster position, or maybe a brand nutrient guide. Someone will be there who will be hired by the brand to make sure that the nutrients and everything mentioned menu, mentioned in other play cards, in other ads as well. So I think maybe it'll, as hygiene manager's role has come into prime focus, I think even the nutrients manager or maybe nutrient, some position will come into play in the hotel as well in the near future.
I agree.
You know, when Chef started his talk, he spoke about what the grandparents used to make them eat, you know, the local food, the seasonal food. So that's gone off the menus a long time back, and it's coming back again, you know, having seasonal fruits, having seasonal vegetables. There's a time and a season for everything. So your take on that one, Mansi?
So
how important is it to have seasonal?
Okay, so I think a lot of credit goes to COVID, because COVID brought in that fear in us and we started having a lot of seasonal fruits and vegetables. And it's extremely important. I always tell people there is no point in getting fruits and vegetables which are not locally grown at a place, because your digestion system is used to the locally grown fruits and vegetables. And have that, you will have balanced meal. And it's going to be reasonable, good for your pocket. But definitely, if you're working as a chef or if you're going into this industry, you can do a lot with seasonal fruits and vegetables and bring in variety in the diet. And I think that really matters. You can enhance your creativity by talking about a lot of seasonal fruits and vegetables, and how Bangalore is talking about their millets, which is getting so popular. And I think every other house has started using that millets, because the food industry is making it so very popular. It gives a lot of boost to the digestive system, and also enhances our health, so which is extremely important. So I am am I 100% to locally grown fruits and vegetables are most important, and their knowledge about those fruits and vegetables are extremely important. So there's no point running here and there to prepare a healthy food. It can be prepared with something very, very simple. It's just that you have to have the knowledge around it.
Totally agree with that. Chef, you're also an advocate for source local, serve global, right? You have you really work very hard in sourcing your local ingredients, and you spoke about the ingredients that you're getting in Bangalore. But then, not every city is so lucky to have such availability so easily. Right, because the government is really promoting a lot of healthy eating in Karnataka, from what I understand. But I don't think that works for a lot of parts of Andhra Pradesh, or a lot of parts of other states, who are lucky enough to have things growing. So what would you suggest, how can these hotels, make their food more healthy?
See, I would start from the students who join the hotel industry. If they are well informed, if they know that what all can be sourced from where, if they are informed about the seasons and they're informed about the ingredients and the fruits, vegetables, I think they themselves will, when they come into industry, when they make the menus, when they plan their restaurants, they will include that. For example, today I made a ragi mudde for my children, so because so I made for them. So see, that has to come within. When you want something, you do it for yourself as well. Something you do it for fashion doesn't happen at home. You go out and you do something. But these things are very, very basic things. So if you ask about me, there's so many farms around Bangalore, even everywhere. It's not about us. Even hotels like Taj and Oberoi's, they are doing very well in terms of sourcing local food. If you see in other hotels, like it's not about me talking only about Conrad. If you talk about different brands, they're also doing it. Taj and Oberoi's, they specify the chilies where it's coming from, they specify the lamb where it's coming from, the seafood where they're sourced from. So every hotel is doing it. It's just that they have to tell the guests how it is happening. Maybe they don't tell the guests, they don't showcase it, but every brand is trying their best to make sure they get sourced local seafood or local vegetables, reduce the carbon footprints, and they're trying their best. But how long will it go, or how long does it support is one thing. But definitely people are trying their best. And I think if you see, even in the menus right now, everywhere if you see, you find local seafood. You will see that salmon, which was there, like every menu has salmon. You will not find a salmon in every menu. You will have sea bass, you will have pomfret, you will have sole. You will have menus mentioning seasonal fish. They will not mention the name of the fish. Correct. So when we were in Connaught, Pune, we used to get fresh fish from Cochin every 2 days. He used to source it in the early morning, and you have to serve it fresh in a restaurant over there in Kochi. Similarly, here as well, we get fish daily from Vellore or from Mangalore, those catchment areas, what we get our seafood from. So I think it is an intent what is required. if you have intent, right intent to make sure you have sourcing is right, it will definitely succeed. But in every hotel there's a cost that matters. Sometimes you look at the cost, but I think every chef or a student who aspires to be a chef, you should make sure that cost is one factor, I understand, but quality and sourcing has to be a prime importance.
Mansi's chef also spoke about how he has a very strict regime for his chefs, eating on time and having a weighing scale and ensuring that they stay in the right shape and size. So that's such a lovely, initiative that is taken. There was a time when, people would feel very confident of the chef if he was a nice roly-poly gentleman, that yes, the food is definitely going to be good when you go there. Okay, that was a time when you had to have a lot of oil on top of the food. The food used to look shiny and nice, and things are changing slowly. Okay, how important is it now? For like we have spoken about, teaching the children the values of nutrition, and you have worked very hard in our IIHM campus in Bangalore as a. You've set the nutrition club there. I think that's the one of its kind in the colleges that you have. How has it helped the students understand better, and how do you think it's going to, like, what are the activities that you carry out in the nutrition club?
Okay, so I got a great opportunity to start with the nutrition club because I feel our young adults need to understand what nutrition is. And my first chapter on nutrition is your self-analysis. I always tell them that self-analysis is extremely important. And if you remember, my third approach was that nutrition is extremely important for the person themselves. I mean, I need to know the nutrition knowledge, understand nutrition knowledge, because it's important for my health. And chef would agree because he's also following that regime in the entire hotel, and that's commendable. And I see that happening here also. If you see, through nutrition club, we did a lot of activities because sometimes it's very difficult for the students to understand things inside the class. They find it very boring. So we tried to do a lot of activities through nutrition club, and we tried to play games in which we were learning nutrition. We did treasure hunt in which we were learning nutrition. And as much as possible, I taught them how to become flexitarians. So I don't believe in vegetarian, non-vegetarian, anything. I told them to become flexitarian. By telling them to becoming flexitarian is that when you are following a specific diet, you have to understand that you have to be flexible. You cannot be rigid in what you are doing, because that rigidity can lead, if you have the knowledge, then rigidity works, otherwise it doesn't work. So nutrition club was a great exposure for my students, and we did a lot of activities, a lot of learning, and a lot of spreading the knowledge. When you spread the knowledge, you learn a lot of things. So we were spreading a lot of knowledge around our campus through our nutrition club. So it was a blessing for me and my students, and a great opportunity that IIHM gave me, and my director Sanchari, of course, gave me that great opportunity.
Yes, I think most of us directors in the various campuses are trying to inculcate that into our learning, and it's going to be a very interesting, like I think this year onwards, once the students come back, we're going to start our own, at least here in Jaipur, we have planned it out, and I'm going to take a lot of assistance from you for that, Mansi. Yes. But yes, it's going to really help students in understanding a subject which they otherwise find so boring. And now with it becoming so compulsory by the FSAI to talk about nutritive values of everything, it's going to be a very important part for the students' learning.
If you give student a chance to head the club, then the learning process is very, very easy. So we did a lot of meal planning, and my students were doing excellent meal planning. Sometimes I was taking their help in planning meals. So when I allowed them to head the club, and my third years were doing an excellent job, so then the learning was much better. Then this has been my experience from last 9 years. I started the nutrition club last year, And I think it was, things became easier for me. Teaching became easier for me. So that was a great thing. So of course, please start with some, that club there also in Jaipur and other campuses also, because it works very well.
Sure does. I think I'm having network issues. Just a moment. I'm sorry. Network seems to be an issue nowadays. With so much happening across the borders.
Not in Korea.
You're lucky. You're very lucky. You're really lucky to have that. So we're very close to Delhi, and the Delhi borders are having a lot of issues. So sometimes my network just goes kaput. But any which ways. Chef Praveen, a few thoughts of how to make education more interesting for nutritive values in the culinary field. Should it be merged with the culinary education, or should be kept a separate subject?
I think it should be part of the subject of, say, hotel management. For example, maybe they can make menus. They can make so you can involve the diet, say keto or say vegan on that lines. If you see, every culinary school has, say, first year basic education, and then they have say international cuisine, then they have bulk cooking and experimental cooking. So I think maybe a session or maybe a semester of diet or nutrition food or how to do it, maybe that will add on. Because classrooms can do only classroom session, but unless the chefs works it out, does it practically, it will not put him into interest. Now you see so many restaurants serve vegan food or keto food, or they have their own theme restaurants. So why not? Maybe tomorrow you might see that maybe a restaurant is coming up with only keto food, only with vegan food. Can happen if you see there are vendors who only do organic food, omelets only. So you can see in future maybe a restaurant or a hotel in terms of maybe serving only diet food as well. So I think it should be part of a curriculum. Can be a semester, can be a small couple of months. But yes, practical is very important, because I can make 100 menus on paper. Like I'll make keto this, keto salad, this, that. But once you try it and you taste it, that is where it matters. Healthy food is tasteless, it's wrong. Healthy food is also tasty. So how to make it tasty is that chefs have to make trial, have to do many trials, have to taste themselves, and then you decide. You can't just make, okay, chalo yaar, it's no butter, no cream, no ghee, just put water and boil it. No. So make it, you try it, you taste it, because practical is very important in culinary field. I can get 100 of 100 in theory, but that doesn't mean I can be a great chef. Unless I work, unless I do my trials, I do my study, it will not succeed. So I think it has to be part of curriculum. Not only part of curriculum, they have to be practically done and tried and tested in the college.
I think very well said, Chef, because I think this nutrition club was like a practical knowledge for the students, which we tried and it worked very well. So, and practicality is extremely important, because when they cook, they taste it, then they realize it, what is good and what is. And taste and health goes together, definitely. Even I don't suggest low calorie and zero fat and no butter and all these things, because nobody wants to eat that food again and again.
True.
So I think a lot of us who've been on a constant diet, a lot of teachers, a lot of faculty, I can see smiles. So yes, we all need to connect with Chef Praveen to find out how we can have healthy food, which is really, really tasty food. Okay, so you'll have a lot of people bombarding you with a lot of questions very soon, Chef. And Mansi, of course, you will take your guidance for this. And also for the students, yes, this seemed to be for you a very, very mundane subject, something that you really didn't enjoy so much, because too many things to talk about, too many calories, too many percentages of what percentage of potassium, what percentage of sodium, and how much should you eat, and what kind of a diet, what kind of stuff. It used to be a lot of for me also, it used to be too much information. But now with it being a very, very important part, so anything that you pick up, yes, you're right about the government wanting you to write the nutritive values everywhere. So a lot of people go into the supermarkets, pick up tins and start reading and say, oh my God, that's got a lot of potassium, without realizing that that potassium is needed for you. If it's on the shelf, it's there for a reason. It's healthy, that's why it's there. So this has been a real wonderful talk, and yes, very inspiring for the students to take their, the aspiring chefs, and also not just for their studies, but also for their day-to-day lives, to ensure that they eat healthy and that their family is also eating healthy.
I want to say one thing, that it's the way you take the subject. Now, my students never felt it like a boring class, because I started with Bollywood actor and actresses and their diets. So, and then we moved on to their, the students' diet. So it's the way they don't need to know the potassium, the sodium and all these things. I think that knowledge is good for the nutritionists, but they need to know the trends, and they need to work on the trends. And they need to understand that trends very well, more than, getting into technicalities. So in my case, when I took food science and when I took nutrition, I spoke about more of the trending things which they need to understand. Like we spoke a lot about keto diet. And when I said keto diet, about 20% of my class was already into a keto diet. And I told them the side effects, the good effects, the bad effects about it. So I think if we bring the subject in a very positive manner with lot of practical knowledge and nutrition, believe me, 90% of the world Googles about nutrition. It's a very, very trending subject. So now it's not a mundane subject. It's very, very interesting, and students can learn more about it. Agree, Chef?
Yes, definitely.
We basically need to change our curriculum a bit, tweak it a little, tweak the books that we are reading, and give them the right knowledge and ensure that they work hard. Anything else you would like to say on this topic, Praveen?
No, I think a great initiative by IIHM. I think you touched the right note in this pandemic as well. So because people have now become more prone towards healthy eating and more immunity eating, if you see now menus have kasayam served in menu. You have rasam as a immunity booster. You have turmeric milk served as immunity. Then we also had a Ayush menu as a takeaway menu when we had in between lockdown. So Ayush ingredients, there's the Ayush ministry by the government of India, which promotes healthy eating and promotes the immunity booster ingredients, say from saffron to right from peppercorn to cloves to turmeric. So its benefits are listed in the government website, and which any chef can go to the website, take those list of ingredients and make a menu according to those ingredients. So I think we had made Ayush menu, takeaway menu during the lockdown, and very easy, very good. All our traditional dishes can be made with those ingredients, and it worked very well. So I think it's very important. It's just the intent, which I say always. If you want to do by heart, you will definitely do it. So that's what I want to tell you. And all the chefs, keep trying, do your trials, do your practicals, and keep trying. Just having a knowledge theoretically will not work as a chef. You need to try it out in your kitchens. You need to do trials in your kitchens. That's where you will perfect the dish or perfect the recipe which you want to do it. Be it any dietary or be it any other cuisine for that matter.
So that's so true. To make, the government initiative to make a healthy India, by the Ayush that you spoke about, and promoting local, promoting seasonal. Those are the initiatives that have been taken by the government, and it'll be great for the students to, keep an eye on what is happening, the trending things that are happening by the government and also by the hotels, to make them, more aware of, a healthy life, but not only for themselves, but also ensuring that the guests that come into their hotel are also eating right. So thank you both for being here. Any last words, Mansi?
So I think that India is working towards healthy India, and you can make India healthy because you are associated with food industry. Food industry is a very, very vast industry. Immunity is the trending word. And if I say, let's create immunity, let's create healthy India. It's an interesting subject. We can make it interesting for you. You have to just agree and understand, because it's extremely, extremely important for your career. And you can not only work in a hotel, you can start your startups, you can bring in variety, organic food. There is so much about nutrition that you can, build up, make a lot of money and have great customers. So guys, take that as my advice and start studying nutrition.
So that's really a very interesting talk that we had today, very enlightening to both the students and a lot of us teachers here, giving us a lot of ideas on how we should change our curriculum a little bit, teach them right, teach them to fight. So thank you once again, Praveen. Thank you so much, Mansi, from all the way in Seoul. I know they have such healthy food there, so you really must be enjoying all the food that they eat.
Oh.
Yes. And
their sachets are very nice.
I'm sorry?
You must come here to try the food.
I know. Southeast Asia is on my list of traveling, and yes, so South Korea too soon. And thank you so much, Praveen, and thank you for talking to us about the initiatives that you talked about, and wishing you all the best for all your endeavors, and especially the one where you are working towards the talks on healthy eating. If it's going to be online, we'd love to join in. It'll be really inspiring for the students and a great learning too. So once again, thank you so much from all of us at IIHM. Just before we go, there's one more question which has come on YouTube. We have about 600 students watching our show there. It's towards either one of you. It's like, what are the career opportunities for a nutritionist?
Career opportunities for a nutritionist, you can be teaching. That's what I do. I can be consulting. I can work with the hotel industry. I can work with hospitals. I can work with healthy. I can work with community services. So I think today nutrition is a very, very, great trend. People want to study nutrition and they want to become nutritionists, and I can take care of myself. So there are a lot of opportunities now in the world, and government is doing a lot for the nutritionists. We are working for a lot for our citizens. So there are great opportunities in the hotels. Also, there are great opportunities. So earlier, nutritionist was not a very well recognized person, but today a nutritionist is very well recognized.
And like Praveen said, he might just have a job opening for a position opening for a nutritionist in his hotel very soon. So does he have, so Shubham is asking, does he have to do anything extra, or does a hotel management culinary course help him achieve what he does in a nutritionist job? So Praveen, that's for you.
I think nutritionists, I think you need to do a separate course as a nutritionist. I believe Mansi must have also done it, and she will enlighten it more. But as a chef, having basic knowledge is very important. That's why it can be part of curriculum. By hotel owner will not become a nutritionist. By hotel owner can become a good chef with the knowledge of nutrition. But nutritionist will be a hardcore nutritionist having a course in itself separately. Right, Mansi?
Yes, I agree to it. Because when we study nutrition, we study a lot of food science, and that is not that we teach in a hotel management. It's actually impossible for the student to learn that much. So we do the basic knowledge to the students. So it's difficult for them to become a nutritionist, but they can enhance their knowledge and they can do well in their own careers. So to become a nutritionist, they have to study more.
That was a question actually. Study extra or just do hotel management?
But to think of it, when you think of a student doing hotel management, okay, they are already studying a lot,
Yes.
a lot more than they would be doing for any other course.
Yes.
I think we have Swara Waria who wants to ask a question. Swara, can you put your question on the chat, please? Swara? She even has a video off. I don't see any other questions coming in. So thank you again, both of you. It's really been lovely connecting with you, and thank you for taking time out. I know it's almost a little over dinner time for you, Mansi, over there. It's kind of getting late in the night, and it's good that we caught you on your day off. Otherwise, you'd be, set for big events and getting your restaurant set. So thank you again for being here. Thank you for being part of the Young Chef Olympiad. Forward together. This is our bounce back here, and it's a different way of working. It's a different event for us, and both of you have been a part of it last year, from what I got to know, and you'll agree it's different, but it's as enlightening as it could be for any and everyone. So thank you once again for being here. We have Mr. Khurana and Sanchari in the studio. Would they like to come in and say a quick hi before we go off the air?
Thank you so much.
Yes, we'll wait for Sanchari and Mr. Khurana. They'd love to say a few words before we go off. Okay, so there's one more. We have cooking competition for students or chef students. Okay. Can somebody answer Swara's question? Tobishra, there's a question from Ahmedabad. It's nothing related to this talk, so maybe you could answer that one. Can you see the question?
Yes, Swara, we have a competition for the students and you have to register yourself. Do one thing, I am sending you a phone number in your personal message. Please give a call, and then depending on which class you are in, what is your age, we will be registering you for Young Chef Junior and competition, okay?
Thank you, Tomishra. So I think they're just joining in. I can see them connecting to their audio. So what is your present project, Mansi? What are you doing in Seoul?
So I have just moved into Seoul and it's been 5 months. It's snowing right now here. I can see it's a beautiful weather, so I'm enjoying the snow. And I'll be soon joining IIHM with my sessions. And I'm studying for my RD exam and planning to do my PhD later.
Wow, so it'll be a Dr. Mansi Bhartiya.
Hopefully, yes.
So was nutrition a favorite subject of yours in DY Patil? Chef?
Not so much, I would say. It was part of our curriculum, but you know, as students, we never took it so seriously. But only after joining the industry, we came to know that yes, it is very important. So we experienced talks. So that's what.
Whenever I used to visit Mr. Merchant, he used to always say, you know, students in the afternoon never come to these classes, and they were always after lunchtime. So I think we really need to make that class, like Mansi said, very, very interesting and exciting for the students.
I had full attendance, and I'm very proud of my IIHM students because I had full attendance. And we used to talk so much about diets and everything. I think I learned a lot from my students.
I think that's something we are going to inculcate in our class, in our campuses very, very soon, this year onwards, and we're going to reach out to you to help us with that one. So we have back with us Mr. Khurana and Sanchari, who are from the Global Studios. Sanchari, some words from you, and Mr. Khurana.
Of course, very, very delighted to in fact meet both of you from here in Calcutta from the Global Studio. Hello to Chef Shetty. So how are you doing?
I'm great. How are you, ma'am?
I'm doing very well, Chef, and good to see you on screen and not really in person this time. Very different, but then thank you so much for being a part of this session today. I'm really happy and sure that, you know, everybody really got a lot of takeaway from the conversation that you've had, you know, with Ms. Reena and Mansi. So happy to see you here. How's so treating you?
Beautiful. It's beautiful. You must come and visit.
Absolutely, I will, Mansi. And, you know, we have had a very enriching conversation right now. We were basically, you know, hearing in the back office, and I was discussing with Rupinder how important this conversation was. And I'm certain, you know, all students and the entire audience who have been listening to you have really grabbed on a lot of information. What say, Rupinder?
Yes, in fact, like right from the morning today, our students and people who have logged in, and they have been hearing experts coming in and sharing about their experiences. So there have been topics which have got discussed. They have been to you know, workshops where they logged in to the United World of Young Chefs. So a lot of things going on, and it's really exciting to hear experts like you coming in and discussing these topics. And there is so much to take away from this particular 1 hour that, you know, the students are noting down everything, and they would definitely be writing a report about it. So this is something which we feel that is amazing, and thank you so much for taking that, you know, effort to be a part of this symposium today.
Right. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, you are basically listening to Ms. Mansi Bhatia and Chef Praveen Shetty. And of course, the topic of discussion was the importance of nutrition and health in culinary education. A big thanks to the panel and definitely to Ms. Reena who moderated it. It was lovely to have you on.
So much, and thanks once again, Praveen and Mansi. Lovely meeting up with you all and hoping to stay connected.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Symposium. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we are moving to the next session, the next symposium. Believe me, this happens to be the 6th session of the day. And as you know already, today, in fact, since morning itself, there has been a series of sessions, a lot of speakers, in fact, who have moved in for conversations, a lot of demonstrations happening as a part of a united world of young chefs, happening parallelly on different channels of IIHM. And that's what technology is all about, isn't it? Complicated, yet very, very engaging and enhanced. And for the next session of Symposium 6, that is going to be on the topic, do chefs really understand molecular gastronomy and its application? And for the session, I would like to basically invite Ms. Shabnam Haldar and the speakers of the session. Before that, we would like to go ahead and take a small commercial break and come back.
Is very, very well spoken and well said. Today, we are all in a hurry and we want to do things in a shortcut, but that's not the way to go about it. For me, if you want to ask me, what is my definition, having worked with molecular gastronomy for 12 years now, and of course, I set up the first molecular gastronomy restaurant in India. So molecular gastronomy is not a cuisine, but these are basically culinary techniques. And what it is all about is a combination of culinary science, culinary arts, and culinary artistry. That means when you have understood the basics or the fundamentals, and when you have also mastered the art of traditional cooking, it is beyond that that you apply elements of molecular gastronomy to create that surprise or to enhance the customer experience. So as we all know, molecular gastronomy is not about foams, not about liquid nitrogen. It is about understanding the psychology of customer and using science to maximize the enjoyment or the way that he relishes food. Dining is not about just, tasting the food with your tongue. It's a multimodal experience. So you use all your senses. So understanding the science behind cooking helps you in enhancing this aspect of, all our senses and making sure that we create and present food in that kind of a manner that it becomes more enjoyable to customers. But the key to science, the aesthetic aspect is only the visual and only the surface of it. It is the concentration of flavor. It's the clarification of flavor. It is about how you cook meat while retaining the pink color and the complete juiciness without, it having to turn brown. So basically, these are things that you have to understand. It's about flavor purification. So this is something that goes beyond, the sense of traditional cuisine. And what I think is that when we try to skim the surface, then we get nowhere. And we give ourselves, as well as the subject of molecular gastronomy, which has been researched not by just chefs. Chefs, when they initially cooked, it was by trial and error. After understanding the science and collaborating with different kinds of people, chefs, cookbook authors, designers of crockery, designers of glassware, and, sensory people who deal with sensory perceptions and all of these. So that is the way that some of the pioneering chefs, developed this field. The term molecular gastronomy is a very catchy name, and that is why everybody uses that. The best way to describe this style of cooking is, as you said, modernist or avant-garde style of cooking. Basically, where you use new age equipments to enhance flavors, to create a better dining experience after understanding the science of cooking. Then, of course, you need to also look into the visual aspect, which is also very important. It becomes a part of your presentation. So for me, I have two favorite chefs. My first favorite chef is Thomas Keller, because I think that he has taken the refinement of classic cooking to the highest level. And then you have Ferran Adria. Of course, you also have Heston Blumenthal. So basically, they then took a different path. When I first dined at Heston Blumenthal's restaurant in Fat Duck, I used to think that was like I had already completed 15 years in the job. I used to think that I knew everything about cooking and the way that cooking is supposed to be. I had cooked French food, I had cooked Italian food, I had cooked modern European food, not modernist European food. So basically, I had done all of that for 15 years, nonstop, thinking that I knew everything about cooking. But when I dined after 15 years of my cooking experience in Heston's restaurant, Fat Duck, it changed my thought process. Oh my God, is this also possible with cooking? So basically, it is not that I started as a chef and learned about molecular gastronomy immediately. So I put in 15 years of hard work in the kitchen, trying to understand the basics, the classical aspects, trying to, see that we create the best quality sauces and the best quality stocks, and how we cook them, how we, store food, how we, do anything with food, basically. So that is what was my next step, because for me, I wanted to learn beyond just classical cuisine. And that is the reason why we set up first a kitchen, which was the test kitchen. So we purchased equipment worth around 30 to 40 lakhs. I remember going to Singapore and purchasing all this equipment. And for 6 months, we just did trials and trained all our chefs and tried to understand ourselves that what these equipments can do for our customers. So that is what I would like to say as an introduction to molecular gastronomy, that, it's a combination of culinary arts, culinary science, and culinary artistry.
Thank you very much, Chef Abhijit. It was wonderful, and the way you explained the whole journey, the way you made us understand the concept, the excitement of having Neil, Chef Ranveer, and Chef Abhijit together in a frame is palpable, and I can see that excitement in the YCO global, in the studio. I would take you there, Abdullah. Can you tell us what is happening there in the studio?
Oh, well, Chef, there's been a huge flow of excitement that's happening. There are loads of questions are coming in across the YouTube, Facebook, and on the Zoom. I'll take one question. I promised students that I'm going to bring one student in a chat with Chef Ranveer, which they would not get this opportunity. So I'll take one question on, one question in the end. I've chosen Savannah Trivedi. Savannah, I'll take your question. Chef, she's written a very interesting question. I'll read that out, and I'll want the camera team to bring Savannah Trivedi here. And she is asking you, do different kinds of chemicals actually have an impact on the food's flavor? So that's a question that Savannah has asked. I'll request if you could unmute Savannah as well. And Chef, if you could answer that for Savannah. Savannah, why don't you just ask this question for Chef yourself? If you could unmute Savannah. You are
Do they actually affect the flavor, or like it's just insipid?
So see, anything that affects the senses, whether it is taste or flavor, anything that is sensory, that touches your tongue. It is a function of pure science, and it's a function of pure chemistry that it evokes a certain reaction. If you were to break down food and food flavors, you would eventually reach a stage where you'd be able to understand what molecules, what oils, what chemicals have what effects on the way our brain triggers a certain reaction. So, come to think of it, cooking is basically chemistry. All right. Now, what molecular cuisine does is it takes that chemistry and then isolate and extracts a few things, like Chef Saha said, for purification. It's basically utilizing study of food chemistry and pharmacy and medicine making to give you a clear flavor perception, to trigger your brain, to create molecules and textures that trigger your brain for pleasant reactions. That's the basis of all these chemicals. Everything that you eat can be broken down into chemicals and molecules. That's the nature of food. And every molecule that you put on your tongue is supposed to trigger a reaction from your brain, which is either pleasant or unpleasant. And to be able to control that and control the reaction is the ultimate objective of dining, or in this case, molecular gastronomy.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Savannah. Thank you, Chef Barar, for asking this question. I think it's an absolute great session going on with so much of excitement. Coming in, back to Chef Kak for the discussions, and to all the students, I'll request if you could show all the screens, and students, if you could wave to all the chefs. We'll just quickly go on to the gallery view. Just wave to the chefs. Just wave. If you love the panel and if you're enjoying, just wave. Wave to Chef Ranveer, wave to Chef Neil, wave to Chef Saha. And we will choose one of you lucky persons to have one question in the end. So quickly think about a question from this topic on molecular gastronomy, put it in the chat box, and I promise once we are going to take one of you live with Chef Ranveer Barar in about 20 minutes from now. Back to Chef Kak for the discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdullah. That was very palpable, and I'm really excited. I'm almost jumping out of my seat. My next question is to Chef Neil. Chef Neil, you are a culinary educator, and you have also contributed to so many different books now, and these books are more than I would say, if I would have to say like that, are almost like Bibles for today's culinary students and even any other professional as far as hospitality is concerned. And that brings in a lot of responsibility for you. My next question would be, why do you think the chefs have gone wrong in understanding this modern concept of molecular gastronomy and other whatever we call it, modernist cuisine, etc., etc. And one more thing that I would also like to ask you is, because in the colleges, in the institutions where we teach hospitality, we never overemphasize on as Chef Abhijit Saha pointed out. He said we only skim the surface. We never ask the students to do that. Then if they don't learn it here, where do they learn it?
Well, I think it's such a big and open world, and it's interesting to hear the metaphorical examples from the other chefs. I think we're saying the same thing, but just using different words. But it's interesting. I was thinking as you were speaking there, Chef, about your experience with Heston Blumenthal, and I've just got something sprang to mind. And he made a crab ice cream, and in the early days at the Fat Duck, he would bring regulars in, and he would bring people in to test some of the new dishes. And he's talking about the senses. He's used things like Sound of the Sea, and he's having the water and the seagulls in the background, and snail porridge, which is more like a sort of risotto with snails, or snails with garlic and parsley, really the fundamental elements of those ingredients, which is quite a European French classic combination. But I remember him putting on this crab ice cream as a savory ice cream, and people, they have expectations when they taste something for the first time. They're using their eyes and they're using their history and their expectations. They look at something that looks like an ice cream. It is an ice cream. It's red or it's pink, and they think, their brain is saying, this is going to be raspberry, this is going to be strawberry, this is going to be sweet. And when these people tasted this ice cream and it tasted of crab, their reaction was horrified, because they didn't expect this to happen, because their brain is telling them this is going to taste of fruit, it's going to taste sweet, it's going to do all of these things. And obviously he was doing this as an experiment, but people have to understand what it is they're tasting. You know, they have to have that awareness, you know, that you're breaking avant-garde. It's going beyond the, you know, what we've done in the past. We're experimenting in new things. Some of them work, some of them don't work. And I think, like my colleagues were saying, that because it looks so flash and so impressive to have really colorful, very visual, very exciting to the eyes food on a plate, and smoke and mirrors and all sorts of things, that I think young people, well, to all of us it's impressive, but to young people in particular entering the industry, when they see something traditional versus something that looks, you know, $1 million, they want to go to the back of the book and say, I want to get to the $1 million. I'm not really interested, you know, that stuff looks a bit boring and I've seen this all before. I want to go here because this is exciting. This is where I want to be. I want to impress people with this type of cooking. But every day is a school day. You know, there is nobody on this planet, Heston, Ferran, that, you know, Ferran Adria would spend 5 months of the year just getting the dishes right with his colleagues, and lots of very, very talented chefs spending lots of time doing research on, you know, algae and seaweeds and all of these chemicals. I think as well, when I heard the young student speaking then, they've got to take that back to food. These aren't chemicals in terms of the types of things that we might practice in chemistry. These are food-based ingredients that have a stabilizing or an enhancing capacity within the food. They're not there to be insipid or to hide things. They should contribute to the eating qualities of those dishes. So just to sort of answer your question, it's a massive question, because you never stop learning. None of us stop learning. Every day we learn something new, and we should always keep our minds open to learning new things. But you have to have those foundations in place. You have to understand the basic chemical reactions of when you're searing a piece of meat, that you're caramelizing, you're getting those aromas. You have to understand that you've got basic tastes in your mouth of salt, sugar, sour, bitterness, umami. The importance of your nose in breathing in and exploring flavors, and spices and herbs, and, you know, there's just a million different commodities that come into this, and we just have to be careful and pay very close attention to making there's a harmony of all of those things together, which is the beauty of eating. And social, you know, the other aspects of eating with friends and family and people that we love, listening to the right music, listening, you know, the whole ambience of eating interferes with that, or interacts with the enjoyment that we have. And it's an everyday thing that we all have to do to survive, and we all enjoy it, and we all have to learn and carry on.
Thank you very much, Chef Neil. That was really you know, very exhaustive, and you told us about your perfectly all right, about your experiences with the gastronomy, and how you kind of made up your mind after listening to others, seeing what they are doing, as to what we need to do ahead. Chef Ranveer, you are a food consultant. You consult a lot of restaurants, you consult a lot of food businesses, entrepreneurs. Is it deja vu for you sometimes when people come and say, "Mere ko wo karna hai, I want to do this smoky thing. I want to use molecular gastronomy in my restaurant." I'm talking about new entrepreneurs, investors in their restaurants. No one, I want to do what the others are doing. Does it happen? And what would you generally say to them? How would you generally kind of make them understand that, most important thing is the taste, most important thing is how you run a restaurant, how you make money, and how you create a concept, how you create a kind of a recall value for the restaurant?
So as a brand, we stopped restaurant consulting around 3 years ago, and this typically was the reason why we stopped. because you did not enjoy creating concepts that were new, that were research oriented, that you would really invest a month and a half in researching, that you'd create a story behind it, the usual nuances of creating a restaurant concept, trying to say a story. And that's exactly why I sort of stopped doing restaurant consulting. Yes, we consult brands as from our parent company, Food Mantra F&B, but we don't consult restaurants anymore. And this typically was the reason. I think what happens, which is hopefully going to go down now with post-COVID, is we were getting very heavy in India in experiential dining. And this was a very easy, gimmicky way to create wow experiences. I call it the Sizzler phenomenon of the 70s. What Sizzlers did to India in the 70s, wherein you see a Sizzler going from your table and 3 people order it. Liquid Nitrogen did the same thing to our mentality, 2 years ago. You saw smoke and you said, I want one of that as well. So I think because of that, and because of our unfortunate mentality to sort of say, okay, we go with what works, it caused the downfall of molecular gastronomy, because it spread it out really thin without people needing to deep dive into it. I think our short-sightedness, like Chef Saha said, of the concept and the potential of it in India really caused a quicker downfall than it would have been. I always say post-COVID era is the pure food era, because you've experienced what good food can do. You've experienced, you've removed the fluff. You've gotten food delivered at home. You've eaten with friends. You've gone back to social dining at home. You've gone back to eating real food, cooking real food. You've reestablished a different connect to food. I think that's going to stay. Yeah, that if that answers the question, Chef.
Yes, fantastic, Chef. And Chef Abhijit Saha has a completely on the other side of a table view of this. Chef Saha, you have been there, you have done that, and you have been, as I said, a kind of a torch bearer for this. Let me go to the idea of the guest. Let me talk to you about what the guest would think. So what you must have done it for so many years now. You must have got lots of varied reactions from the customers. There would be a reaction which would say, "Wow, chef, kya banaya?" There would be another reaction, "Arey, what is this? Itna khamkha, itna paisa leta hai with." There is, that these are the two types of reactions extreme reactions that you would get from the guests. So
because I have a joke about this in Delhi. It's in Hindi, so I'll excuse myself from Chef Neil if he doesn't get it. They say in Delhi there's only one reaction to food. It is kya banaya. It's just the way you say it that varies. Either they will say kya banaya, or they'll say kya banaya. The reaction to food is the same.
Correct. So Chef Abhijit, my specific question to you was, how many times, and did it really happen that your decision of picking up a dish, a modernish dish for the menu, would generally depend on what your guests' feedbacks were for the earlier dish that was a precursor? You're muted, chef.
Okay, am I audible now?
Yes, yes, chef. Yes.
Okay, I had lost my connection in between,
Yeah,
so I
yeah.
missed out on a large part of what Ranveer said. But nevertheless, I'll catch up with him later. What I thought was that, guest reactions, as you said, can be varied. One of the jokes that we keep saying about the kind of food that is served in multi course restaurants or in tasting menus, कि अब ये सब तो ठीक है, अब खाना कहाँ है? Where is the food? This is all okay. You served us 9 to 10 plates of food, but where's the food? Where's the real food? So this is not just about molecular gastronomy. It is a reaction to any Michelin star, style restaurant where you have multi-course meals. So having said that, I think that many of the guests who would come to Caperberry would be very, very excited. Some people, by the sheer extravagance of it, the showmanship of it. But others really appreciated the quality of the food that we serve and we created at Caperberry. So, there was a question that was asked by you that, where you can learn about a little bit about molecular gastronomy to start with. So, Caperberry, the cookbook, which I, authored last year, is a good way to learn it in a very simplistic manner. So if anybody wants to get a hand on it, you can get it on Amazon.com. So basically, .in. So that is available there. And the customers, have been very, very generous to me and very generous to Caperberry with their comments. Most of the time, 9 out of the 10 times, we were able to, make our customers excited, happy, and give them a complete dining experience, if I may say so. So that was our aim. Our aim was not to just play with molecular gastronomy or just play with liquid nitrogen. Our aim was to create a dining experience which was memorable. And I think that, we have been able to do that over the years. So now Caperberry is closed. I've closed all my restaurants and, after COVID, and, I mostly do consulting work. I'm right now setting up the all the airport. I'm the consultant for the Bangalore airport. So we are setting up all the new, redefining the vision. So I don't believe that, anything should be done for the sake of just showing off or just because it is trendy. It should be done because you want to create a good experience for your customers. And that can be done in a very simple home style food, with a very simple home style food, to using the latest techniques and the biggest equipments that the industry has to offer. So basically, food is got a very, very large spectrum. And similarly, you will have, as customers, you will have a large spectrum. Also, chefs come from different kinds of background, different kinds of style. So it is very difficult for us to compare food and, of different kinds of restaurant. So, I think that ultimately, when you cook food, if you cook it with love, passion, no matter what you do, whether you're doing molecular gastronomy or not, it is supposed to be done with that thought in mind and making your customers happy. That is what is the power of a chef you have. So it doesn't matter whether you're doing molecular gastronomy or not. Now to answer another question, molecular gastronomy is a very deep, in-depth subject. It is not something that you can learn overnight. Where Chef Neil was just saying that, Ferran Adria used to spend over the period of 20 years that he ran El Bulli. So 6 months only he used to run the restaurants and 6 months he used to do the research work. So what? He had a team of around 10 to 12 chefs who would work in his lab kitchen, which is called the Taille. So basically, what he learned over a period of 20 years, you can't expect to learn overnight. And that is the reason why it is an in-depth subject. You can learn slowly and gradually, a little at a time, and you can bring in your own experiences your own food thoughts and your own cuisine specialities and create something special and something different for your customers by using these culinary techniques which have been created with the idea of enhancing the dining experience. So that is what my belief is. And unfortunately, because of this depth that is required, it has bypassed not only chefs in India, most chefs in India, but it has bypassed a lot of chefs in the world. Many people can say, I don't care about molecular gastronomy. That is perfectly fine. As I said, all chefs are different, everybody is different, and have a different attitude towards food. But to say that molecular gastronomy is not something that is in depth is something that someone does not understand it, the subject. So it's important that we try to look at it as a subject that requires a lot of thought, a lot of in-depth understanding. And if they do not understand, I'm fine with that. Sometimes people say that molecular gastronomy is passé, but it is not the truth. There is no haute cuisine experience, may it be in Chinese cooking, may it be in Japanese cooking, may it be in French cooking, Italian cooking, that does not use the elements of molecular gastronomy to make that experience special. So basically, molecular gastronomy no longer is treated as something extraordinary or as a something as a subject which is this thing completely different from mainstream. So it has now got more integrated into mainstream haute cuisine. That is what I would like to say. And that is how chefs should look at it and, learn about it and also try and see if they can apply it in the cuisine that they are practicing or in the restaurant that they are in, if it is suitable and if it works for them.
Thank you very much, Chef Abhijit. That was really, really important for the chefs, for the students who are aspiring to do it. I have one small question for both Chef Neil as well as Chef Ranveer before we go back to the studio. Chef Neil, to you first. Do you think the guest of today is ready for an experience which could come from molecular gastronomy? Okay, I can go to Chef Ranveer in the meantime. Chef Ranveer, to you, do you think our guests or the general public who comes to dine with us, is ready for was or is ready for the experience that we want to give it to them, or the chefs want to give it to them through this avant-garde technique?
See, I think I will sort of concur with Chef Saha here that it's our job to get them ready. The whole point is you have to take your consumer on a journey. You have to take your customer on a journey. So to assume that your customers are going to be absolutely ready for the crab ice cream when you put it out is going to be unfair. I think it's a part of the chef's job to take those risks, to take those consumers in confidence and on a journey. And that is true for any new concept that comes in. It is about confidence building. But will we take that journey is more important. For example, if we leave the consumer just at the flash of the liquid nitrogen and the dragon macaroons, or will we take that journey forward with him now that we've gotten him on? But to take him forward in that journey, we need to have taken that journey well in advance. And that is where we hit a sort of a roadblock with molecular gastronomy. There are these 5 techniques that we learn, 5 techniques that we show. Now the consumer wants to take that journey with you, but because we haven't taken the 20 years that Farhan Adria took, or we haven't spent those 5 years, 6 years that Chef Saha spent of his life, you can't take him on that journey forward. So you initiated him into something that you really don't know how to take it forward. So for me, it is a chef's duty, and the right way of doing business is to cajole and educate consumers and take them on a journey. But you need to be sure of the path before you can take somebody on it.
Thank you very much, Chef Ranveer. Chef Neil, a very short answer to what I asked you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Chef Neil?
What was that?
Can you
I
hear me?
missed the question.
Yeah.
I can. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, yes, we can hear you now, Chef. So I was saying a very short answer to the question: is the customer of today ready for experiences like molecular gastronomy or modernist cuisine?
Yeah, I think it's appearing more and more commonly around restaurants. I think a lot of chefs are looking at ways in which they can incorporate some of this learning into dishes so that their restaurant offer is exciting and appealing to new customers. I think there are different levels of that. There are restaurants that totally work at like the Fat Duck and El Bulli and places like that, where in the past they've spent so many hours and months working on dishes and experiences to put that together. That's at one extreme of the market, and people will wait 6 months, or they'll wait a long time to get a reservation in these types of places just so that they can experience those things. And where you've got the groundbreakers, then you have others that follow. And I think the message here is that the others that follow have to make sure that anything that they're incorporating in terms of any new approaches and new techniques, that they have to be tested and qualified before they're put out to the public. That would be my recommendation. But there are lots of techniques and lots of ingredients that have been used in food manufacturing as stabilizers for a long time. They just haven't been used in restaurant kitchens. So I think a lot of the learning from this is the way that manufacturing industries have utilized certain food-based chemicals to enhance and stabilize and add aeration qualities to various products. So to answer your question, the general public is already experiencing some of these things, just maybe not as as frequently as in other examples. So sorry, I lost sound for a while. Did that answer your question?
Yes, Chef. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for
I'm going to have to. Yeah, I'm going to have to go soon. So can I say goodbye to everyone?
Thank you very much, Chef. Thanks for your time and for your valuable contribution to YCO 2021. And we'll be seeing you soon.
Yeah, and thank you to the other two chefs. It was great to meet them both. I can't see them now, but
sure.
Yeah. Cheers,
Great
guys.
evening.
All the best. Take care. Stay safe. Nice to meet you. Great chat. Great conversation. Thank you.
Same here.
Bye-bye.
Over to you, YCO Global Studio.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Global Studio. You logged into IIHM Hotel School channel that keeps getting you these live updates about some wonderful and lovely topics. I promised you that I'm going to take one question live with Chef Ranveer Brar. I'm going to load the question. I'm going to bring in the student out here. And now before we go, student, why don't you wave to Chef Ranveer and Chef Saha one more time? Let me see if you could all wave to Chef Ranveer. Yeah, just say hi to him and wave to him, and I'm going to choose one of you to get on the screen. All right, so that's all your fan following Chef Ranveer Brar, and I can see some students raising. Yashvi is raising her hand as well. Unfortunately, we don't have time, but I have chosen a question, and that person is going to ask the question live directly to Chef Ranveer, and the person is Tripti Ajit Sarya. Tripti, we have selected your question. It's a lovely question that you've written, and I think we'll let you ask this question. So if you could have Tripti on the spotlight along with Chef Ranveer to ask her question, so if you could unmute Tripti, please.
Good evening, Chef Ranveer Brar. Am I audible?
You are, yes. Hi, Tripti.
Okay, good evening, everyone present here. So my question is that could you please explain how can we purify the flavor? How can we use molecular gastronomy to purify flavors in more detail? Because it was a little unclear to me. Thank you.
Okay, so so the way molecular gastronomy works, all right, there are certain normally we are used to eating our food which is a combination of flavors, All right. Molecular gastronomy has ingredients which are a result of extraction and purification. Okay. So, for example, and this is a very long answer, I'm going to shorten it for you. Okay. What happens is, for example, when you extract something, you get a purer form. So, a lot of these purer starches are called gums. A lot of these extracts that are used as ingredients in molecular gastronomy are purer forms of already existing either foodstuff or already existing ingredients, right? And that gives you the ability to use it in isolation because it already has been extracted before while you get it. That's one why things get purer, why things get cleaner in terms of flavors. The second thing is molecular gastronomy is a very texture-driven part of avant-garde cuisine, which means that when you create a foam spreads on your palate, right? When you create a jelly, it has a certain. So because of textures, you are able to hear the flavors more clearly in a much more segregated manner. So the two things I need to remember is purification, or what we are talking about, what Chef Saha was talking about, happens because of extraction, either during the process or with the ingredients that you're using. The oils that you use, they're extracted, purified. And two, it happens because it's textural cuisine, and texture allows you to better appreciate and cleanly understand flavors that you're eating. Yeah? Awesome. Good luck.
Thank you so much, Chef.
Studio.
All right, Tripti, which school are you from and which city are you from? Why don't you share that as well? We're just unmuting you 1 second. Yeah.
So I have completed my schooling from the Heritage School, Kolkata, and right now I'm in IIHM, Kolkata, first year.
Oh, wonderful, Tripti. All right. Okay. So we've got all the students. Yes. So thank you for asking this question. Sanchari, what do you say about the action-packed day that's happening and the excitement of students here with Chef Ranveer and Chef Saha?
I think it's absolutely remarkable because firstly, since the morning we have been seeing so many amazing expert sessions. But then, of course, this afternoon with Chef Ranveer and of course with Chef Saha present, I think the entire scenario has changed. The students are so excited, and of course, even I'm excited as well because so much of learning, and of course, has always been a fan, and so much of information, so much of gigantic information, and definitely so much of interest in the subject of molecular gastronomy. So thank you so much, Chef. Always a pleasure hearing you, and definitely, the young students today are learning so much thanks to you, and definitely all the, it's about making everything which is, of course, very difficult sound very interesting and so simple, to everybody. So it was impossibly good, and I really liked the session myself. Thank you so much for having the session around with us, Chef. Thank you so much for joining us this evening.
I would like to say a big thanks to Chef Abhijit Saha and Chef Ranveer for coming, taking out time, and for all your contribution towards our students, all your contribution towards YCO as a whole, and your contribution towards the industry is really humongous, and thank you very much for that to both of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chef. Thank you. And Chef Saha, it's such a pleasure hearing you speak. The clarity of thought and the poise that you have when you speak is outstanding. So much to learn every time I talk to you. Chef Kak, always a pleasure. We will definitely catch up on some other Zoom call some other day. But thank you very much, Chef Saha. Such a pleasure.
Thank you.
Hopefully catch up soon, Chef.
Thank you, Ranveer. Thank you, Sanjay. Thank you, Abdullah. Thank you, Sanchari. And a big thank you to the students. Enjoy the YCO. It is the ultimate experience for a budding chef or a chef, or for anybody who is associated with culinary arts. So have a great time and see you soon.
Thank you, Chef. Thank you so much, Chef. Shaha, and of course, Chef Brar. Look forward to your sessions again very, very soon. And of course, from the YCO Career Studio, thank you very much for joining us this evening.
Thank you so much, guys. So keep tuned in. Thank you to all the chefs. And don't go away, guys. We're going to take a short break and we're going to come back. The next session that's coming up is the format, setup, and success of cloud kitchens. And of course, no one else but Chef Kunal Kapoor will be here to interact live with all of you. So don't go. We'll be taking a short break. And the format remains the same. You got to wave. You're going to write the question in the chat box. I'm going to choose you. And then you can ask your question to your famous and the most, celebrity chef, yes, Kunal Kapoor. All right, we'll be right back. Keep tuned in. We're going to take a break and we'll be back.
See you soon.
We are hospitality.
We will rise.
We will not fall.
We will stand tall. We will answer the call.
We will bounce back.
There'll be days when things seem bad.
Life may seem unfair.
Keep your cool, do not get mad. Breathe and don't despair.
Just say, I'll bounce back.
Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Whoa.
We are hospitality.
We unite the world
through love
and hope
and service.
Things won't always go to plan.
Life won't always be perfect.
Just keep on going, do the best that you can. Keep things in perspective.
And say, I'll bounce back.
Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Ooh, yeah. Pick yourself up, dust yourself off and bounce back.
Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Whoa.
Just say bounce back.
We are hospitality.
We will rise.
We will not fall.
We will stand tall. We will answer the call.
We will bounce back.
All right, welcome back, everybody. The entire audience who's in fact watching us this morning. Of course, all the students, the team. We are so happy to be here. And of course, we are at the end of the session today, the symposium, which has been running since morning. And this happens to be the 7th symposium, and of course, a very, very celebrated one, because we have with us none other than celebrity chef, Chef Kunal Kapoor. He is here today and we are very happy to have him around. And along with him would be our director from Pune, Mr. Rupinder Khurana. Over to you, Abdullah. And what do you think about this?
Well, I think it's an absolute pleasure for all of us to have Chef Kunal with us to talk about the format, setup of cloud kitchens. I think, so all you students who are watching this here in the Zoom and on the Facebook and YouTube, cloud kitchens is a new concept which I would let Rupinder and Chef Kunal share with you and tell you a little more about it. So actually, you guys can think about what cloud kitchen is. It's a business setup that you can do. You not necessarily that you need to finish college to start that. You can actually start this even immediately after class 12th. You know, you can start this business, and I think that's what it is all about. We've got Chef Kunal Kapoor here, who is a celebrity chef, and of course we've got Mr. Rupinder Khurana. And before I get everybody and I hand it over to Mr. Rupinder Khurana and Chef Kunal to take this forward, why don't you guys just wave to Chef Kunal? Why don't you guys just wave to Chef Kunal and just wave it to him? Okay, so the biggest wave I'm going to take for Chef Kunal. So the most excited wave like this, if you do, and I'll select you, and then I'm going to take you for Chef Kunal, right? Okay, I can see Zydus School this, and I can see Kirat Kaur as well. Okay, I can see Priyanshi. I can see all you guys. Then okay. So Chef Kunal, you can see students are loving you. They're waving hands at you, and we will bring the students in a question answer session with you after a while when they understand what a cloud kitchen is. And an opportunity that they want to see and hear from you about the cloud kitchen setup. But for this, I think I'll hand it over to our director from the Pune campus, Mr. Rupinder Khurana, who will be moderating the session. So over to you, Mr. Rupinder.
All right. So I was just waiting to be unmuted. That is technology. All right. So we welcome Chef Kunal Kapoor, and the session which has already been announced is the format, the setup, and success of Cloud Kitchen. But before we get into that, though the man needs no introduction, I'll still like to talk about him, tell you a little bit about his background, and for all of you, he was born and brought up in New Delhi, and he has pursued his education in hotel management from Institute of Hotel Management in Chandigarh. All right. And he has worked with some of the most leading hotel chains, such as the Taj Group of Hotels and the Leela Group. And Chef Kunal's other passions include food, automobiles, photography, travel, and history. All right. So he has been, in fact, recognized by the Ministry of India for presenting Sattvic cuisines to the Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself and the German Chancellor Ms. Merkel in Bangalore. He has been a winner of several culinary and television awards, and Kunal Kapoor has been recognized amongst the best chefs in India by India Today. He has played host in many, many television shows such as MasterChef India, Junior MasterChef India, and he was invited to judge the semi-finale of MasterChef America with Chef Gordon Ramsay. His most recent shows are My Yellow Table on NDTV Good Time and Pickle Nation Travel and Food Show, which is aired on Living Food. So I welcome you, Chef. So over to you. So the mystery of Cloud Kitchen, a lot of our students, especially during the pandemic time and last year, this concept, was quite avidly chased because because of the lockdown, lot of businesses closed down, and one of the sustainable model or food and beverage model which came up was Cloud Kitchen, because that was food deliveries were still being allowed, and a lot of people thought of getting into this. So if you could go ahead and talk about it.
First of all, thank you, Rupinder, for the lovely introduction. Thank you, Abdullah. Thank you, Sanchari, for the opportunity. And yes, this has been a difficult time. And, somebody wise long ago, when I was training, told me something that with every difficulty, there is an equal opportunity. So you just need to be aware, keep your antennas up and grab that opportunity. And you should be flexible enough to switch gears and be ready to change yourself. And I think the most difficult thing is to change your mind perception and your way of being. Let's say if you're used to doing a certain kind of work, and all of a sudden you're told that right now this industry is closing, or we have problems here, or you need to close this and do something else, it's very difficult. So let's say if you're selling something in a shop and you're told, okay, yeah, close your shop and do a totally different kind of work. So I think that's the entire thing, that you should be prepared to kind of change yourself, mold yourself, and shift gears and try and ride on what is available. And I think to a very large extent, hotel management is one of those avenues or courses which kind of helps you build yourself and your profile into that stream. So what has been the most obvious in the last 1 year now, I mean, gosh, it's been more than a year now, that with the lockdown, one of the first industries was the travel, which kind of got a chain reaction to the country, where hotels and restaurants literally got shut. Thankfully, after a couple of months, there was this delivery, which started with delivery of groceries, followed by delivery of food that happened. And I think the choice to eat or cook at home and eat, also the choice to order your food, because all your favorite restaurants, from the high-end 5-star restaurants to your simple neighborhood restaurant, was serving and was delivering. So the joy of ordering and eating food was on a high. So where on one side, the industry was reeling under a depression. On the other side, another form of the same industry was coming up and growing. So I think cloud kitchens before the pandemic were already existent. They were there. They were being talked about. They were being explored. They were doing fantastic. But obviously, after the entire fiasco with this pandemic, there has been a huge surge. Now, for the benefit of people or the viewers who are listening who possibly are not still clear with what a cloud kitchen is, or cloud kitchen is also called as a dark kitchen. So what it means? So basically it means that it's an outlet, or not even an outlet, it's a kitchen with no restaurant, which means that you will find the menu, you will find the pictures, you will find the pricing, you'll find the concept statement, everything about a particular outlet or a kitchen, but there is no restaurant, there is just a kitchen, and you cannot visit that place. You can only order over a phone call, over your app, or online. So what essentially happens is that you become a full service restaurant, not a full service restaurant, but a limited service restaurant where you deliver food. Now what happened, I'll give you a few examples. So there are certain names in the industry in India which are now known as one of the top leaders in food delivery. I won't go in a long list. I'll give you one, Rebel Foods. I don't know if you've heard of them or not. They're one of those brands from India, homegrown brands that are being talked about across the world. You should really Google and find out what Rebel Foods is all about. They're a complete delivery concept where आपको पता भी नहीं चलेगा कि उनकी kitchen कहाँ है. आप app पे जाएंगे, you order your food and the food comes to you. Now, what are the benefits of doing something like this? And taking from what Rupender had just mentioned, that, and if in fact, I think, Abdullah had mentioned that you really don't need to wait for somebody to hire you. You can start, even if you passed out of your school, you can start a low budget dark kitchen to begin with. And if you're doing hotel management, let's say you're the final years, I would recommend, or still pursuing IIHM, this is a good time that best of buddies with different mindsets and different skills make a team now and start a small scale, a simple dark kitchen. And I'll tell you the infrastructure and the process to do that. So we've understood what a dark kitchen is. Now, advantages of a dark kitchen, let me just tell you that. One, you don't need to buy a very expensive property. देखिए जब आप restaurant खोलते हैं, right? You need to have the right location. कि अच्छी जगह पे होना चाहिए. Then आप location पे उस पे restaurant जब बनाते, you spend a lot of money beautifying the place, right? Then you have to get a whole lot of licenses, and if you want to have a bar, then there is more things to follow. Then you need to employ a whole lot of team to maintain that place. Now, all of that cost can be cut down. Let's say the cost of opening and running a restaurant if is X, you can cut down 70% of that cost by opening a dark kitchen, where you pick up a place which is not a prime location because nobody will come and visit your kitchen, right? People will order. So you create a virtual brand. It's like आप Instagram पे कुछ होते हो, real life में कुछ होते हो. Instagram पे you are all happy and you're putting a nice picture कि life is this, and वो ना memes है और आपकी motivational quotes है. वो life में आपकी जिंदगी में कुछ और चल रहा होता है ना. Similarly, so that is your virtual being, मतलब your online presence. Similarly, your restaurant can have a very nice online presence where you talk about your brand. You talk about the concept कि जो आपने restaurant या menu जो आप बना रहे हैं, इसका concept क्या है? you talk about food, your vision, and your, let's say, USP about the food that you're offering on the platform. So, one, the cost is low. Second, you don't need to hire a very large team to service, because you have delivery partners that you can partner with. जैसे हमारे top brands में Zomato है, Swiggy है, and many more. The brands that are there, that are ready, they have the infrastructure, they can give you that kind of support where you produce the food, they will deliver it for you. Obviously, there is commercials involved, nothing is for free. But the point is that it has become very easy. Now, you might be thinking कि भाई बहुत ज़्यादा investment है. I'll give you an example. There are two boys that were working with me when I was working with Leela. And both of them had a very clear thought. They worked under me, they were very hardworking boys. And they were like barely after college, they worked 4-5 years in the industry. And then they decided they'll open a restaurant. This is about 2 years back. And I told them, guys, maybe it's a little too early. Thoda ruk jao, thoda aur sambhal lo. Tumhare mom dad ke paas acha paisa, I get it. You can open a restaurant, great. Not everybody has that, but don't throw that money. Take more experience, 5-7-10 saal, and then. But they said, no, sir, we want to do this. We know what we want. Chalo, you have my blessing. Go ahead. They started. They made the mistakes. Restaurant was doing okay. Comes pandemic. They had to shut down their restaurant, but they didn't shut down their kitchen. Their sales have grown 700%. 700%. You have to believe the way what they were doing with the kind of business, because they were ready. They did not flinch. They said the restaurant close, we will increase our offer on the delivery. So they were an Indian restaurant. Now understand this, what they did. एक जगह से उनकी किचन थी, जो उनका रेस्टोरेंट है, उसको भी उन्होंने किचन में कन्वर्ट कर दिया. What they did is that they were serving Indian. They hired few people, started European food or continental food, like we say. Then they started a pizza brand. Now, pizza brand बनाने में उनको ज्यादा समय नहीं लगा, क्योंकि किचन तो वही है, वहीं से डिलीवरी होनी है. तो वहां पे उन्होंने एक पिज्जा ब्रांड के ऊपर ब्रांडिंग करी, नाम किया, थोड़ा एडवर्टाइज किया ऑनलाइन, and they started delivery. Then they started a Chinese or an Asian brand of restaurant, or let's say like a delivery with Asian. Then they started a sandwich brand. Then they've started a biryani brand. Within this pandemic, in 1 year time, they have opened 4 outlets, only delivery. And they are not having a good sleep, because there is so much of work, so much of business that is just pouring in. And they now see the future ahead. And for them, even when for the first 3 months, 4 months, the restaurant was closed, they were overheads. They said this was the best boom for them, because they were ready. They switched gear. They didn't waste time. And they said, this is the model that we'll work on. We don't need a restaurant. It's pointless to have a restaurant, because our customers now love our food. We've maintained the quality. And it becomes easy because we have a very large kitchen team. And from one kitchen, they've made 5 different brands. So understand that. And coming to the ease of doing business, at somebody who is, let's say, at your level, when I say at your level, somebody who is still possibly, let's say, in college or passed out of school, or already is working and wants to do something of its own. Look, understand, not everybody can cook. Not everybody is interested in kitchen. When you do hotel management, it's not about kitchen. There are other aspects to it. There is a business side to it. There is a service side to it. You may be inclined towards cooking, great. That's an added advantage when you do a restaurant or when you do a cloud kitchen. Understand what happens is that you have people at home. For example, one of the biggest trends that has already started, and I spoke about this extensively 2 years back also, because of the pandemic, everything kind of cooled down, but that is coming back in vogue very, very fast, is regional Indian food. आप notice करेंगे जब भी आप खाना खाने जाते हैं, wherever you are, you find very limited regional Indian food. Let's say if I have to have good Bengali food, I have to come to Kolkata. No matter what I do in Delhi, there is very limited good Bengali food that I can get, as an example. So there is a great demand for Bengali or regional food in Delhi, which needs to be met. And thankfully, a lot of people now enjoy ghar ka khana. So let's say if your mom is at home, or your grandmother or your nani is at home, who loves to cook, agar wo 5 curry perfect banate, they don't need to do 25, 30, 50 dishes. No. Gone are those days. If you know 2 dishes, look at KFC model. Ek chicken, ek dish. Period. That is what that's the USP. Say best fried chicken unka. This is what they claim. अब वो फ्राइड चिकन आप एज इज खा लो, टब में खा लो, सैंडविच में खा लो, फिंगर में खा लो, पॉपकॉर्न में खा लो, इट डज नॉट मैटर. सिमिलरली बिरयानी, लेट्स से आप ले लीजिए बिरयानी बाय किलो है, बहरूज बिरयानी है. व्हाट इज द प्रोडक्ट? वन प्रोडक्ट, बिरयानी, पीरियड. हाँ, उसमें वेज है, नॉन वेज है, चिकन है, ये है, वो है, उसके अंदर बिरयानी में वैरायटी होगी, बट उनका प्रोडक्ट एक है, बिरयानी. So they're not selling that long menu जो जैसे जाते हैं ना टिपिकल रेस्टोरेंट में, टक 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 हमारे पास ये भी है, दाल फ्राई भी है, ये भी है, चाइनीज भी है, ये भी है, गुजराती भी है, पाकिस्तानी भी है, ये भी है, वो सब नहीं है भाई. So it makes your job easy. Your cost is controlled. Doing 1 dish, 2 dish, or 5 dishes, 5 curries, it could be name of a restaurant. Where if you're from Bengal, you can take help from your mother, because if she's cooking a brilliant curry, that's it. You don't need a high flying reinvention of every dish all the time. So the idea is to enjoy your local regional khana and promote it. And believe me, if we still don't have local heroes, we have chefs who have done brilliant on an international or a national level. भाई हमारे डोमेस्टिक लेवल के रणजी ट्रॉफी खेलने वाले लोग कहाँ हैं? वो तो चाहिए ना, बिकॉज वही तो आगे चल के बड़ा बनेंगे और आगे करेंगे. सो इफ यू आर फ्रॉम ओडिशा, तो आप उड़िया क्यूजीन को प्रमोट कीजिए. इफ यू आर फ्रॉम आंध्रा, आंध्रा क्यूजीन को प्रमोट कीजिए. आप कश्मीर या जम्मू से जम्मू कश्मीर की क्यूजीन को प्रमोट कीजिए. द अदर डे आई ट्रैवल टू नागालैंड, आई हैड सच ब्यूटीफुल फूड एंड आई एम लाइक यार ये मिलता ही नहीं. तो एक लोन रेस्टोरेंट है गुड़गांव में विच डज, बट वो एक ही है. Similarly एक कश्मीरी रेस्टोरेंट है गुड़गांव में, ब्रिलियंट फूड, एंड दे डू फैंटास्टिक सेल. सो and they're not reinventing the wheel. हम सोचते हैं कि हम इनोवेट करेंगे, गार्निश ऐसे करेंगे. लुक, क्लाउड किचन के अंदर आपका काम आसान हो जाता है एक और तरीके से. योर एरिया ऑफ वर्क इज दैट पैकेट. चाहे वो आप प्लास्टिक का लेते हैं, माइक्रोवेवेबल लेते हैं, राउंड लेते हैं, स्क्वायर लेते हैं, द फूड इज बीइंग पैक्ड. सो योर एक्सपेक्टेशन ऑफ द कस्टमर इज नॉट कि मैं प्लेट खोलूंगा, धुआं निकलेगा और गार्निश हुआ फूड आएगा एंड ब्यूटिफुली वेल प्लेटेड बाय a master chef. That's not the expectation. The expectation is honest food at an honest price, and every time that they order, food is fresh and tasty, and obviously nutritious, because nutritious in terms of health hazard now. So your cloud kitchens also need to be very, very clean. Not because it's not in the public eye to kuch chal raha. No. It has to be clean. You have to build that confidence from day one in your brand through social awareness that you are somebody who is honest with his work, and who is honest with his hygiene. So your artwork, उसकी सीमा जो फ्रेमवर्क है ना, जो आपका आर्ट, खाने का आर्ट है, वो पैकेट में, तो उसके अंदर आपको ज्यादा सोचना नहीं. आपको टेस्टी, फ्रेश, न्यूट्रिशियस, सेफ फूड डालना है और प्रोवाइड करना है. एंड देन आजकल आई एम द रॉन्ग पर्सन टू से, मेरी उम्र के सारे लोग गलत होंगे, बिकॉज आजकल आप जब ऑनलाइन जाते हैं, whether it's on your Instagram, whether it's on your Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, you guys are innovating so much. इतना कुछ आपको पता है, ऐसे करना है, ये करना है, ये करना है. You would know how to sell your brand. आपकी इन्वेस्टमेंट क्या है? I don't know, I can't tell you इतने रुपए है. It depends from city to city. You should do this. 5 दोस्त मिलके put in very little amount of money, start a brand. और आप लोकल जहां पे हैं अपने घर से ही वो कर सकते हैं. A lot of people or students would relate to this. A lot of parents, उनके जो हैं, they have lost their jobs. What do? Food is something which will never go out of fashion. 5-star में नहीं तो सड़क के किनारे, तो नहीं तो डिलीवरी नहीं, तो कैसे नहीं कैसे food will always win. I think IIHM में जब ये हमारे एक सेशन हुआ था, जब ये लॉकडाउन शुरू हुआ था, one of my first sessions, so somebody asked what will happen. I said, food you cannot stop. This is one industry which is recession free. वो वो कहते हैं ना सफारी सूट, you have multiple pockets. एक pocket से निकलेगा तो दूसरे pocket में आ जाएगा. If you're part of this industry, nothing will go to waste. और पता है क्या, काम में कोई शर्म मत करिए. If you're unable to do a cloud kitchen, let's say कि अच्छा इसमें इन्वेस्टमेंट करनी है, इसमें ये ब्रांडिंग करनी है, यहाँ पे बनना है, थोड़ी आपका कुकिंग इक्विपमेंट्स में पैसा लगेगा, आपके इंग्रेडिएंट्स में पैसा लगेगा और आपके डिलीवरी के सामान में पैसा लगेगा, which is not a lot. Thing is, go beyond, think beyond. क्लाउड तो एक है, ये तो मैं आपको आइडिया दे रहा हूँ जो चल रहा है. Why not open a hawking zone or a hawker, like a hawker होते हैं ना, आप कहेंगे यार वो ठेला थोड़ी ना लगाना है. बात ठेले लगाने की नहीं है. आप ये देखिए साउथ ईस्ट एशिया, when you travel, people go there for food tourism क्योंकि उनके local street food is so good that their 5 stars don't make that kind of money because they are these hawkers who do fantastic food and they're very clean. और कोई शर्म नहीं होनी चाहिए इसमें. Promote your regional food, be known for your regional food. वो खाना जो आपका है, जो आपको आता है, जिसके अंदर आपकी फैमिली इन्वॉल्व हो सकती है, so that everybody gets involved in helping you build that brand. And like I said, investments are low. You can start from your home. You can start supplying through, let's say, your peers and your friends. You can start at a lower investment where you decide what you want to sell. Market will not decide. अब तो लोगों के पास इतना ऑप्शन हो गया है कि ये नहीं कि मेरा मन क्या कर रहा है, ये क्या खाऊं, ये क्या खाऊं. वो तो ऑप्शन है मेरे पास, यार आज चाइनीज खाना, आज जापानीज खाना, ये खाना. अब आप मुझे बताओ यार, टुडे यू विल हैव बिहार की क्यूजीन. आई वुड लव टू ईट यार, कि बिहार का मुझे खाना, मुझे चना खाना, मुझे उनकी पूड़ियां खानी, हलवे खाने. या आई वुड लाइक टू ईट टुडे यार, आज बिहारी खाना खाएंगे, अब यूपी खाना खाएंगे, अब गुजराती खाना खाएंगे, अब ये खाएंगे, ये खाएंगे. सो योर ऑप्शंस आर सो ह्यूज. एंड द बेस्ट पार्ट इज, if you look at your IIHM colleges, look at all the batch. They're not from one city. You have expertise of food from different cities. You can bring in that expertise, use your time. You are at home right now. Start practicing, start building a model. अगर आपको एक लस्सी का ब्रांड खोलना है, where you do only lassi, which is very simple, yogurt and sugar and water, do that. Make a lassi brand. There is no lassi brand that anybody knows of in India. Maybe you'll be one of the top lassi making brands to begin with and improvise from there. Take baby steps. This is something that you can open literally out of your pocket money, by the way. It's a brilliant idea. Somebody might say, क्या lassi chai? Yes, chai usko dekho, chai बेच रहा है वो carton में. Look at it, where it started and where it went. Just selling tea. If you can sell tea and make a multi-million brand, why not sell lassi? Or pick up any one thing. Start pickles, start chutney, make a chutney brand. So look, opportunities are endless. Thing is कि आपने कुछ step लोगे ना, तो ideas ऐसे float करते रहेंगे, and you'll find reasons enough to do it or not to do it. But you'll have to kind of pick up and go with the flow. Pick up an idea, work on it. If you succeed, great. If you fail, brilliant. You have a learning, an experience. घर बैठे. Otherwise, तो आप अपने रूम के चार दीवारी में बैठे हो. You can take it easy, do your college and relax. Life is easy. You can't help it. It's a pandemic. Don't waste your time. This is the time to make something out of this opportunity. I would say, not a problem. I see this as an opportunity. So, cloud kitchen is a huge game. Big game, and there are big daddies there. You need to take baby steps and step in. Do something simple, do something easy at this stage. You will learn the business and you'll grow. And you never know, a couple of years down the line, you'll be hiring a lot of people and helping this industry grow better. And you'll never look back, you'll be like, wow, what a brilliant thing you guys had done. कि हाँ हमने ये किया और now we know our path. Understand, everybody who passes out of college, not everybody will get a job. And this is not a case in only hotel management. This is any. आप डॉक्टर भी बनने के लिए तैयारी कर लो, सबको नौकरी नहीं मिलती. Sometimes you have to create a job for yourself. and you need to try. And if you have an inclination towards food, great, because there is a huge demand. Be different, think differently. That's all.
Chef, talking about setting up the concept you have cleared, like you've talked about that it can be, there are different nomenclatures. So cloud kitchen is also known as the dark kitchen or an internet restaurant. All right. So if we are to go about starting up, what are the steps you would recommend a person takes? So somebody who is investing a little money, how much of money do I invest? Or how much do I save up for setting up such a venture? Say for example, I'm setting up the bare minimum kitchen, something like say 200 square feet and not much. So what kind of basics I need to take care of?
Okay, so I think money is the biggest concern for a lot, and it's a valid concern. Had it been growing on trees, I would have loved to grow a lot of them in my backyard, but nahi hota. So I understand the concern. So hota kya, dekhiye, it all depends on your concept. So first, you need to sit down and make a real concept. A real concept is a concept that is workable, that is doable, and it involves a ballpark. कि भाई इतना पैसा लगेगा तो ये बनेगा. So let's say if you want a super duper beautiful menu which has imported ingredients and works and art, great, do that. Now to get all of that, you need more money to buy, source, keep it, to build a certain level, and then hire that expertise. So let's take a ballpark. Now, the figures that I would possibly talk about here, ये 100% accurate नहीं है और होंगी भी नहीं क्योंकि it is very dependent upon the place where you are, how you are, and property के rates मुझे नहीं मालूम. Because you may want to work out of your home, then it's a different scene. You may want to buy a small place, great. You already have some space and you want to do it in your backyard, even better. So the cost will go up and down. But if you're doing something regional and local, first of all, local ingredients are cheap. So for example, local and seasonal, like winter is in full force, right? The cost of cauliflower, I was just reading, some farmer dumped some 10 quintals of cauliflower on the road because he was getting 1 rupee per kilo rate. So do you realize the cost of a cauliflower, a carrot, which are winter vegetables in winter, is really, really low right now. Versus if you were to use imported ingredients, an imported nice yellow carrot or a white carrot or some other similar ingredient, you are incurring a very high cost, plus carbon footprints, plus availability. Aaj hai, nahi hai, kabhi COVID hai, ye hai, band hai, khula. So first, local, something which is easily available within a radius of, let's say, 50 kilometers. Second, seasonal. Do a seasonal menu. आपके हाथ में हर 3 महीने 4 महीने में menu change because people also get bored. Now, for example, given that you have a place, let's say your house, you have a space where you can set up a kitchen. In order to do a menu that is about 10 to 12 or 15 dishes at the most, with basic kitchen equipment, you don't need more than 1 lakh. This is on to the outer side to set up your kitchen and get your menus printed. Or you don't even need to get your menus printed. Yaar, ab to app pe ho gaya sara. So wo bhi nahi karna. So this is a ballpark on a higher side with all material. You hire one person, you hire equipment, you have your own space. Now, if you want to pick up a space, then obviously it goes up. It depends upon what kind of space it is. But this is a good ballpark to begin with, where you have a certain float as well, and you can easily start.
Very important area, since you're talking about a cloud kitchen जिसका कोई restaurant नहीं होता है, as you were saying कि सामने आपके वहाँ पे कोई guest नहीं आएगा, but आपको online आपका food product as a product आपको sell करना है. So technology की importance कितनी ज़्यादा है इस format में, और आगे चल के अगर हमें scale up करना है, उसके लिए हमें क्या सोच के रखना पड़ेगा?
ओके, सो बिकॉज आप कस्टमर फेसिंग नहीं है, आप डिपेंडेंट है अपने मोबाइल फोन पे, क्योंकि आजकल सब कुछ मोबाइल फोन पे होता है कि आपके जो रेस्टोरेंट के बारे में मोबाइल फोन पे मैक्सिमम लोगों को पता चले। देखिए 2-3 चीजें हैं, एक तो आप रिस्ट्रिक्टेड है, आपकी किचन जहां पर है उसके इर्द गिर्द 5 से 7-8 किलोमीटर 10 किलोमीटर मैक्सिमम वहीं से ऑर्डर आएंगे, क्योंकि उसके ऊपर डिलीवरी वाले जो होंगे वो आपको डिलीवर नहीं करेंगे। It becomes uneconomical and unviable for you to deliver beyond this time or this radius. So आपकी एक लिमिटेड क्राउड होगी। सो अगर आप एक्स जगह खोलते हैं, ठीक है, तो आपको पता है इसके 10 किलोमीटर के रेडियस में डाया में मुझे यहाँ से ऑर्डर आएंगे। In order to scale up, one is obviously you go online and there are different ways to kind of boost to make your restaurant visible. Second is ask for feedback. आजकल क्या करते हैं, हर कोई रिव्यू पढ़ता है, यार इस रेस्टोरेंट का रिव्यू क्या है, अच्छा 2 ही मिले हैं 5 में से, ना ना ना। So your positive reviews will over a period of time give you a better positive impact on your business, grow करेगा। उसके लिए you need your quality maintained and urging people to go leave a review. Then you know your radius में इतना है। You know, there is this app called Milk Basket. I don't know अभी how many of you have heard about this. So Delhi में जब उन्होंने start करी थी ना, उन्होंने एक चीज करी, they will go to a society, एक society में जाएंगे, वहां पर 500 apartments हैं, they will put up a stall there and advertise and give freebies and everything, get people to use it, and धीरे धीरे because their service was good, people locked onto it and word of mouth went around. So जहां जहां उनके सेंटर थे, जहां जहां वहां वो देख सकते थे, उसके इर्द गिर्द उन्होंने रेडियस मापा और वहां पे जितने अपार्टमेंट्स आते थे, start knocking on the doors of people and saying हमारी ये ऐप है, ये है, ये है। Literally they went like this and they've become very big now. So example आपके सामने ही है। Scaling up I'm not saying is easy, it's the most difficult part. Establishing a cloud kitchen is easy, scaling up, getting orders gets difficult, but with time you understand, because आपको अपनी मार्केट पता है कि मैं इस जगह लोकेशन पे हूँ, ये इसके इर्द गिर्द 10 किलोमीटर ये मेरी मार्केट है, आइडियाज अपने आप आ जाएंगे।
तो फॉर अ क्लाउड किचन और या फिर मैं जो बोलूं कि अगर कोई भी बिजनेस करना हो, वहां पे रिस्क इज अ फैक्टर, ऑलराइट? सो इज दिस लाइक अ calculated risk over here when I'm setting up a cloud kitchen? You know, what is the balance between बेवकूफी और बहादुरी?
देखिए, बिकॉज हम बात कर रहे हैं इस वक्त स्टूडेंट से प्राइमरीली, राइट? एंड हम लोग ये नहीं कह रहे कि बहुत ज्यादा इन्वेस्टमेंट है, हम मीगर इन्वेस्टमेंट्स की बात कर रहे हैं। आपका वर्स्ट केस क्या होगा? जितना आपने इन्वेस्ट किया वो सारा डूब गया, दैट्स योर मतलब ब्रॉडली वो आपका नुकसान है। डोंट सी इट एज नुकसान, सी इट एज एन इन्वेस्टमेंट। हाउ कैन एक्सपीरियंस बी अ नुकसान? इट इज एन इन्वेस्टमेंट। सोचिए, यही आप इतनी फीस देके आप बाहर जाके भी पढ़ते हैं, क्या लेने के लिए? एजुकेशन एंड सर्टिफिकेट। एक्सपीरियंस से बढ़िया कोई एजुकेशन नहीं है। सो क्योंकि हम लोग बड़ी मीगर इन्वेस्टमेंट्स की बात कर रहे हैं, एक छोटे स्केल की बात कर रहे हैं, your risk is also small, and if you have friends and family coming in together, your risk gets diluted at the same time. इससे बढ़िया इन्वेस्टमेंट नहीं है into your development and your learning and sharpening your head in terms of you transitioning from somebody who has a skill to becoming a businessman.
How important is say planning your financials when you're setting up a cloud kitchen? How important do you think, you know, how far ahead do I need to think about? Do I need to be always looking at my, you know, break-even point? Do I need to be worried about how many sales I'm getting on a daily day? You know, average sales, the cost, etc. So what are these financial implications which if I'm setting it up for the very first time, I need to be, you know, worried about? So do I need to be really, you know, savvy whereas finances are concerned?
I think the lifeline of any business is money. आपको तो ट्रैक रखना ही पड़ेगा कि कितना आया कितना गया। एक होता है कि आपने बिजनेस सेटअप कर लिया, एक होता है सस्टेन करना, क्योंकि शुरुआत में यू मे फील के ऑर्डर्स नहीं आ रहे, so you have to have something called a little bit of float. When I say float, a little amount of money that is there for you to burn initially, because initially आप advertise करेंगे, आप लोगों को बताएंगे, word of mouth चलेगा, धीरे धीरे आप scale up करेंगे. So this takes time. You have to regularly follow up and understand कि आपको अपना किचन जो है, डार्क किचन है या क्लाउड किचन है, कोई भी बिजनेस है, उसको किचन की तरह नहीं देखना, उसको देखना एक प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस, लाइक बैलेंस शीट, राइट? विच मीन्स कि आपको टोटली ये नहीं करना कि मतलब ब्रेक अवे एंड जस्ट लुक एट प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस अलोन. बट होता क्या है यूजुअली विद पीपल हु आर पैशनेट अबाउट फूड, यार बढ़िया बनाते हैं, अच्छा बनाते हैं, आई एम नॉट स्टॉपिंग यू, बट बी अवेयर, देखिए ये बढ़िया बनाने में, ये करने में रिटर्न्स क्या है, क्या हो रहा है, कैसे जा रहा है, एंड व्हाट इज द विजन फर्दर. लोग अच्छे शेफ बन जाते हैं, अच्छे बिजनेसमैन नहीं बन पाते, एंड वहां पर ना एक शॉर्टफॉल आ जाती है. दैट्स व्हाई यू सी अ लॉट ऑफ बिग ब्रांड्स आर नॉट ड्रिवन बाय शेफ्स, दे आर ड्रिवन बाय बिजनेसमैन, एंड दे हायर द बेस्ट ऑफ शेफ्स टू गेट द प्रोडक्ट राइट, बट पीएनएल अपने हाथ में रखते हैं. Look, times have changed. Chefs are the face of restaurant. Chefs are the face of business. And अब इतनी पढ़ाई बढ़िया और अच्छी curriculum अच्छा हो गया that it takes time, but you understand the business and you become part of the business. So look at business or your kitchen as business also beyond art. It has to be a healthy balance, otherwise your boat will sink.
One more important aspect is like there is a lot of hard work which goes into setting up any business. So it requires possibly 24/7 into 365. So what do you need to what is your view on that for somebody who's setting up a business?
जितना गुड़ डालोगे उतना हलवा मीठा होता है. So this is how it goes. It's proportionate. The more you put in your hard work, the better the results are. But kabhi kabhar na smart working is the key. Hard work, it's a given. Hotel management or any service industry goes without saying. There is no kursi, there is no table, there is no desk. You have to be on your feet, you have to run, you have to get it done. That's the thing. Run and get it done, and get it done for yourself. So business आपके पास बैठे हैं और जी आ रहा है, वो नहीं होगा. You'll have to get the business. और उसके लिए ना जब आप बिजनेस में घुसते हैं ना, आपको अपने आप टैक्टिक्स समझ आते हैं. Then you talk. That's why I was saying, अगर आप 2, 3, 4, 5 दोस्त मिलके करते हैं ना, it is better. Don't worry, प्रॉफिट आप कुछ नहीं कमाएंगे, क्योंकि जब 5 लोग में डिवाइड होगा ना, किसी को कुछ नहीं मिलेगा सब्सटैंशियल, लेकिन जो आपको मिलेगा that'll be priceless, which is the experience of running a business. So later on with that experience, you can then fine tune and go further, and then you know what model works with what does not work.
Right. Chef Kapoor, I'd like to bring in the IIHM Global Studio where Abdullah and Sanchari are present. All right. Yeah. There are a lot of questions which have come up in the chat box, so I'd like them to take them forward. So over to you, Mr. Abdullah.
All right. Thank you, Rupinder. Thank you, Chef Kunal. I think we were listening to you, and all the students who are listening, they're very excited and they're all looking forward to ask questions to you. And a lot of questions that have actually come up. Why don't you show us all the gallery and all the students who are there, and some of them are even cooking while they are listening to you, and that's the passion. I can see Shilpa making something. Okay, all the students. So you've sent all the questions. We've chosen Dipto Bhattacharya. He's an IIHM Kolkata first year student, and we'll unmute him. And Dipto, why don't you ask your question to Chef Kunal yourself? Yeah.
Chef, can you hear me?
Yep. Hi, Dipto.
Chef, you said about hi Chef. Good evening. So, Chef, you said about so many pros about cloud kitchens. So, are there any cons about this cloud kitchen, of setting up a cloud kitchen?
I'll tell you what. You know that jab Arjun, that Dronacharya asked him to Arjun to shoot or that throw that arrow or in that pigeon's eye, wo hai na kabutar ke aankh pe wo maro. उसने इसको ये बोला था कि तेरे बस की नहीं है, देख अगर तू फेल हो जाएगा तो क्या होगा, और देख वहां पे ना वो सूरज आ रहा है, वहां पे जल्दी कर ले, हवा चल रही है, तेरी डायरेक्शन इधर हो जाएगी, वो हो जाएगी, वो हो जाएगी. You need to listen to what will help you get there. कॉन्स तो तब होंगे ना जब आप अपना पैर रखोगे उसके अंदर. मैं आपको प्रोज एंड कॉन्स, आप जहां पर इस वक्त हो, इफ यू स्टार्ट वेइंग एवरी प्रोज एंड कॉन, you will be stuck in that dilemma. Things happen when you get your hands and feet dirty. They don't happen when you're weighing out options whether to do it or not. What options do you have right now? The industry is reeling under a really bad time. You have to get to a point or to a place where you help yourself. Weighing pros and cons, don't worry. There is a brilliant panel through the day. You listen to the entire thing with IIHM. You'll have everybody talking about something positive. Cons तब आएंगे जब आप उसके अंदर अपना पैर डालोगे, वो अपने आप आपको पता चलेंगे. अभी तो सोचने का भी कोई फायदा नहीं. वो होता है ना, जैसे मार्क्स आते हैं 99 आ गए 100 में से, तो आप ढूंढते यार एक नंबर कहाँ कट गया मेरा. आप ये क्यों नहीं देखते 99 कहाँ है. तो कॉन्सेंट्रेट ऑन प्रोज, डोंट वरी. आई एम नॉट सेइंग कि घर बेच दो, जायदाद बेच दो, जेवर बेच दो और फिर खोलो. आई एम सेइंग अ मीगर इन्वेस्टमेंट. Very simple. Do 2 dishes, do 1 dishes, and it will fail. It's brilliant. It fails because it will give you all the cons, and your risk is nothing, literally. So the idea is नहीं कि आपने आज खोला और आपका रॉकेट स्पेस में पहुंच गया. नहीं. I'm saying रॉकेट के अंदर फ्यूल भरो and ignite it. Let it burst. Your risk is minimal. The reward is that you learn business tactics, and you will improve, you will improvise yourself, and you have people, within the industry. You have the college, you have chefs coming, you have different people giving you a lot of help to support you to build that. So don't worry about cons. Concentrate on getting a concept and fund it. क्राउड फंडिंग होती है, आपके अपने पेरेंट्स हैं, आपके रिश्तेदार हैं, आपके फ्रेंड्स हैं. डू इट. दिस इज अ ब्रिलियंट टाइम टू डू इट.
Wonderful. I think that was a great question that you've asked. So we'll move forward, Chef. A lot of questions coming in. So I'll take to Atharva Dongre. If we can bring in Atharva Dongre, he's asking a question, and he is, of course, I would want him to come and ask his question. If you could just bring in Atharva Dongre. I've selected him to ask a question. But I think overall today, I mean, you've given some amazing concepts about Cloud Kitchen. I'm sure a lot of our students who are watching this, and students from schools as well who are watching this, will be very happy to put and implement the ideas that you've given him, and possibly they will look back at this session as one of the most enlightening sessions that they've heard today from you, Chef. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, Atharva, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm there.
Okay, Atharva, if you could start your camera. We can't locate you. If you could just quickly switch on your camera before we move on to the next.
Okay. Can you give me just a minute? Sorry, sir. A minute, please.
That's all right. Not a problem. So, Sanchari, what do you have to say about all the learning that we've had today about the cloud kitchens?
Well, the first thing is I want to basically talk about Chef Kapoor. Like he has been also giving a lot of time to our students, and some brilliant sessions that in fact he's imparted. So the first thing about him, these are some good things that I would like to say, Chef. He's a brilliant storyteller. With every learning that he imparts, he always has a beautiful story attached to it, and I think that is something which our students really love. And that's what, that's one of the fan following reasons also that he has, because he's so well connected to everybody. He's one of the most brilliant, you can say, chefs around, and definitely a very, very down to earth celebrity chef. So I have really, lot of honor for him. And Chef, thank you so much for so much of learning that, not only the students, we also learn a lot from you. You inspire us. And I'm certain that all our students right now, and also the audience, who's actually watching you worldwide from more than 50 countries. Abdullah, we are all globally connected today, and since morning we have been hearing, and Chef being here right now in the evening, and I'm sure so much of audience around. is able to get so many takeaways from him right now. So it's brilliant, Chef. Thank you so much for all this time that you're spending with us.
Also, Chef, one question that comes, and possibly I'll ask this question on behalf of all the students. See, everybody feels that he will be very successful in business, and everybody wants to get into entrepreneurship. But as you know, not everybody is made for it. So if a student comes to you and asks, will I be successful in entrepreneurship, or will I be successful in my own venture? How do I know if I can make it for myself? So what would be your advice? What will be the possible checkpoints that you will give him, that you need to, look into these things, which if you have, you can become a businessman? What's your take on that?
Sure. Look, beyond being motivational, I think we need to also be real. And you've asked some very genuine on-ground questions that a lot of people say that, hey, I'm not cut out. Yeah, it's true. Not everybody is cut out for a business, but you're cut out for something. What is your strong suit? What is it that you're good at? I'll give you an example like Steve Jobs. He's known as a brilliant mind, somebody who is the brains behind Apple and who has taken Apple from almost being bankrupt to the most valued company in the world. Do you think he could create an iPhone, or he knew coding, or he knew software? No. Do you think he knew technology? Not at all. But he was a brilliant marketer. He had a sense of design. He knew how to get good people together to make a good product. He was good at making a great team and heading that team. So, जहाँ पर बात आती है business की या entrepreneurship की, not everybody is cut out, and हम लोग ये नहीं कि हर कोई हम लोग business में जाएंगे और फटाफट हम लोग बड़े successful हो जाएंगे. Understand what is your strong suit, what are you good at, and also you write down what you are not good at. For example, I'll tell you, I'm not good with numbers. I can't deal with numbers. So I will hire a guy, or I will partner with a guy who is brilliant with numbers, who will fill me up where I fall short. I know how to cook. Maybe I don't know how to sell. So I'll partner with somebody who's a very nice talker, who knows how to sell, who comes up with atrange ideas, which is not related to food at all, maybe, but he has some brilliant ideas. That's the guy that I'll work with. That's the guy I will partner with. I will not partner with somebody because he's my best friend. I'll partner with somebody because he brings in an expertise which I lack. And that's how you feel. कोई perfect थोड़ी ना है. हर एक इंसान के सारी quality थोड़ी ना होती है. वो तो आपको fill करनी पड़ती है ना. अगर आपको लगता है आप organizer हो अच्छे, कि आप organize कर सकते हो चीजें, but आप cook नहीं कर सकते. Hire a cook. Don't wait. Don't wait for you to start cooking, learn, and then you'll do it. No, just hire somebody who can cook, or involve somebody in the family who can cook. If your mom says that she can help you and she can cook and she can do this, great. If you have a maid that comes home and you know she does fantastic food, hire her. Say, chod, you join my business. Let me put 4 people with you who will learn. So, in order to think big, you need to think different. And like I said, I'm not asking you to invest your life savings or your parents' life saving in this. I'm asking you to put a minimal amount to risk to learn. Something will come out of it. Business may work, may do brilliant, may just shut down, but both of them will give you some very valuable expertise and experience.
Wonderful.
वो experience ना कहीं काम आ जाएगा.
Wonderful. So, Chef, what you're saying is that first we need to identify our weak points and our positive points, and then work out कि हमारे जो strong points हैं, उन पे हम काम करें, and we look out how to fill up our weak points if we want to get into business, right?
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, we've got Atharva back. I can look at Atharva. Atharva, we'll unmute you. Go ahead and ask your question.
Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, yes, you are audible. We're just bringing Atharva in the limelight. Yeah, there you are, Atharva. Please go ahead.
Yeah. First of all, good evening, Chef. And my question is, do you think that cloud kitchen is better than a normal restaurant type? as no matter how good the cloud kitchen is, but there is no human touch, and the people wants the human touch, and that's why the hospitality industry is especially is very famous. Okay, and the sense of personally visiting the restaurant and just looking the decor and falling in love with it is something that is cannot be overcome by this new concept, cloud kitchen. So what's your point?
Oh, okay. I get your point. Yeah, I'm 100% in agreement with you. Given a choice, I would love to go out and dine out. एक अच्छा restaurant है, चाहे वो garden view है या कोई अच्छा सा बना हुआ है, or it's a nightclub, or it has a certain concept and vibe, and ambience plays a lot of role while I decide where to eat, because it's part of my experience, right?
Yeah.
But are you saying that business सिर्फ ऐसे ही कर सकते हैं food का, दूसरी तरफ से नहीं कर सकते? That's not the case.
Yeah,
delivery is huge and it is growing at a very good pace. So where a lot of restaurants right now are reeling under a lot of pressure, and trust me, when the restaurants also will come back, delivery is not going to go out. Delivery will still be there. Hota kya, once you taste blood, you want blood. So once the establishments have understood कि भाई मैंने यहाँ पे restaurant खोला है and I have full packed, but I know there are a lot of people who don't want to come to my restaurant yet want to eat food, so there is delivery. Do you think आज मेरा restaurant pack हो जाएगा मैं delivery छोड़ दूंगा? बिल्कुल भी नहीं. So there are restaurants like in Delhi, weekends पे जाओ, brunches में cafes 100 आपको seat नहीं मिलेगी.
Yeah.
Because people are back, COVID safe हो रहे हैं, वो उनको RT-PC करा लिया नहीं है, they can go, they can enjoy a brunch, great. But उसी time पे you go back kitchen, 5-star hotels की back kitchens which are running absolutely full, they are also delivering, because this is an extra source of revenue. So they both will coexist now. This will become the new normal, that you have food, if you feel like going out, entertaining yourself with the ambience, great. Yeah, if you want to have a romantic dinner, घर पे मम्मी वगैरह सब पे उनका romantic dinner नहीं हो सकता, I get it. So there is a huge demand. Or you want to celebrate your anniversary, कब तक आप घर पे मंगाओगे? And वो packet will become boring, right? But that does not mean that everybody is thinking the same way. I'll tell you, there are so many times I want to dine out, I don't go. You know why? Because there is too much of traffic. I'm not going there. It'll take me an hour there, though it'll be great dinner, and then after 3-4 घंटे नहीं है मेरे पास, बुला लो, खाना आ जाएगा आधे घंटे में, पौने घंटे में मैं खा लूंगा. I'll be very happy. So the market is huge. So your slice of pie is big enough. So like I said, concentrate on what you want. Don't concentrate on what you think might people enjoy.
Okay.
People also enjoy ordering. That's why it's huge, humongous.
Yeah.
So the biryani brands, the top biryani brands in India, if you look at before COVID की sales, take a wild guess. एक साल की कितनी होगी जो top one of the top biryani brands है? I won't take the name. कितनी sale होगी delivery की?
Something in the amount, no?
Yes, sir, amount.
Of course, in the crores.
Yes,
Yeah.
how many?
If we select a specific brand,
biryani,
biryani brand, of course, it might go 10 crores in a year.
400 crores.
Oh.
That is one brand selling one biryani.
Okay.
And this is pre-COVID. Post-COVID की मेरे पास figures नहीं आए अभी, release नहीं किया उन्होंने.
Okay.
So you're saying to the tune of, and this is just one brand. आप हैदराबाद में जाओगे, आप हैदराबादी बिरयानी की delivery जो restaurants है, मैं restaurant का नाम ले लूँगा, वो restaurant का बहुत बड़ा है. It's a 200-seater, lunch के लिए packed होता है. And there are 200 Uber and Ola waiting with their packet to deliver. उनके लिए उन्होंने एक अलग huge place बनाई है जहाँ ड्राइवर बैठ सकते हैं ताकि अपना ऑर्डर पिकअप कर सके. This is pre-COVID again. So don't underestimate the power of delivery, and especially in lockdown. Hell no, don't underestimate it.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
Dining in will never go out of fashion यार, वो तो किसका दिल नहीं करता बढ़िया अच्छा जाके एम्बियंस में खाओ, लेकिन that does not mean कि हर एक का दिल करता है उसी वक्त. There is a significant lot who says कि भैया I will eat at home, I don't want to go out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, Chef, what you said is right, and I think there's a very pertinent question coming from Shivya Chatwal. I'll ask the team to get Shivya on the screen. So she's saying, how can we promote cloud kitchen as people would more likely to visit restaurants than cloud kitchen? So basically,
who said that, Shivya?
Yeah, so there she is. I think I'll let Shivya do the talking. Shivya, okay, go ahead and ask this question to Chef Kunal.
Sir, I think that restaurants are more, people are more like to visit restaurant than Cloud9 Kitchen.
Okay. Shivya, on what basis do you think?
To spend time and photograph, obviously, to socialize and all that.
So, how many have socialized in the last 1 year?
No.
You have your answer, by the way. And at the same time, I get it. And it's have you done any research on it?
No.
It is something that you would like to do.
Yes.
Go out, socialize, click pictures of the restaurant, good food, share it on the social media platform. That's everybody's अंदर के ना कि यार करना है कि वापस से नॉर्मल हो जाए. जिस दिन वापस नॉर्मल हो जाएगा सब बाहर आ जाएंगे. लेकिन ये बिजनेस रोल बैक नहीं होने वाला टेक अवे और डिलीवरी. ये बिल्कुल नहीं रोल होने वाला. Very soon, delivery model will get a huge jump. Mark my words, because 24/7 you can get any food anytime. This is the next level. जो रात का होता है 11 बजे 12 बजे रेस्टोरेंट बंद हो जाते हैं, सुबह के 11-12 बजे तक, वो जो 12 घंटे का स्लॉट है, that slot will open up very soon. और वहां पर यू विल बी सरप्राइज्ड, लोग 1-1, 2-2, 3-3, 4-4 बजे फूड ऑर्डर कर रहे हैं, 5 बजे भी फूड ऑर्डर कर रहे हैं. वो स्लॉट अभी अनएक्सप्लोर्ड है इंडिया में. सो इफ यू राइड द वेव नाउ, brilliant, there is more opportunity coming your way.
I think, Chef, you made a right point, because again, cloud kitchens is the in thing now, and you don't need to have, Shivya, the story is that for a cloud kitchen, you don't need to be in the center of a market, so you can reduce your cost. You can even open your cloud kitchen possibly in an industrial area on a first floor, because at the end of the day, you're only, serving people through a delivery person. So it's irrelevant where your kitchen is. So far, your digital reach is there. You can actually capture the market. And Chef Kunal, I think you hit the bullseye. There is a 12-hour gap from 11 o'clock in the morning till about 11 o'clock in the night to 11 in the morning, which actually does not serve anything. And there's so many of us who are kind of, who are awake till night, 3 or 4 in the morning. I mean, and so many of us go to eat parathas at 4 in the morning on those joints, and I'm sure you've done that. I've done that. And at those secret joints that we know, where we get those parathas or boiled eggs at, wintry nights in Delhi with about 2 degrees, and you're going to have boiled eggs. I think that's going to change. That's the concept.
That's going to change. And another thing, Abdullah, that is the one case. Let's say you're partying out late night once in a while, you got late. Understand, the business model for a lot of corporates have shifted, where work from home is happening. और बड़े बड़े कॉर्पोरेट्स ने बोला, भाई इतने बड़े बड़े ऑफिसेस में रेंटल्स दे रहे हैं, किस लिए? एम्प्लॉय को लैपटॉप दो, इंटरनेट दो, वो घर बैठ के कर सकता है. Lot of people have night shifts. So when I say that opportunity is going to open, there are thousands of people across India who are working night shifts from home because they have to service US, UK market, time difference है. They would want to, they can't always, अब वो 12 घंटे अगर रात को काम कर रहे हैं, they need to eat. अपनी फैमिली तो सो रही है because they are used to that morning schedule. So who's going to cook? वो पड़ा हुआ है, वो खुद ही गर्म करके खा रहे. They would love to order. There are husband and wives, nuclear families who work at night, through the night, because time difference है. They need somebody to deliver their biryani. Their thing वो सुबह लाके रखते और रात को माइक्रोवेव करके खा रहे होते 4 बजे, because that's the normal time. They would need something nice and fresh. They have their meetings there. They need hot cup of coffee for delivery. They don't want to get up at 5 in the morning and make coffee. They want a delivery. They want to have their breakfast and then go to sleep. So there is a reverse pattern that already nightlife exists, which delivery has not touched, and which will be the next biggest customer base acquisition and business opportunity for a lot of brands.
Well, I must say, Chef, the students who are listening to here in the Zoom and on the Facebook and the YouTube, you guys are some lucky students, because not every day a legend like Chef Kunal Kapoor would come and give you tips of times where you can start your business and how you can start your business. It's an absolute honor for us. Time short, we are overshooting the time by the studio clock. And I think it's a pleasure to have you with us, along with Mr. Rupinder Khurana. Ladies and gentlemen, you're tuned in to IIHM Global Studio, and you are in the midst of the world's biggest culinary Olympiad, Young Chef Olympiad, that's connected as of now across 50 countries, 24 time zones, and everything happening virtually. And we're very fortunate to have one of the best speakers with us. And today in our studio, we had Chef Kunal Kapoor, who is a sweetheart by heart, and of course, a legend in many ways. It's an absolute pleasure to have you with us. Thank you so much, Chef Kunal. And if you can get the gallery view, guys, and all of you, if you could wave back to Chef Kunal, if you could just wave to him, and thank you, Chef, for coming. All our students are so excited. I'm sure the students are waving back, looking at their phones in the Facebook, but unfortunately, the technology is still missing where we can bring them here as well and infuse. But I think it's an absolute honor for us. Thank you so much. Rupinder, parting words before we say bye to Chef Kunal.
Well, words fail me. In fact, listening to Chef and the way he has explained the concept of cloud kitchen, it is really, really amazing. It sort of, brought back my days in the institute when I was, going through the course, just like Chef Kunal Kapoor. He was an alumnus of IIHM Chandigarh. I was doing my hotel management from Kolkata. So we never had these sessions. So something like this is so much of learning, where somebody comes and talks to you about their experience. So thank you so much, Chef, for taking your time out and talking to our students about Cloud Kitchen. And this is a sustainable food and beverage model, which I think all our students should be giving a thought to, because it requires minimum investment, and chances of failure, if you actually put in your heart into setting up your business right, are less in comparison to buying up big space, setting up a restaurant, investing a lot in equipment, and then of course you will have to go up and invest a lot on hiring staff members. Over here you can work with minimal staff, and you can actually tie up with a lot of food aggregators, and your whatever product you're producing can reach out to your consumer, your guests who are sitting at home. And this is something which has sort of changed over the last 1 year. There are a lot of people, as Chef was saying, who are working for different time zones, working from home, working even if they're in the office. All right, so they may need food, and a lot of people have got into this habit of ordering online, and it's the next big thing. And there's a lot of scope for you to get into this business. As Chef was saying, that you can think local. There's so much of scope for you to think about your regional cuisine, because there are a lot of people who would love to have home cooked food, which is exactly what they make at home, but then possibly because of work pressure now, since you're working from home, you may not have that much of time to go and cook, so you may invest in that. So a lot of opportunities, midnight to next day morning, that particular window is open. So a thought can be given by all of you to get into this aspect of business. So thank you so much, Chef, for this wonderful session on the format and setup of and success of a cloud kitchen, how to go about it.
Thank you so much. Wishing all the listeners all the very best to whatever endeavors that you may choose. You may choose to do this, you may not. You may choose to do something absolutely different. Just make sure that put your heart and soul, like Rupinder just mentioned, and try and enjoy. That's the key. Baki, thank you so very much. Once again, thanks IIHM and
Chef, before you go, in fact, just over the last year, we have introduced something called Sahas at International Institute of Hotel Management, and this is an entrepreneurship cell. And this is something which was a brainchild of our chairman, Dr. Shubhanu Bose. So we introduced it in June last year, and we set aside a seed fund for our students who are studying at IIHM, and we've set aside 25 crores, and we have entrepreneurship classes happening in our campus, and it has become a compulsory subject. You know, when you and I did our hotel management that time, we did not have entrepreneurship as a subject, but then our final year students this year are having entrepreneurship as a specialization. So one change which has come about during the pandemic, and this is a great concept which you were talking about, cloud kitchen, and very much doable for a student who is undergoing a course in hospitality, and in any hotel management college. And I'm primarily over here emphasizing that this is a very doable thing, and they can actually learn a lot. Jobs may be coming by shortly. It will take some time for business to actually pick up, but then this is something which they can, in the meanwhile, invest in.
Absolutely, that I think it's Sahas. I didn't know about this, but it's a beautiful big amount, and I think it's an opportunity. Like I said, I began with what I began with is what I'll say is that with every bad time, with every disaster, there is an equal opportunity that pops up. Now it's up to students to make the most of it, and it's for them to kind of take on, and especially for final years who at this point of time will be the most scared. I get your fear. I hear you. I sense you. I feel you. So I think this is a great opportunity. You should take full advantage of Sahas then. Brilliant.
Right. Thank you so much. All right. So,
thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining in for this wonderful session. And thank you once more, Chef Kunal Kapoor, for being here today.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back in the studio. Sanchari, so I think it was an absolute stunning session. I'm sure all the students who were listening to the session, a lot of them would have taken notes about starting their own business. And I think what Chef Kunal said was very apt, that, not everybody is made for business, and you need to be realistic. So you need to understand what you're good in, and you need to understand what you're not good in. Everybody wants to be rich. Everybody wants to start their own business, but eventually you need to be realistic. You need to know whether you're cut out for it, and if you are, you need to find out what you're good in, right?
Absolutely. And also, Pilla, it's very, very important that, sometimes we always have a feeling that we, for a business, we need to have certain knack. Of course, I might be very, very good in my kitchen skills, but then I might not be good in my, say, marketing, or maybe, not good into, profit and loss. So I need to also have team, and I also need to have basically people along with me, just like Chef Kapoor said, which will be making, of course, a great formative team for going ahead and, building up a business. So it cannot just happen with one person around. It has to be an amalgamation of ideas of several people who definitely share the same kind of thought process as you are. And if you can do so, why not? It definitely is going to be clicking.
No, absolutely, guys. And I think it was a great session. So all you guys on the Facebook or the YouTube, later on, I think you should, if you are really serious about your life, and if you're really serious about your career and your business, do me a favor, after the session finishes, rewind back on the Facebook link and watch the session again. I'm sure you're going to take off some amazing take back homes about starting your own business. Well, that education continues on IIHM Hotel School channels. We are one of the best hospitality education brand, and keep connected with us, and you'll keep getting information, ladies and gentlemen. But before we log out from today and for the day, just to let you know that tomorrow we've got the plate finals and the grand finals that are happening. You right now tuned in to the IIHM Global Studio that's connecting 50 countries across 24 time zones, and the biggest Culinary Olympiad in the world, the Young Chef Olympiad, is underway right now. The first round is over. The plate top 10 and the grand final top 10 have been selected. They've been announced, and the plate and the finals are starting tomorrow, Thursday and Friday. Keep tuned in to our social media handles. that will give you live updates about the country's cooking from various, from their kitchens, and you can get an update about the Young Chef Olympiad. Thank you so much for tuning in. My colleague
Sanchari would like to also remind you about something else, because this morning, when the Telegraph went ahead with the edition and of course, had this advertised, there was so many responses. Abdullah, I can't believe it. There has been so many calls and messages, which has in fact come with Learn with IIHM. And this is all about hospitality management, my dear audience, because in case if you really think that you are cut out for hospitality and you would like to basically know about the career opportunities with hospitality, why don't you just make a call? Because I'm sure admissions teams would be very, very happy to go ahead and assist you and tell you about it. You just have to note one helpline number, and that's going to be 98310-50,000. You should not be forgetting this for anything in relation to hospitality management. If you're keen to go ahead and be a part of IIHM as a student, why not? Go ahead, place a call.
All right, so with this, myself, Abdullah Ahmad, and Sanchari, my colleague, we sign off from the studio. Keep tuned in to our channels, because education at IIHM carries on uninterrupted. We'll come back after taking a short break. Thank you and bye-bye.
Have a great evening ahead.
We are hospitality.
We will rise.
We will not fall.
We will stand tall. We will answer the call.
We will bounce back.
There'll be days when things seem bad.
Life may seem unfair.
Keep your cool, do not get mad. Breathe and don't despair.
Just say, I'll bounce back.
Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Whoa.
We are hospitality.
We unite the world
through love
and hope
and service.
Things won't always go to plan.
Life won't always be perfect.
Just keep on going, do the best that you can. Keep things in perspective.
I say I'll bounce back.
Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Ooh, yeah. Pick yourself up, dust yourself off and bounce back.
Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Whoa.
Just say bounce back.
We are hospitality.
We will rise.
We will not fall.
We will stand tall. We will answer the call.
We will bounce back.
IIHM.